Just because the S&P 500 is relatively flat doesn't mean there aren't a lot of areas of strength to look at in this market, including in the health tech space. We'll get into that in just a minute. But yeah, relatively flat open as of right now. That's what we're seeing in the SPY. But again, 90 minutes to go until that opening bell will ring. NASDAQ here looking like, once again, roughly flat compared to where we closed yesterday. Take a look at USO as we do more or less every day as of late, given the ongoing Iran-US conflict. USO poised to open slightly green, so a little bit less flat than what we're seeing with the NASDAQ and SPY, but still no super strong movement to the upside for USO, or at least strong movement that's been sustained. I want to mention as well, DUOL really quickly here before we get into this housekeeping, because speaking of strong moves, this actually just came out. I was seeing a couple minutes before we went live here. They filed an 8K after an internal screen was accidentally shown during an investor meeting. So apparently daily active users as of August 17th, that would be Monday, were estimated to be up 27.4% year over year. They got an upgrade yesterday as well. So good look here potentially for DUOL. But what are we looking at for the markets today here? No economic data coming out in the morning, though we are going to get those EIA crude oil, gasoline, distillate, and crude Cushing inventories coming through at 10:30. But then at 1 p.m., you've got the 20-year bond auction, and at 2 p.m., the FOMC meeting minutes. I would say those minutes probably the most noteworthy piece of data we're going to be getting today. We did have that 9-3 votes. There were 3 dissenting votes coming through at that July meeting, for which the minutes will be given. So that, I think, will be something to watch. We also have Trump speaking with leaders in the technology industry at 2:30 p.m. So weirdly, the back half of the day is going to be loaded with more info. But the front half of the day still has plenty to look at. You've got Moderna here, MRNA, with a personalized cancer therapy trial going quite well. Merck also to the upside, but this Moderna move is just completely unprecedented and a great look here for the stock. On the other side of things, though, you've got Nebius to the downside. This came out, I think, around 7:40 a.m., so relatively later in the pre-market session, or at least up to this point. But they did announce this convertible senior note sale, over $4 billion worth. You've also got, analysts weighing in on NVIDIA, Amazon drone expansion. There's a lot to talk about. A lot of in the tech space today, Sharif. So good morning. How are you doing today?
I'm good. Thank you for asking, Adara. NVIDIA sending H200 chips to China. Not many, but at least some have made its way over there. Separately, there's a different issue with NVIDIA. A lot of Chinese users are accessing GB300s vis-a-vis cloud data centers in Asia. So the U.S. government looking at possibly putting some more restrictions on there. Meta engineers were in the hot seat yesterday being asked about the addictive nature of their social media platform. So that remains in focus. Meta, again, flat to down on the day. Amazon, as Dara mentioned, looking to expand air drone delivery at scale, for that matter. So Amazon up here to start the morning. And SK Hynix, $29 billion buyback, ignites a 4% move here in the pre-market. And oh my days, this is Moderna. Guys, I watched this in real time. I caught the first 5-minute candle on this one. We were trading around $75 when I first had eyes on this one. We are now at $130. We're up 105%. As Adara mentioned, on the back of that cancer news. Target reported, TJX reported, Lowe's reported. They're all negative to start the morning. Viking, the cruise ship, they're up 2.25. Cerebras also in focus here, down 2.25, and EL up 8.5. Adara.
Yeah, expect the letters MRNA to be said a lot, I think, this morning. But what letters are you guys saying for stock tickers and watch today? Sean and Neil, good morning to both of you, and welcome back, Sean.
Good morning. Well, I mean, obviously everyone's looking at Moderna and Merck right now.
How can you? It's gonna break 130 right here.
It's just so impressive of a move, and it's been so long waited for Moderna to get away from. Well, it's not to get away from, to have some kind of an actual breakout here when it comes to the cancer treatment. We're not talking about COVID anymore. But there's another aspect to this. There's a reason why every single time someone asked about Pfizer, it's like, Merck. There's always something. When you're looking at like a bad stock in a sector, there's usually a good one somewhere. And Merck, of course, not going to be moving up 102% like Moderna is, but it shouldn't get left to the wayside. Merck having a pretty good morning as well. It's up 8 points today and just continuing its very, very nice uptrend. As mentioned, it's not all roses, because yesterday was not good for a lot of chip names, a lot of AI plays. You saw the memory names. They tried to go, we're all gapped down. They tried to go early in the morning. Like DRAM was was like a VWAP break. It tried to get going, and then just a reverse short. Intel got battered down a little bit there.
Yeah,
names like Marvell. NBIS is going to be in play. That had a rough one yesterday, and now an offering, so it's getting smoked a little bit. But hey, I mean, Moderna of 103 points is going to catch a lot of headlines. But it was a pretty weak session for the NASDAQ based on what happened with a lot of those chips.
Yeah, we just went down $10 from Moderna and broke out through 130. It went to 135. Now it's under 126. So yeah, this is going to be a wild trader there today, up 100%. And it's great for melanoma. Basically, the story here is, as Dara sort of went over it there, Merck and Moderna's cancer vaccine combined with Keytruda, so that's going to be, I think that's part of Merck's situation there, met the main goal in phase 3 trial. More than 1,100 high-risk patients extended their lifetimes after taking these drugs. So I don't know if there's an exact, we'll have to dig into it. There's an exact time that it was extended, but as we were saying here, any extension of life for cancer patients is such a blessing. So yeah, that's fantastic. And Moderna is one thing, it's fine. But a name, as Neil was mentioning there, that a lot of people could probably get into, Merck's of the world, Pfizer's, the Eli Lilly's. But at the end of the day, there's reasons why this is basically the third highest, positioned ETF, largest for myself, is XBI. And it's just, this is the biotech ETF. And it's just been, pretty cruising. And we always say, just if you're always betting on science, then, the IBB, the biotech ETFs should be owned. And at least, if that's what you believe anyways, don't show this report to any of the people that don't believe in vaccines or anything like that. But there it goes up now 2.5%. And, a beat up name a little bit back into the 50 period, now trying to break long. But yeah, I guess I was saying yesterday, there was bad situations with Marvell, and then yeah, Neil brought up Intel. I actually forgot about that one there yesterday. So breaking now below that $100 mark. Right where Lip Bhutan was bought his $10 million worth, I guess. $95 was the last reported sale there, or buy there. So, thinking that 95 could be a level potentially to hold now for Intel based on, sort of where we've been buying it up a little bit here today, and that story, right, for Lip Bhutan buying in and around this price. So I don't know if that's going to matter at the end of the day. And then I saw on Monday when I was here, it was like, okay, memory's been sort of going crazy. Wait for it to come back in a little bit maybe and buy something like an SK Hynix. Didn't quite get into this 140 area that I think I like. But we got pretty close, man, down to 150 there yesterday. Now back up to 160 there today. So what was lost yesterday is, trying to come back here today. So there are some good green shoots. Yeah, it looks like there today that are around. So yeah, it should be a fun one there. The Blue Jays won again, so they're back in the wild card hunt. They're literally on fire right now. So hopefully Vlad didn't play again, right? Or did he? I don't know. I was watching a little bit of it. I didn't notice.
No, we had Okamoto's been playing for.
Yeah. So maybe he can stay hurt for a while.
No, the concussion treatment. I think it's automatically.
Oh yeah, you get your few days gone for that. Yeah. Okay.
And then the saga with Walter, the guy that's selling some Chelsea, that sold the Lakers, and is possibly having to sell the Dodgers.
Yeah, he owns the PWH.
So the crazy thing about it, and the only reason I know this is because he owes $1.1 billion again in 11 days or so, because his insurance company is financing half of this stock, this random CCO stock that's being bought out. And when the news hit the wires, this thing is literally days from closing and does not move. When it hit the wires that this guy is the dude on the hook for it, it actually moved to the downside because they're worried that he doesn't have the money.
Financing will fall through.
But he'll probably just sell his stake he already sold the stake in the Lakers. He'll sell maybe sell stake in the Dodgers. But there's this whole, and this is not necessarily a stock story to the extent, anything that this guy is connected to is probably under risk from having to sell. But what's coming out about their TV deal, the Dodgers, and how they structured it, how they've avoided luxury tax, basically it's all a gigantic scam. Mm-hmm. They're not doing it the right way in spending. They're just a scam. What they pulled off. But we'll see. Maybe some new ownership with the Dodgers will change some things.
That's an interesting one. That how you merge the different businesses, right? Like how it affects the stocks, and then we can see like losing out on some of those deals. I did hear that guy owns the PWHL as well, so there's some.
Yeah, he founded the league.
He could, he still owns them owns all the teams, so he could definitely make. But the thing is, this is just a temporary thing. It's not that this guy's broke. He's doing it to.
All he has to do
free up cash.
If he frees up enough cash, everything is fine.
Everything will go back to normal here, I would.
But he'll probably have to sell a bunch of stuff.
What was SpaceX wasn't very bearish yesterday. That went up to 146 again, SpaceX.
It was just at 45, 46. level.
Yeah, that was a good one.
Yeah.
Started the day yesterday down at 140 again, and then just pretty choppy early again, right? And made that low near 140 again and again, kept on making that low, and then up there again. So you're right back into 140 again now. So potential longs, developing there. I don't know, gold maybe? What's gold been doing? I actually put it out. I haven't checked yet because we just went on air as soon as I pushed it out. But I was asking everybody else, like, what kind of trades maybe you guys were looking at today. Gold relatively flat, but still up. I mean, we like that breakout for gold. Now just kind of maybe taking a little bit of a back seat here for that one. Wow, we got, okay. Here we go, man. I just posted this up 5 minutes ago. We already got a few responses here. Dave, so I said, hey, good morning, traders. What's setting up for you guys here in the AM? So Dave says Moderna. Yeah, I think you're right. I'll respond to all these, don't worry. Yeah, you're right about that one. Figuring what to buy in this cray market. The madman is in charge. Who's that? Joseph is in charge? TQQs and Intel. Yay. Brian, man, you're speaking my word there. TNON. We'll have to figure out something, and then some Intel love over there. So I'll get my opinions in on some of those plays as well. But is TNON?
It's a mover.
Is it? Okay, so there you go. So, thanks to Tenon Medical there. Good little look there by our good friend Victor. So this is why, go up there. I'll put it out. If there's any symbols you guys want to talk about there today, hit me up on Twitter and we'll be able to talk, or on X, we'll be able to talk about that. Yeah, without even looking, we talked a little bit about Intel there. So there's double the Intel coming through, cray market, and then Moderna. So yeah, man, there's lots of stuff going on there. There's Tenon there. You have
I got the story. It looks like, exactly. So Tenon's in play. Tenon Medical shares trading higher after the company received a notice of allowance for a U.S. patent titled Systems, Apparatus, and Methods for Stabilizing Sequoia? Whatever. I'm not going to pronounce that properly, so let's not even try. It's 35% short float. That actually hit in the right at the end of the day, right at the close, that story. So this is a continuation play, but the bigger story here from a trading aspect is it's a 625,000 float for Tenon, and it's 35% short. So two questions. Sharif, how much are you looking forward to trading Tenon, because it fits all the parameters? And the other one would be, Moderna's a gapper. Is this something that's on your radar? So twofold. Well, obviously, Tenon fits the regular criteria, but Moderna has the profile and look of one of the gappers. It kind of melds the worlds together today. You looking at that?
Certainly does. I mean, it's got the momentum, it's got the move up, but the cost is a little bit beyond my range there. You don't try to stay away from everything, south of or north of $50. But let's look at what else is moving. Guys, I have to point your attention to this leverage product, MRNX. This is a Moderna leveraged ETF. It's clearly 2 times. As it's up 180%, be careful. The volume is much less than mRNA. But we also have RDAC. This one looks like the best trade is behind it. Double top into 20, just lost VWAP, finding support at 12.5. It looks like it might reject off that VWAP from the sell side. But TNON, stair-stepping up. Nice breakout yesterday at 4 o'clock. Holds the aftermarket levels. Continues to put in higher lows, higher highs, knocking on the door of 13. As long as this one holds 11 where VWAP is hanging out, I'd definitely be looking at TNON. And then we also have to talk about YJ ripping up now, almost into $4. Likely going to see 5 soon, up 112%. You've got a 1.5 million share float, just like how I like it on this one, and it's trading at around 3 3/4 Adara. So YJ, the number one gapper right now in my book.
Yeah, expected a lot of Moderna discussion this morning, guys, as I think is fair. This is by far the most mentioned ticker in our chat so far today, and for good reason, because it is up, as of its pre-market highs, more than 100%. working with Merck, and this trial really well received. Apparently 2 different separate areas had their endpoints met.
Yes, so let's get to this because there's a lot of words here that I'm going to have trouble pronouncing. So I do apologize in advance. Merck and Moderna's phase 3 Interpath 001 trial. A success here for Intismeran autogene. It combines with Keytruda, and specifically it's for high-risk melanoma. But this, guys, is the first ever phase 3 cancer vaccine success in the history. So it's a historic milestone, obviously, for both companies. But the outcomes here were already kind of known back in 2024 when MRNA filed for this from the FDA. They were rebuffed. At the time, it was a phase 2, not phase 3 trial. They took their information, they took their data, they took it to phase 3, and here we are. But it's hyper-personalized. So it's not just like an injection that just comes out of the factory or whatever and into your arm or your leg or whatever. So listen to this, Adira. So it's not an off-the-shelf therapeutic. It's dynamically manufactured using synthetic mRNA that codes up to 34 specific antigens, neoantigens, entirely customized to match the unique DNA mutational signature of the individual patient's tumor. So highly specified. So to me, right away, number one, I think costs are going to be higher because when you're customizing something, typically costs are high. And number two, can they have it produced en masse since it's going to be, customized? So those are just some immediate questions that come to mind. But there's no toxicity penalty here. Apparently, it's better tolerated than Keytruda alone. I know it's being combined with Keytruda, but who needs double the toxicity? So I kind of like a lot of these points.
Yeah, it's an interesting look here. I think the costs are something that probably investors and people watching this are going to be looking at going forward. But right now, certainly a nice look for this stock, which costs significantly more than it did yesterday. How are you guys feeling about MRNA here?
I'm feeling better now, but I mean, I'm $6 in the money. No, man, we took the short, man. We took the short breaking through that 120 marker there. So yeah, look, I mean, I absolutely love the story. I mean, how can't you? But we're traders, right? So, and didn't take long to get into the club there today, did it, right? So there it goes, man. It's a big move early. And we're not trading with that many shares here, but a win is a win, as we always say around here. And we always say that share size don't matter, and it doesn't matter here. You just want to play it. It's going to be very violent. So
it's just risk to reward. That's all.
You just want to make sure that you don't put too much out here because this name could obviously rip. And I only have 25% left of this trade anyways. So I just, underneath the 25 period moving average there, I wanted to look at that was just a 120 play. That's all that it was there. So we actually got in at 119, got out, it broke through 120, punched back in through the downside there. So, it's just a great story overall. I mean, that's why we talked about the XBI and fighting with science and all that. It's a new, we were just up 113% or something at the highs, and now you're back down. So, it's going to be a tough one to judge, what kind of value this brings to the stock or what kind of value it brings to the space at all. I do think it's
very difficult.
Yeah, I mean, I have no idea. I mean, they're going to be presenting this, and then someone's going to say, how much does... It just sucks to think about how you actually rate these things because it's all right, how many days does this extend people's lives? What is that worth? It's such a stupid thing to talk about.
How many people have this?
Yeah, it's I don't know what that's worth.
The number, okay, well, if you
worth a lot.
If you ChatGPT it and look at the people that are high-risk melanoma and what that addressable market is, that suggested that you're talking a couple billion annually, right. But then it's almost impossible to price. That's why you see that kind of price action. There was one thing to keep in mind. There's levels that are not psychological might not matter much today, but there was something brewing apparently at $100. I think Joe said that he saw something in there at the 100 level. That's a good psychological one. And there is a sympathy play that I feel should have been more obvious, but I'm going to try shorting EVAX today multiple times if possible because they went up when this was hitting because they had a sort of it's a small capper with a similar story. It spiked twice, went negative. So it actually went negative, which when you think about it, it's well, if these guys are trying to develop something and this is all they have and they're a small company, yeah, people might have bought them before, but if Merck and Moderna possibly cracked the code here for something, what does that leave for anybody else that is trying to do something similar? Because it's not to say that they're dead, but it's a price action. So
Yeah, no, that's a good trade.
I want to short this one into 330 if we can. If it breaks that, I want to get view up. I wish I had seen it sooner, because obviously when it was only running on the Merck store or on the Merck Moderna story, like it could have been a fade through the volume weighted average price. But there's really a lot to consider with Moderna, and VWAP seems like it's a thing for now. I treat it like a gapper. If it loses VWAP, I'm going to treat it as if this was just any other gapper, and if it's underneath the volume weighted average price, that's where I want to fail. And go with kind of like the way Luis likes to look at it. I'm very curious. Well, I really doubt you would have had the time to look at the options for it. The story just hit, but I'm kind of hoping maybe this could be something Joey.
Well, I don't think
it's DRAM's up.
Yeah, no, because I don't think because the options.
No, because
you got to wait for the market to open.
You got to wait for the market to open up to get a reaction, but it'll be interesting to maybe look at that chain later on in the session.
One question I have is, come on, Joe, like, why didn't Joe get us in these options yesterday? Like, he didn't know about this was going to happen, or?
I wish we all knew.
Can you imagine up 81%? Here, Joe, here's a question for you to catch you off track a little bit here. Have you ever played, an options game or name like this, where the very next day or maybe 2 days later, there was like such a crazy move that you could have never expected? Like anybody playing Moderna, would just be like, wow, bank error in my favor. So have there been any plays like that in your lifetime where you've been able to catch something like this?
Honestly, Sean, not that I can recall, to be honest with you. A move like this, what we're experiencing in Moderna, you're going to just see some of these options contracts go off the rails. It's going to be absolutely insane. In my earlier days, it was a lot of options writing. I mean, we've had some hefty gap downs and everything along those lines. But when you see 100% return, just like that in the pre-market, people who have been front running this and some insider info are just going to be absolutely off the charts. I can't wait to take a look at it. Maybe just after the open, I'll chime in, guys. Those who don't have access to the options chain will take a look at some of the appreciation in those Moderna charts, all right? But first things first, guys, let's get into some of the options activity from yesterday's session. We're going to kick things off with DRAM. The sector all around, guys, high single digits to the sell side. Now, we're going to be looking for some potential support levels. I know we're 10% away from this marker right here, but we're going to keep our eye on this $50 strike price. There is some size at $55, which we're roughly trading around right now, but I want us to focus on this because there's a little bit more volume here on this specific strike price. Now, as for the open interest, we're going to sit on 30,000 flat, all right, guys? So this is going to potentially act as some form of support level. Now, as for our volume, 2,900 contracts opened and closed. Now, we're going to be expiring on Friday, guys, so only a couple of days until expiration, but no need for liquidity issues here. Don't worry about that, guys. A $2 spread. These contracts aren't worth very much. And you can see from our delta itself, some people in the chat asking me, Joe, how do I determine if this is a call or a put? Well, your put options will always have a negative delta, so keep an eye on that. And another individual in the chat asking, Joe, tell us a little bit more about the option segment. Well, we're looking for where the largest participation is throughout the expiration cycle and the strike prices, and this could give us potential support and resistance zones. Now, as for the gamma exposure, guys, we're sitting on 4 cents, and our Vega relatively cool, all right? But surprisingly so, considering you were down 9% yesterday around the close in DRAM and in the all-around sector, you see 175% appreciation within this specific contract. So that put contract up, underlying asset down. All right, moving forward, guys, we're going to take a look at Apple, another name that we were trading yesterday. So when you have a rotation out of the chips, we see some of the money funneling into Apple, that safe haven style play, $310 strike price. We're going to be expiring this Friday, but open interest pretty substantial there, guys. 310. We are trading around that area, only a couple pennies away, but 33,700 contracts. And we ran into 311 yesterday and immediately rejected at that level. Now, volume 36,900. And then if we look at our bid in the ask, only a $6 spread. Again, very little liquidity issues there, all right? So highly liquid underlying asset. Now, as for your delta, you can tell, just considering we're at that 50-cent marker, closer to at the money, all right? Gamma exposure relatively cool. We're sitting at 10 cents, and then Vega also at 6 cents as well. But this contract in itself, surprisingly so, just to what Sean was referring to not too long ago, if you happen to know the night before that the underlying asset is going to do this massive run right out of the gate, or even in the pre-market, well, congratulations to you, because this contract goes from 68 cents all the way to $2.80, a staggering 312% return. Once again, I said we're going to take a look at some of those Moderna contracts right after the open. We'll see where we really started to move, and then we'll probably see about a 4-digit return in some of those strike prices. Moving forward, last but not least, guys, a couple other notable mentions. We have SanDisk here at that $1,600 support system is what we're going to be looking for. We're about $30 away. 4,300 contracts there from a supply zone standpoint, and volume around 8,500 contracts open and closed on yesterday's session. Now we're going to focus on AMD. About $30 away from this level, strike price $450. Now, I understand this is a little ways away, but we're going to be looking at the open interest just in case this name continues to slide. 7,700 contracts there, potential support with volume at 2,400. Both these contracts are going to be expiring on Friday, guys. Let's send it back to Neil and Sean.
Shoot, I thank you very much there, Joe. And not to get away from DRAM and some of the options plays there, but Marvell on the move here. It just spiked $15 at the highs, up to $2.29. It's still holding on to some of those gains. All I heard was definitive agreement as I was trying to listen in while we had Joe
some sort of a filing. I didn't. I missed it as well.
Whole thing.
I did re-short some Moderna there at 118. Actually, what was the price? 118.50s. So I'm trying to bid some 116.50s. It hasn't really broken back below, but like if we could just scalp back and forth a couple dollars here on that MRNA, and Joe's right, man. There's going to be 4- and 5-digit moves on these Moderna contracts. I mean, that kind of a move. It's some sort of a warrant with Google. Is that what it was with Marvell? We're gonna find out. I mean, Google's been performing pretty weakly. This has actually been a really bad stock. I hate to say it. I mean, this is one of the biggest positions for myself and for many traders, I would assume. But that's come like right back into the 200 period moving average. Like that's not going well, man. I know they had some sort of another sale there, Australian dollar or something, bond sale.
Okay, it's out.
But that's coming through. Adara does have the story on Marvell.
So here's the deal with Marvell, guys. I'll send it right back to you so you can continue to react to this from a trading standpoint. But MRVL to the upside, they issued Google warrants for 58.97 million shares at 206.58 per share. That's roughly 6.7% of outstanding shares. That's according to a filing. This warrant relates to custom semiconductor products for Google, including AI inference accelerators, storage controllers, network interface controllers, memory interface controllers, and near memory compute. Apparently, 1.36 million of these shares vest quarterly over the first year. 57.61 million vest in 240 tranches each for $500 million in custom products revenue through fiscal 2033. The warrant expires on August 18th, 2033. So I guess Marvell has issued some warrants to Google. It's trading sharply higher here.
Marvell still has a crazy PE, still PE of 50s, 75 there with their PE. So it's still very expensive. But yeah, there it is, man. Enters agreement with Google to expand TPU. At the end of the day, Adara just said everything that was attached to it. But basically, they issued warrants to Google. They're expanding their TPU ecosystem right there for Marvell. So as Sharif just said, TPUs starting to go off right there. And so it's not really doing anything to Google stock. So I'm not really sure. I think it does help Google maybe solidify. I mean, get some of the supply under control there. But yeah, memory, interface controllers. Look, it's why we put Marvell as part of this was at the beginning of the year in January. This was one of the stocks that I put on the list on our competition, right? So if you're going all the way back down to there, it was $80, All right, so obviously it's had its moves up to 330. The reason why I liked it is because of these exact reasons. The sort of the brains behind, the GPU is sort of everything, but there's a nervous system that climbs through. Marvell's involved in so many of building of these TPUs. We talked about the custom ASICs. This is what this is for. So there goes Marvell up now, basically partnering with one of the biggest, CapEx spenders out there with Google. So I think this is going to be a good story for Marvell. I don't know why.
It goes right back
You would think it would be good for Google too, but.
No, but I don't know. Like, you're going to buy 59 million shares at 07. It just goes back to, we were talking about this because Dara had the infographic yesterday about NVIDIA and all of the names that NVIDIA is investing in.
Yeah, IREN is one of them.
And it's like, okay, well now Google, same thing. They were already propped up by their investment. Look, their earnings Google's earnings were fantastic last quarter, but to a certain extent, they were propped up by some of their private holdings. And now you're just getting more of this. Let's just keep putting money into the names that we hope are going to continue to feed us and grow, instead of that financing coming from somewhere else. Like, well, Marvell doesn't get it from somewhere else. They end up getting it from Alphabet. Just spend. So it's making a little bit of sense why Google's not really moving on this. Obviously, Marvell, you can see right here, Marvell pops right to 240, which is what I was showing the 15-minute. Right up to that resistance at 240 that we saw a couple of days ago. So it kind of gaps into that level. That's probably the place to watch. But Tisha Perkins, 878. Oh, next level on YJ for a second there. Bury the lead. You got to put the ticker in first. YJ, which is another small cap runner. There's levels on this thing. I mean, look at this. Yeah, YJ is probably like a reverse split in there at some point. But like you'll look it up and you'll find some bag holder levels that will make sense why we're looking at 878. But hey, Tisha, if you like 878, maybe it's a fib thing. I have no idea. This one's going ham as well. But I don't know. I don't see any obvious levels out there as well. And there you go. For anyone tuning in the last few seconds and wonders what the heck is going on with Marvell. Marvell and Google entered into a commercial pact on July 29th. Today, they've issued Google a warrant to purchase up to, it's approximately 59, just call it 59 million shares at a price of 206 half. So 206.58 per share is the excise price on that. So yeah, in the chat we just saw this is all circular investing. I mean, to a certain extent, that's what some of the concern is. You would think, but it's good for Marvel.
That is what it is.
That's what we've been doing.
We've seen it before.
We've seen it. It's what NVIDIA is doing, and
we did
Google
get
too.
We did get out of some right there. I told you we were bidding 1650s, right? So there it was. And why were we bidding 1650? Because it's been the floor there on Moderna. So that came in and we got it. The floor was actually 1680. I was thinking once it broke, we would get a good price, and we did. So we did get 1650s there. I'm stopping out on a 121 break, this 50 period break. So if we do break above where that is, then we'll give back maybe 15% or so in stop out, right? So we just, we didn't actually reload a full amount there. So we're gonna wait now to see what winds up happening. I'll take one more small trade in front of 120 again, and then we'll use 121 as our out there for Moderna, but definitely a slippery slope. I actually feel pretty happy with being able to take a little bit of profit. Remember, we got stopped out when it broke 20 the first time, and when it didn't go, we got right back in. So that was part of that story there. But yeah, Moderna is going to be a story there for today. That's for sure. But Google, I mean, maybe this is, I don't know if it's a good thing or bad thing, but it's not really doing anything. The futures are now starting to pick up a little bit, which is helping the Google story. I could see, if we think about just like how you're short that EVAX there, you got to sometimes think about what this means to other stocks. Yeah. So there goes Broadcom getting kicked in the face right there. Like, I chose Marvell over Broadcom, and I'm glad to have made that decision, obviously, as there goes, Broadcom back in again. Broadcom's been great. I mean, as of, before the last week or so, Broadcom actually was performing a little bit better than Marvell off the lows. Like Marvell's high was 500. Its low, although the lows were pretty bad when they came in, but just as of yesterday, it was back to as of last week, it was back to 420. So it wasn't really that bad. Marvell had a high of 330 or something like that, and it got all the way down into 210. Even lower than that. 210 was yesterday, but down to 160. Like, that got chopped in half. So Broadcom has a little bit longer lasting power, I think, here. But wow, now Marvell is.
Yeah, but this is getting bad for Broadcom.
they have juice behind this one. This is, well, when we first heard the story, man, I mean, we could have easily punched long, but I guess this is a hard one to kind of figure out, right? That's not even really the story that's up on the board now. That's like where it all began, but now it's the warrants and everything.
Yeah, I think it's really more about the warrants to purchase that many shares, because effectively now you've got Alphabet with a vested interest in really seeing this partnership thrive. And like, this is not to beat a dead horse when they're down. I don't want to bag on Broadcom, but we were talking about this with Brian.
There it goes.
And major moving averages getting lost yesterday. Well, now add Broadcom to the list, because Broadcom just broke not the 50 SMA, the 200 SMA. That's like that institutional long-term support level for bigger stocks. It's been under before and it was able to hold. But if this stock loses, it gets underneath and breaks down, like consolidates and breaks down, that 340 is going to be pretty key for Broadcom. For today, I would suspect it should catch a bit at some point. Maybe look to see whenever. If you're looking to catch the dip here, you're probably going to want to make sure Marvell is making a turn of its own. Because every single time this blasts up, it's almost like an algo. It's going in the other direction for it. I almost said MRNA. Marvell goes down a little bit, Broadcom might catch a bit of a bid. Because when Broadcom, the second that story hit, they sold, and they haven't really done much of anything else, but continue to sell off.
This might not work. Moderna went through 121, so he punched out. And then I was like, let's trust, I mean, again, we're just having some fun here. Let's try to see if, but now it's holding this 120. Like it doesn't want to, there's a seller here, and it's not even that many shares, but it doesn't really want to break above it. Okay, so now it's gone. Like, look at, there's so much trading that's in dark pools. It's there, yeah, that it's ridiculous. So there's a move down right now in Moderna. So we're long. We tried the long above 120. I don't want to be like holding this forever, but I still think there's going to be a bit. I mean, we caught it off this 115. So we went short, went a little bit long there, just kind of having fun. We're in basically not half of a unit, but half of what we've been trading with. So we're trading with pretty light amount of shares here, but let's try to hold this 120, maybe down to this kind of that shelf break there, 116.50 or so for Moderna. Let's give it a little bit of a shot here to see if it can, get back to the green side of things here with Moderna. There it goes, right back up to $1 now. In change. But this is going to be a wild one. I haven't even really, because I've been trading here, I haven't really been looking too much at the sticky note or anything else. But there it goes. So okay, now it's starting to go. So we'll take out a little bit more upside. So that was good. So we did get, again, like I think you got to trade with stop orders even in the pre-market. I mean, this stock is actually not really trading like it's a pre-market stock right now. I mean, the levels are there. This might actually be more liquidity now than there might be when this thing finally opens up. So Moderna, lots of easy trading opportunities just because of the liquidity here, but it's definitely not an easy trader. But it has built itself off of this 117. So that would be sort of a key level maybe to look at. I'm going to offer again up near 123 and see if we could take another $3 on this move, and then see if we can get back up to some of these high side trades there. Will be really interesting to see how traders react once this market opens. Do we have Luis coming today? We should, right? He hasn't showed up yet. Okay, so basically, if we can get this name to go and still hold on to it, I think there could be a break higher once the market finally winds up opening up there today. But there it is, man. We take another little fill there as it's going through 123 now. So, all right, man, we're going to work on some more names for our sticky note. And then Target had their report today, was down, and now it's up.
Yeah, it was down.
So, wow,
5.
Target, man, you can't keep a good company down, I guess. There it goes, man. Breaking out now. Target has to take out this 154 before it does anything, but that's a good little level there for Target. So we'll keep our eye on that here today. But yeah, lots happening.
Thank you for the super chat. Smelly bottom sphere. I don't even know what that one. What do we think about Oracle? Remember, like Oracle, the news hit. I don't know. We had the title up there on the stream, but this hit yesterday. There was some concerns about slowing growth in OpenAI, threatening Oracle, which is solely reliant, incorrect, but wholly reliant on OpenAI for their growth. And so there's a delay on some data center build-outs, like pipeline issue, blah, blah, blah. And all of that's, I think, pretty negative. The one good thing for Oracle is usually stocks don't go down literally every single day. They will eventually catch bids even in downturns. So it's clearly a reversal off the 50 period, but it seems like it's bouncing at this little support. It's not a support level. It's just where it bounced on August 6th before getting to the 50. So that 138 just sort of held on to give it a bit of a, let's call it a reprieve. So you're getting a reprieve bounce right now. The market's blasting higher because USO is going down right now. So the market's going up, USO is heading to the downside. That could be helping it. But that 138, the trend is your friend till the end when it bends. I suspect that the 138 level is going to get broken and then it'll fill in that gap. But yeah, for now, it's like a USO is helping the markets bounce higher. I didn't hear a story, but USO just dropped like $1.50.
Yeah, Marvell's still on one here, but guys, we keep seeing in the chat. I mean, I'm reading it right now as we speak. You guys have the right setups, the right reads, but everyone's trading the wrong size. We just talked about how important that is in trading these pre-market gappers. You want to make sure that you're conscious of your size, but here's the truth. You've all got the skills. Your account is just simply too small. Well, we've got a fix for that. It's Trade Funder. They've changed that. You now get $100K for stocks, $25K for Joey options, and today you keep 80%. This is paid out every single Friday. So celebrate your Fridays in the right way with Trade Funder, and you never risk your own money. This is just $99 to start, and it's refunded on your first qualifying payout. You can start in just 1 hour. So you start it right now. Maybe you get going before the open. Just get the size that you've been missing. Scan that code on your screen right now. Check the description check the link in our description. It's tradefunder.com. You can choose both stocks or options. So, Joey just went over a few things today. If you're going to get involved today in any kind of an options, forum, maybe today might be your day. I mean, this is quite the move we're expected here in many of the biotech stocks. And then, by the way, a little stock called Marvell as well might be optionable there today, up 12%. And also, look the other way, as we said, man, Broadcom getting slapped on this news as well to the downside, right? Intel's not a custom ASICs kind of play, but there goes Intel back there to the upside. Is the whole market getting on the back of this deal right now with Marvell and Google. So that's been treated pretty nice. Those of you asking about Moderna, yep, we're back in it. SpaceX went red to green too, I believe. I'm holding this until we break basically this 116, 115 area. So want to give this, $3 or $4 worth of room. So yeah, I am looking for, that $3 or $4 move. It can't, I don't want to go less than 1-to-1. We've sort of taken out a little bit of profit as it's gone back up to the upside. But now that we'll hold on to this last little piece, I do have an offer at 124.50 just to get out in front of 125. And then if that starts to rip even higher after that, then 130. So just trying to space out the offers here so that if it does move, we have a little bit more on it there as well. So yeah, man, thanks to everybody for showing up here today. We do talk about small caps, big caps, large caps, all the news, caps we're wearing, commodities, upgrades, downgrades.
Which we're gonna get to in a second, but and Adam, we'll get to AVGO for your question there. I want to answer all the questions, but we haven't seen something specific on why oil just made that move to the downside. Derek confirmed to us here that it was not a post from the president, so you can go to his Truth account. There was nothing along those lines. It could have just been something a little bit technical, potentially, if we're being real about it. But as that was heading down, I mean, the markets were already blasting. For those that are kind of dropping in now and asking about Broadcom, any deal, look, Google furthering their partnership and collaboration with Marvell is a negative for a competitor, which is Broadcom. That's just less money for Broadcom. So they're heading to the downside. And I gotta keep an eye on this. You know what? I'm gonna make a rule for myself with this small cap. So EVAX was just a company that went up on sympathy to this Moderna story. And then it gave it all up within minutes. But now Moderna's bouncing again. So I'm gonna get off the offer while Moderna's bouncing and not reload until I see that sort of coming on the back end. But I'm just shorting the bottom end of this range, because the other thing about this stock that I didn't show you guys is if it breaks the low, like the day low on this random stock that tried to go with Moderna is actually a 52-week bottom break as well. So it's a downward trending stock that if it breaks the low today, it's a 52-week low. And it was only up because of this when Moderna started running, a couple of other names that were related started going as well. So it's 8:45. Let's get back up to the desk. We'll keep our ear to the ground if there's really something, a story behind this move in oil, but it doesn't seem like there is.
Hey, all right, guys, welcome back. And let's take a look at some of the analyst actions here this morning. A name that got hit pretty heavy yesterday, Klarna, on the top of our downgrades list. Now we're going from an overweight to a neutral weight here, and we're reducing our price target to $18. That is down from $22 from JP Morgan, but the firm sees a lack of visibility into the company's medium-term trends and thinks Klarna needs multiple quarters of clean execution to gain investors' confidence. Moving forward, guys, we'll take a look at another downgrade, a name we were talking about yesterday. We're positive here this morning, about 0.4%, but we're going from an equal weight to an underweight, and there's a substantial price cut here, guys. $80, that is down from $130, and Morgan Stanley giving them that downgrade. But the firm also cites AI infrastructure revenue accelerated quarter over quarter, but its core business, advertising business, remained weak, down 18% year over year. The firm also sees limited recovery in the second half, led by weak sales, increasing AI investment. That is the reason for that specific downgrade. Moving forward, Dollar Tree on the top of our list. We're up 1% here, guys, going from an underweight to a hold at Jefferies. They're also increasing their price target to $135. That's up from $185. But the firm cites the business has returned to being simple and straightforward. The analyst notes Dollar Tree comps are strong, with Jefferies data inflecting positivity, improving traffic trends, and that being the reason for the specific upgrade. Moving forward, last but not least, we have Honeywell Aerospace, 2.6% to the top side, but going from an equal weight to an overweight, and we're holding on to our price target here of $205 at Morgan Stanley. But the firm cites valuations for the upgrade, with the shares down 27% since the spinoff. The firm believes the stock's discount to peers more than reflects its near-term execution risk. So they're liking the risk-to-reward ratio here on Honeywell Aerospace. Also noting that it's the cheapest out of all of the space stocks within the firm's portfolio. Let's send it back to Neil and Sean.
Yeah, so we'll just do a little bit of this because this is why, we talk about having orders out. Like right before we went to Joey, I said we're offering 124.50s. It ripped up, and I don't know how far. It might have got, I wasn't even watching, I think it got to 124.75 or 124.80 or something. Right, that's probably going to get to it again. But you got to have those orders out, because then it immediately went back into 122. Now we're going to get it again, so it's not like it's the end of the world. But I just want to say, like, if you don't have your orders out, so just on that note, I'm going to put a 129 now flat. Order out, right? Because we want to get out a little bit in front of 130. You never know. Although I was mentioning that the liquidity is quite strong here in the pre-market, once someone swipes it, there's not a whole heck of a lot sitting in front of these levels. So if you get a big order that comes in and says, oh, I want, 100,000 shares, it'll spike this thing up a couple bucks just because the liquidity is not there. And it comes back and goes, but you definitely got to watch out for that. The name that I like in that whole space that Joe just mentioned there, I really like Honeywell. I mean, I think Honeywell, we talked about some of the aerospace plays coming back in a little bit. They're at the 200 period, well, they're almost at the 200 period moving average right now on Honeywell. So, this name coming back into 227, you're trying to look for a bid around 225 to see if that can come in. Sure, it's broken through the 200 period a couple times as well, but, this is a pretty solid gainer to have in your account where you can sort of not lose too much sleep overnight, holding some Honeywell. But just like GE Aerospace and some of those other names, they do have other, sort of plays underneath the hood, so to speak there. There's no breakfast yet, eh?
No.
Maybe that's what Luis is waiting for. He's not coming on until he sees the breakfast. I guess we're not going to have Luis today. But anyways, yeah, this is a good name, Honeywell, dipping down there. So we'll have to watch to see how it treats on that upgrade. No volume yet today, 4.7 thousand shares, 4,700 shares being traded so far here on Honeywell. But
I'm actually glad Joe had Klarna the upgrades and downgrades, because I had almost forgotten about this one. It was a rough day for Klarna, and clearly it's really easy to see what the levels were. Let me just go to a 3-minute chart, a little bit easier for you guys to see. It was just 16 all morning long in the pre-market. It was 16 at the open that failed. It failed underneath 16, and it bounced off 15 bucks. So this one's pretty clear. Like the resistance at 16, flat bottom break at 15 on Klarna today. And if you're looking at that space in particular, well, yesterday, this is what sympathy plays sometimes can be a little bit of low-hanging fruit. Like firm was gapped down because of the Klarna earnings miss. So at the open, everyone's like, oh, Klarna should bounce. Well, look what Affirm did. It was just a clean breakout and a straight shot up. It gave the gains back, but ultimately, who cares? If you can find a stock which is moving for the sole reason that somebody else is, oftentimes it's just like the lower hanging fruit for the reversion. Would be instead of hoping Klarna bounces when it's down 18 or 20% or whatever it was at the time, you just go over to the name that's only down on sympathy and see if you can get that one going for sure. But yeah, you're seeing, the market's absolutely spiking here. Like the Nasdaq's now 0.5% up. The ES is continuing to go. Look at the move in even IBIT, which more or less did this yesterday. Like you just had absolutely nothing going on, and then we just caught a bit of a spike right into yesterday's highs. And Bitcoin did this yesterday and failed the 65,000 level. By the way, we're at 64.96. So when you're looking at 65,000 on Bitcoin, you're effectively talking about this high that we see here at about, just underneath 36.9 on IBIT. So yeah, we're absolutely blasting going into this. And outside of the Moderna news is not what's moving the market. Obviously, the Marvell news is good, but that's moving Marvell, so you can't really say this at all. We're getting almost like squeeze action here on the SPY. Like, look at this. Like, this is almost like a don't chase moment. I almost don't like this going into the open, as if they're gonna rug us at 9:30.
Rug. Yeah, maybe. It's only up 0.5% right now, so we'll.
It's the way it's moving.
Yeah, we'll just wait to see. It did kind of start with Marvell, but yeah, it's still going higher there, even though Marvell is coming back a little bit. A name that I'm gonna have. I'm just getting the sticky note out right now to everybody. I still like Intel. So Intel down here at 95. This was the level when we came in this morning. This is what we talked about when we went live on air. I was like, this is where Lip Bhutan had bought his shares at 95 bucks. I guess, have those fly traps come in yet? I still see some flies rolling around right
They were landing on my head yesterday.
Yeah, wow. Okay.
They're all over the damn place.
Yeah, we're almost there. Get out of here. But anyways, yeah, I like Intel down there at 95. So that's kind of got going here as well as the whole space, as Neil was mentioning there. Some of the, I wrote on here, watch out for SOXL. If you want to just try to check something. And if you're watching Intel, if you're watching NVIDIA, anything in this space, if you're waiting for a pullback, let it happen in the broader market and then go over to some names and see if you can pick out some winners that you want right now. Target's having its call right now. We're going to go over all this, I imagine, but right now they're talking about tariff refunds and whatnot. So Target and I guess the conference call now on for TGT, but that wasn't bad there. Make sure you do click our link in description. You can get our watch list. I'm going to put the sticky note down in a couple of seconds. The watch list is there and load it up. Sharif's morning note is also available for just $5 a month, 20 cents a day. You're going to get everything you need all wrapped up into one little package there. So make sure you do grab that. Just go into our page, hit join for $5. Then you'll get that PDF sent. Well, you got to download it every day, but it's right there on the website. There it is right there, the morning research notes. So make sure you go check that out. Everything you need to know. And, that's what Joe and Sharif and Sia and everybody goes through on the midday. They go through some of the key stories. So if you do want to follow along, and even with what we're going to be talking about very soon, like you want the report on Target, it's all there, So definitely your one-stop shopping spot for your morning research is right here. The free watch list plus Sharif's morning note, virtually free.
By the way,
yep.
So for this move, I know there's no tweet, there's no story, there's no, I'm not seeing a headline that's causing it, but the 30-year this is the 30-year. You had a situation where you're at almost 2-decade highs on the US 30-year. You had the long-term bonds in Germany, France, and the UK all hit more than decade highs as well. So you have a lot going on in long-term rates that is they're tanking right now. So you could pull up, if you're as a trading vehicle, your TLT is going to be the 20, but like there you go, like it's breaking out as well. So there's the fundamentals are sort of supporting this move that we're seeing in the SPY, even if you're not necessarily seeing some kind of a crazy headline. Like you know what? There's no point speculating what's causing the move. We can just go over. But it was pointed out in the chat. It's like, yeah, we are seeing rates move pretty big, and maybe that's it. Maybe there's something technical going on. You get the drop in rates, and that's a good sign, because that's one of the bigger concerns out there. Is like, well, how long was can yields be up there and the market just continue to blast? But that is going to be a fantastic sign if that trend continues. So keep an eye. Like today, maybe don't care about like the VIX or whatever else you're using to look at the futures. You know, you want to keep an eye on treasuries if you want to look at it via TLT, or just maybe have the 30-year up there to see if it maintains that trend. That's going to be important. But here we go. Headline. Starting September 9th, U.S. Treasury will increase liquidity support. Buybacks is 10 to 20 in the 20 to 30-year bonds from $2 billion maximum to at least $4 billion per operation. Mm-hmm. Don't fight. Yeah.
That'll do it.
Okay.
That'll do it.
That'll do it.
Yeah, so obviously
that'll play.
As these rates
as they
fall,
say.
Become, just for those of you, just a little bit of interest rate 101. As the interest rates fall, you could probably look to TLT as well. I'm just guessing on this one as well. That's going the other way, because this is the TLT. So this is as the rates come back in, the price of the equity goes higher. But as this sort of happens, and Neil just showed you the 30 years. So as rates become a little bit more, on the downside, it becomes less attractive for cash, right? And so people will like to put their money to work back in the market. So, if you can get 4 or 5% on your money, you're more likely to do that. If you only get 3 or 4% on your money, you're more likely to maybe sit in equities, right? So that's kind of what that is showing you there. And that could be a reason as well, as you mentioned there, with Bitcoin, possibly going a little bit higher there, as well as risk assets, catch a bid. So there it goes. And then, even NVIDIA, we were saying about how they didn't really have the greatest of days yesterday, but they also really didn't get hit too hard. And there goes NVIDIA back up to 221 right now. Not falling too much, man. There, 227 all-time highs, weekly highs is what we're looking to break through there. 237 all-time highs coming for NVIDIA. So we'll have to wait to see if this market continues its upside play. Moderna kind of going to sleep a little bit right now. It's a good thing that we did get that small little trade off there to make this more back into 1-for-1 now. If it breaks 115, we're going to be out of Moderna. But all right, it's been a lot of us and not enough of them. I don't think we've even been back to Dara or Sharif. I don't know if it's been like
it's got busy.
It's almost been 50 minutes, I feel like, right there. Let's go back and see what they're up to at the desk.
We're going to talk some Amazon and some drone expansion. But before we get into that, I want to go over the story again here for the bond. So this came out, I think, a little bit before or around when we got that drop in USO. So very well could be probably why the market's moving higher here as well. Basically, as of September 9th, they're going to be, Treasury here is going to be increasing buybacks for the 10 to 20 year and the 20 to 30 year treasuries. They're going to be rising from $2 billion to at least $4 billion per operation. So that's the deal here. If I get any more details, I'll keep you posted, but that's a good look, and it's being viewed by some that I'm seeing on social media as potentially a way that these rate cuts can be factored in here for President Trump, rather, because we know that's what he wants. Let's take a look here before we, start the rundown in a couple minutes. AMZN and this drone expansion plan. Right now, this is lifting higher here with the whole market, but they do have a story of their own.
They do. They want to expand about 500 cities, towns by the year end. That's a 6-time increase from what they're servicing right now. But guys, it's a bit of a different take than they've approached this so far. So currently, they have, these isolated launch sites for their drones. We're talking about Lockford, California. We're talking about College Station, Texas. Those are some of the trial sites. So this new 500 city town expansion is going to operate a little bit differently. It's going to actually operate directly within their existing kind of same day delivery fulfillment centers and delivery stations. So they're not going to build these isolated drone stations. They're going to use the infrastructure they already have, assuming that saves costs. Also, the new type of drone, the MK30, what does that do? Well, it gives them better range. It gives them all-weather operation, light rain, higher temperatures, nighttime conditions. So we're talking about drone delivery, almost 24/7 here. But it will have a 40% reduction as well in noise, which has been some of the issues, especially in smaller towns. Strict 5-pound limit though, so not everything is going to be deliverable. We're talking about probably prescription meds, cosmetics, small electronics, think of like groceries, something along those lines. And then the unit cost economics here, it's not good. So they're doing this more from a convenience perspective because believe it or not, it costs them far more than actually sending a Flex driver or a Rivian EV ground route. So this is not profitable for them, but you got to assume it probably moves the needle with some of their customers.
Yeah, it's 8:59, so I guess right about now we'll get into starting with our watch list, which always starts with a look at the futures. We'll get into that in just a second, but yeah, a little bit of a pullback here in the SPY. Again, guys, in case you missed it, Treasury doubling long-dated bond buybacks from $2 to $4 billion per operation starting on September the 9th. How are the futures looking this morning?
Finding key support. We lost 770 briefly yesterday. As you can see on the chart here, we are above it right now, but we did find support right at that level we spoke about. 767.5 was kind of the midpoint between 765 and 770, and that's exactly where we found support for almost here. It looks to be like 5 4-hour candles. So first level of resistance is going to be 772.5. Halfway between 770 and 775. If we really do catch a bid for whatever reason, we're looking at that former area of resistance, 775 as resistance level 1.
And right now we're looking at our free Trader TV Live watch list. This watch list has a look at the tickers that are making moves, news that could be in focus, items on watch that are going to be happening throughout the day, and of course, economic data that's in focus. You can find all of that again for free. You can either type that URL that you see right there, or you can hit the link in the description. Either or, it'll get you that free watch list. Now, at the top of the free watch list, and at the top of, I think, a lot of traders' minds here, MRNA. This is a really positive story here for Moderna with Merck. This cancer drug here, combined with Keytruda, found really positive results for specifically 2 endpoints were met. Yeah,
historic trial here. The first time ever a cancer vaccine has had a phase 3 success. Good look for them. We already talked about some of the details in the morning. This was not the first time around they had submitted it for the FDA for approval. They had done so back in 24 when it was still a phase 2 drug. They were rebuffed at the time. They held on to their convictions, and here we are. They're going to submit it again now. But it is hyper-personalized, basically a 34 target payload. So this is not coming off the production line on a standard unit. It is going to be customized to the type of cancer the individual has. That could hurt in terms of costs and delays. And then last but not least, toxicity was well tolerated, especially as you compare it to some of the sister drugs here, Keytruda. One as well. 44% toleration here with, 45.5% for this new drug relative to the 44% toleration for Keytruda.
How do you guys feel about MRNA? Are you guys looking to take a dose of this stock? Sean, I know you were already involved.
I mean, thankfully you don't need a dose for anything that they're dealing with right now. But yeah, I mean, it's a good look and good pun there. But we're just, I wrote it down already on the note today, right? I mean, just been pretty busy here, going over stuff. We didn't have our guests there today, but I just said 115, should hold. So we're going to wait to see if that is the case. That's where VWAP is, pretty happy to see if that one, winds up holding there. So I'm going to try to stop out if we break below the 115 mark. And I know that there is some, gathering there around, did get as low as 112 or 113 there. We actually had some of those fills. But yeah, just basically a break there of 115. I think I don't need to play VWAP as, a specific level. This is going to just be somewhere where we've sort of bought it up here at 116, 117. So we'll try another little bid right here. And then if we drop through 115, then we'll stop out of Marvell. I almost said again, out of Moderna. So just not trading it like very heavily here in the pre-market. You just got to make sure that you are okay with the amount of shares, that you have, and, just trying to massage it a little bit here. If it holds, it holds. But up 85%. I mean, we sort of said it before. It's very difficult to judge, what exactly this is going to mean to the end of the day pricing of this stock. I mean, I feel like once options really get involved in this, we could see this name really hit to the upside there, as people will probably run in, I feel like anyways, just like those meme days, and just start to buy up some of those calls, and that would create a squeeze. So That's what I'm looking for here early. You know what we didn't actually...
And they report next week.
That's what I was going to say. We didn't actually look down at, well, they should have a good report, I would think. I didn't look to see there what Moderna's shortfall.
Oh, it's tiny. It's only 5% now.
Is it
used to be...
I feel like it's probably more. Well, we have 15 right here on Benzinga. Yeah, so 15% short right now for Moderna.
I have Moderna up. It says 4.8.
I don't know. This is Moderna right here. Common stock 117.50.
Get it together, Benzinga.
Just reload your page, or maybe I have to. But yeah, so 16% short float, I think does obviously help this move higher. It makes sense why people would be short. I mean, there it is right there. We just took another. We just went long at 117.20 there to average in. So far so good on that one as it breaks back up through 118. But no, I was going to say, like, anybody that knew these trials were sort of ongoing or potential release of data there, I guess if they missed or if it was not as well received, I don't think we would have been down 87%, but definitely a name to watch out for here. As we just did what we wanted to do there. Buy some 117s, hold it against 115, get a little piece out as it continues to climb higher. So I'm at 118.75s. If that fills, then that's basically our 1-to-1, and then we'll see if we can get a smoke show once this market opens back up. So I like Moderna here. Why not?
Well, it's riding VWAP pretty hard. If it loses a volume weighted average price off the open range, I want to look for the short. I don't think this is nothing to do with VKTX, but in the back of my mind, I will never forget this one. And because I was like involved when this happened on Viking, and it was probably the luckiest exit of my entire like trading investing career, because it was a known trial result and it was trending up into it. It legitimately spiked from 40 to 65 in the pre. By the end of the day, it was at $25 down. I don't think Moderna's going to have anything like that. Moderna's not going red. It's not going to completely give this up. This is way too big of a deal. But I just feel like the profit takers could end up coming into this. And if they do, it's going to be all about that. It's showing you that VWAP is the hold level. So if it fails underneath VWAP and starts closing bars underneath, I think it's a place to play. Right now, that's 115, but that could easily trade. If anyone that's wondering about this EVAC stock, basically it ran on the news, just to go over it. It ran on the headline from Moderna and then just immediately started giving it up. Didn't really get to look at it soon enough, because by the time I realized, oh, this thing is dying, but I just want to be short this as it's got a bit of a flat bottom break on the daily. So I'm playing it off at this 3 level. If it breaks 20s, I want to be out. But yeah, Moderna, this is probably a stock that is it'll do so much volume today that you want to be open-minded with it. So VWAP's showing the level right now. My preference would be to be short it this far up. So that means not touching it until the open. A story that seemed like it was going to be one of the bigger ones today, but has gone to the wayside after this Marvell. By the way, Marvell made another high, is going to be NBIS offering.
I think it's still more Nebius here, given the size of this move to the downside and the speed of it when it first came out, again, around 7:40 a.m. today. So NBIS here coming out and announcing a private offering of convertible senior notes in 2 series. It's going to be valued cumulatively at $4.5 billion.
With an upsize of $5.175 billion. Let's talk about this. So the initial ones here, 2.75 due 2030, 1.75 due 2034. However, there is a green shoe option here. So initial purchasers, they have a 13-day over allotment option to buy another $375 million. That's in 2030, and they can buy another $300 million in 2034 if exercised. All of the options, $5.175 billion would be the raise. However, it's a 10-year maturity. So what is that? So essentially, what you're going to have here is a debt that lasts longer than the usability of the GPU. That is not smart. No redemption buffer prior to 2028 as well, so you can't call or redeem the notes early. 2030 notes locked into February 28, 2034 notes locked into August 28, unless the prices surge past a very strict 130 to 150% conversion thresholds. Last but not least, the settlement options. The notes they offer flexible settlement mechanisms. You can get them in cash, get them in Class A shares, or hybrid ADR.
How are you two viewing the neoclouds this morning?
My somewhat concern with this NBIS bounce, like a lot of times, like your thought is, okay, you get an offering or whatever it might be in this situation like this, and you look for it to find a bit of a base because it's going to sell off. You find a base, and then you work off of that. It's like you sort of reprice what we think the stock is worth, and it can be small caps, big caps, and then you get a bit of a bounce. That said, well, you got to figure that most of the reason why NBIS just bounced was this move by the U.S. Treasury to support the long end of the bonds, and it's just following the market to the upside. And if that's really the case, that's all like the real extension that we got to bust this through the volume weighted average price. If that's true, I don't know how much I'd like the relief rally here. Like this one sets, if it's not above 245, if you're not breaking out above 245, then I don't want to consider this relief legitimate just yet on NBIS. And it almost still sets up as a bit of a short. Like today, like I had it pretty, like my list is pretty simple. Oh yeah, I'm missing a little bit of data on SMCI. I got SMCI on the list because a couple of days ago it faded 40 and then it had rejected 39. And then yesterday it rejected 38 for a good short. So I'm just looking at those even dollars. It's at 37 already with this market move up, and I wouldn't want to fight it there. But if we get to 38, I feel like at SMCI I would look for the short side of the trade. I'm not. There's probably, if we get a sustained rally because of this Treasury story, I feel that NBIS could be risky because they're the one name that has negative news.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I was just looking at the move back that NBIS had and how impressive that was. We did. I pulled my 118. We took a basically 120. We took 118, 119.80s there. It does go as high as 121, 122 there on a 117 reload. So that was $5 there in the money again, but we didn't take it, which we should have, right back up there to the 25 period moving average. So let's see. I'm going to rate at 122 again, see if we can get some for Moderna. I actually like CoreWeave just a little bit better, only because it's going this way with the market now, and you are trying to bounce off of, again, if we're talking about the NeoCloud, you are trying to bounce off of the 50 period moving average, and you are right at the 200 period. So you guys remember a couple of days ago, we were long and short on CoreWeave on its earnings, and it was a nice move higher. Then it fell back in. There was some deal news or something. And I obviously wasn't here yesterday, but that was a nice fall from 105 down into 90 yesterday. So what a huge move on CoreWeave. You can definitely get some bidding going on here. I'd like to see it break through 85 before we actually get like negative on this stock. So I'm going to stay positive. So if we do get a dip down in, I mean, it's $94 today. I don't think we're going to get too far back, but you know, generally speaking, looking for a trend spot. This is your 5 minute chart, and this is a 200 period moving average. If I can stumble that out, that's at 100. So if the market does continue to run higher there, why not look for a little bit of a short in between like 100 to like 102? That gap fill goes all the way to 106. We talked about that, just mentioning that from what we were talking about earlier on this week. And then there's the move back in. So yeah, looking to see if we can, you know, make its way back up to $100, run into this 200 period moving average, and then maybe look for a short there on CoreWeave. So yeah, I really like it. If you get anything back in around 90, we'll take that as well. But I'm not sure that's going to come in today for CRWV. But yeah, you know, the cloud names continue to be pretty hot names to trade. I mean, the moves that you can get on these names have been absolutely ridiculous. So yeah, nice move there on CoreWeave, and the negative story there for NBIS. But I still think NBIS goes higher on the broader market today.
Yeah, at least on the surface here, it looks like Target hit the bullseye with this Q2 report. You had EPS beat, sales beat, and a guidance raise. But the stock, pretty tepid performance here on this report, Sharif.
Well, there's a reason. It's distorted. So let's first talk about the actual numbers. Q2 earnings beat $26.5 billion in revenue. Net sales, that's a good look there. 5% year over year, 5.3% year over year growth there. And their comparable sales up 3.8% versus the 2.4. But let's dig into this a little bit deeper. Let's look at EPS. EPS on the top, or at least superficially, came in at $4.11, but it was heavily buffered by about $1.65 worth of tariff-related refunds. So if you strip that out, it grew nicely, 20% to $2.46, but that's markedly lower than $4.11. So let's not get it twisted. Also, traffic, not the price of the ticket, is what's driving up sales here. So that's where the comps is. Juxtapose that to yesterday when we spoke about Home Depot, where we talked about the average price per item because of inflation going up. So the comp sales were distorted in that way. No, in this case, it's the opposite. It's more foot traffic coming in, and the ticket price just grew by 0.2%. Not a big look there. but non-merchandise monetization outpaced core retail growth. What am I talking about? I'm talking about their ad business. They call that the Roundel app network. I'm also talking about Target 360, which is a subscription, as well as Target Plus third-party marketplace, kind of taking a page out of Amazon and Walmart's book there, where they are allowing third-party resellers to sell on their network. They're making money off that. Good look there. But digital comps is really what stood out to me here, guys. 25% year-over-year bump in digital comps. When we look at the foot store traffic here, it's almost quadruple that size, Adara, and a lot of it was driven by that Target 360. It's called drive up and pick up, essentially same-day delivery. That grew by 25% year-over-year.
Yeah, the ads and delivery elements of this report really stand out. Sean, I know that you are a long-term holder of Target, I believe, and I know you've been really pro-Target. How do you feel about this name today? And even in a long-term perspective, how do you feel about Target?
I like it. But I actually, this Moderna is really going off right now, up to 123.50. So we're now $6.50 in the money on this one. But yeah, no, Adara, look, I mean, I've liked it because I just was looking at it before and I was like, this thing has a dividend. And, you know, and I posted it up, I think it was in October. I keep showing the tweet about it. And it was at record low valuations. Its PE was like, I mean, let me see what it is even today with this move higher. This PE was like in the low teens or something like that. Yeah, see, like right now it's only 20 and 18. You know, so back when this stock was an $80 name and we liked it, yeah. I have to admit it, we talked about it live on the show here. We didn't get out the first time. It broke through to 125, went up to 130. When it came back in right there and was hovering around this 50-period moving average, I did get out of 75% of the trade because we were long down here at 80, and I was just like, you know what, want to get into some more cash and to buy who knows what. Whatever I bought at this time is probably down right now. Should just held on to some Target. But yeah, we still got a piece of the pie here. I like the numbers. I mean, wow, we just got 125 right now on Moderna. Just ripped right there, $7 on that one. It's hard, sometimes a little bit hard for me to focus when we're trading in the pre-market here, but hey, it's kind of a news/trading show anyways. So, but there it goes. Again, like the stock. I don't really know if we're going to trade it here today again. Good numbers, obviously, as Adair just mentioned, they a little bit of talk about tariffs there, wondering how that's eventually going to hit the name. And then we did have bad retail numbers last week, but we wait for, again, Home Depot, Walmart. Walmart is tomorrow. Did Home Depot report yesterday? I can't.
Yeah, we had a
yeah.
That was very.
Yeah, it wasn't much going on there, but I actually really like Home Depot as well. So that could be. I guess lunch.
They had
lunch.
Concerns.
Feels like it might be lunch at this time, but breakfast has now arrived, and the Banana Man has arrived as well. Randy shops at Home Depot. I'm certain of that. Right there, but none of us shop.
But people weren't doing bigger products. That's the problem.
Yeah. Your kid works at Home Depot.
Oh, there you go.
Throw down the, get some of the, the deals over here then, Randy, those percent. Do employees get anything there?
Of course they. No?
Not really. Yeah, I didn't.
Oh.
There's a story behind that.
Okay. So I like Target. I think it still continues to work. We'll wait out for Walmart. And there's the trade right here. This is why you got to have these offers out. Like that's 124.50. That's back-to-back times. We had gotten 124.50 before it dropping back down right now. So I only have 20% left of this trade, 20, 40, 60, 80. So, out on the way back up. But wow, was that ever a dip by there at 117, man. Like, okay, right there for Moderna. But so far so good there. I really like the Target, but more work needs to be done. This banana is looking really tasty right now.
Yeah, because I haven't had any breakfast yet. But look, Target. My concern with Target is more what's going on everywhere else. Like the big ramp up that we've had, you're seeing money flow into the metals right now. Gold is breaking out, silver is breaking out, the SPY is breaking out, all the tech names are back, Marvell's going on its own story. And to that extent, it kind of makes you wonder, well, if an earnings name has been rallying going into earnings and we're getting a rotation to put some risk back on, like a sort of a safer retail name might not be able to catch the kind of bid that it normally would in this environment. So I'd stay away from Target today. There's bigger dynamics at work. And as we were saying, someone was asking, look at gold. Oh, this is why we like the miners. Didn't really get any individual names from Raheem. We haven't had Raheem on since we were asking about it, but GDX, the miners, are breaking out. Look at that 200 period. This is what we like, the 200 period moving average. That's breaking out. Gold, silver, off the back of this treasury story, are absolutely flying around. US dollars getting smacked. And hey, another positive story. So it's really only NBIS that's the negative story here, because buybacks, we like them, SK Hynix.
Mm-hmm.
Let's talk about this buyback here, because this is pretty interesting. And I was seeing actually apparently a record here for this company, and perhaps even all of South Korea, SKHY. $29 billion buyback and cancel here for treasury shares.
Yeah, absolutely. About 40 trillion yuan, about $29 billion, as Adair mentioned there, of treasury shares. Rather than spreading that $29 billion over like several years, which a lot of companies do, actually the board here was pretty strict. They mandated a 90-day window to retire. How many shares? 24 million shares. Essentially, the window is August 20th to the 19th of November. Well, they'll have to buy those back. So that keeps a bit of a price floor on the price there. You're also going to have, another dilutive aspect. So this is anti-dilutive, right? But what they've reached an agreement with the board and management with the union is they're actually going to pay some of their employees in shares. And they're going to do that going forward. So you're going to have a sort of a counteracting of this anti-dilutive share buyback. Last but not least, you're going to have a change in free cash flow, right? You got to find the money from somewhere here. So their free cash flow has markedly changed. They're guiding 2025 to 2027 capital return policy from within 50% of cumulative free cash flow to over 50% Adara. So money's got to come from somewhere.
And I want to mention as well, too, money's not just going into SKHY, at least from like a U.S. trading perspective here pre-market. You've got other memory names like SanDisk to the upside right now, Micron poised to open higher, DRAM, I guess that's the sector look. This is near pre-market highs. So there are other ways to trade this memory story beyond SKHY.
Oh, 100%. And usually it'll be DRAM. Look, DRAM tried to go off the open yesterday. It was pretty successful, at least for the first 50 penny move, and then it was a simple reverse short. That ended up going even further than I would have expected. And that high from yesterday is sitting $57.50. You can look at the 15, and anybody pulling up this chart can see the gap above 57.5. And we ran right there on this treasury story and on the back. I mean, early on it was gapped up because of SK Hynix. This move is not because of the SK Hynix buyback. This is because of the treasury story that we just got. So 57.5. If it doesn't break this level off of the open, I think we're in pullback mode. I don't believe chasing this move up makes a ton of sense. Keep an eye on the USD, keep an eye on the 30-year, or you can look at TLT, because if that gets a reverse, then we're going to retest some of this support level. Obviously, 55 might not be a deal anymore because we have that gap up. So I'd be looking at the 56 level and VWAP. No break of 57.5, then you got to wait potentially for some dips here on DRAM. That's where I'm going to be executing again.
All right, so for me on SK Hynix, I'll sort of take the other side. I kind of think this one is worth trying to maybe chase this top a little bit here. Such a wild name, right? I mean, this name can run, $10 in a blink of an eye, really. So this is great news. I mean, taking back some shares. I mean, that's exactly kind of the thing that we like to hear. But for me, it needs to go a little bit more than where we are right now. I mean, this I have a little bit of a longer time frame here showing into yesterday's trade for SK Hynix. I was like, this 166 is kind of interesting, 167 there. But then I kind of like, you're going to run into what was happening yesterday at 170. So I like the long. It's just I can't really find a spot that I really think is like a break. And so I was looking at this 68 level, maybe to break that long. Then I think you get $2 into 70, and then maybe there's a problem there. It's pretty violent off the open for sure. It's gonna be spready. So yeah, you might punch the top and then get hit back down for $3 or $4. So it's just a risky trade. There's not like one clear break zone for me here on SK Hynix. So I love the story. I think it's a huge long, and I'm just looking for where to go. I mean, why not just play that dip at 160? Well, I'll answer my own question is because then you're underneath VWAP and then the pressure starts coming on that stock. But if you do rinse down, let's just wait to see what the imbalances are in 2 minutes. I think you could buy a 160 right into there, So 160 for SK Hynix should be a level that, I look at. So, we'll take a shot there, SK Hynix 160. And I think we'll look back and probably wonder why we didn't punch that 168 long, but for now, the spread is actually pretty decent. Maybe we'll just keep this on our side burner there and figure out what the story is with SK Hynix there early on. But again, like the stock, I think it's a screaming long, and just trying to find out a space to do that. And we'll be on it today for sure. SKHY.
Let's talk about another name that I'm sure a lot of traders will be watching today, and one of the top names mentioned in our chat so far by the ticker. It's Marvell Technology, MRVL. This name is trading sharply higher and actually still at pre-market highs. They announced this agreement with Google via a filing, and they also announced they issued some warrants to Google to purchase up to just under 59 million shares.
Yeah, so a lot of details. Let's get right down to them, and we have some time to come in. So right away, 1.36 million shares is going to be bought within 1 year. So that leaves about 57.6 million shares, warrants, okay, warrant shares that they're going to vest, if they vest at all, across 240 tranches, with each tranche requiring $500 million in cumulative purchases by Google from Marvell. To fully earn the shares, Google has to generate for Marvell $120 billion in custom product revenue through 2023. It's a big milestone. There's more. The strike price here, very clever here by Marvell. They actually have the strike price at higher than market value at the time, of course, of the announcement. It could go higher. So $206.58. That would, if fully vested, require Google to give Marvell $12.18 billion in cash, in addition to actually getting the shares as well. Now, what the deal here is, it's targeting TPUs. So we spoke about Marvell early in the year, kind of leaving custom ASICs for the more, higher margin and more in demand optical networking. That's going to change in this particular instance. They're going to be doing AI inference. They're going to be doing storage controllers. They're going to do network interface and near memory compute. And then, of course, dilution. You issue this many shares, there's a potential to dilute your shareholder pool if fully exercised. The shareholder pool would be diluted by 6.7%, and it would make Google one of the largest investors and holders of Marvell shares out there. And this looks awfully similar to the 2024 deal that they had with AWS. So they did a very similar thing. It was late 24. They gave them a warrant arrangement specifically for AWS in that kind of staggered way that they're doing it with Google here. So not new for Marvell.
Yeah, and I think the TPU element, though, might have led to this drop for AVGO. This stock dropped sharply just as Marvell popped on this Google deal. So sort of a reverse sympathy play also in focus for AVGO if you prefer looking at the short side of this versus that epic long on Marvell. Another name that I know Sean has been very bullish about. How do you and Neil feel about Marvell this morning?
Okay, thanks for the throw over here again. But I've always felt pretty bullish about Marvell. But the thing is that it's giving me a heart attack because it's very, very aggressive almost every day. It was up or down 6% the last 2 days. And now today, finally now, as Chief just mentioned, now Google, one of the large investors, holders now, in the public companies of Marvell. So I really think I like that. I really like Google. I think they will let them vest, and just hopefully, we do get a climb upside now on Marvell, on positive. They must be doing something right to get this kind of a deal there with Google. So, for me as an investor, yeah, man, it's really nice to see. I'll be really happy checking the account today as Marvell probably climbing upside once again, into one of the top holdings. So I think I'm going to trim a little bit of it. I've been nervous, just like I've been saying about Meta when Meta had that move higher. And I was like, oh man, we should have got out of some Meta there because just felt like the space was maybe a little oversaturated. And the reason why I talk about this kind of stuff is, and it's not always a PE story, and I know Broadcom's getting kicked in the face right now, but why not make the switch? Broadcom's forward PE is 20, okay? Marvell, and it's not always has to be a PE story, but their forward PE is 53. So they're more than double on the P price to earnings as far as expensive stocks go. So yeah, Marvell, really nice day today. Obviously not something that was expected, but yeah, I would say you always want to play back to VWAP, but look at that. It just went from 247 down to 240 there. So this is what I mean about giving you a heart attack. That, if you're even holding 100 shares in your own personal account right there, which is, I guess, a decent position, you just lost $700 right there in 2 minutes. So it's just it's pretty violent. So just be careful with Marvell today. I'm not exactly sure what the long story will be here because it's already up 11%.
Yeah.
So I think you got to play the pullback. And I only look for 200 periods, which is just way too far right now. So 222 not going to play, and I definitely don't want to sit at VWAP. But I think VWAP is going to be important because right now it's aligning with this 238. So yeah, I like VWAP down here for Marvell, but definitely a risky business to trade.
I can
today.
see them selling under the VWAP. If you zoom out to the 15-minute, there's a 234 level. That's about it for support up here. So if it dropping $6 probably isn't that crazy. There were some imbalances. We'll get to Super Chat, but there were some imbalances. With small cell gone now on Moderna. It was 450,000. Merck is a growing buy of 340,000. iBit to sell of 400,000. That's right at 65K Bitcoin. SLC, just hypothetically speaking, if you had the YOLO, one high risk, high reward stock, which one would you pick? Keep up the great work. You've become my #1 favorite host to follow. We appreciate you. I don't know. Pick something in the biotech space. I don't know.
Yeah.
Anytime you have a story like this moving Moderna, there's probably everyone's scouring for what the next biopharma big runner could be. So I mean, there's plenty of things that are shot plays. CRISPR is something like that. Viking Therapeutics is always, and those are the first two that come to mind that are even remotely related. But we have not talked about a certain name, which is crazy talk, because we always do. And with only 10 seconds to go, SpaceX, oh, great chart. Okay, there we go. Thank you, SpaceX. SpaceX is right at that 146 high from yesterday. That was the only place it was worth it to short. So if it does an immediate fail of that level, like pop and fail, I would be looking for the south side. Got to VWAP and back. DRAM, this is why we don't chase. There's the sell. Immediately, the market's coming back in. Whoa, DRAM just got smacked. I guess a bunch of things just got smacked. You're already back into the volume weighted average price here on DRAM.
Yeah, we just got a bid there at 117 and out at 120, so another $3 there. But remember, if this breaks 115, we're out right now on Moderna. But we take advantage of that early little run up there here it goes. It's going to break in MRNA. So here it comes. Watch out for, 115, my hands are already off. So I'm just making sure that order is in there. So here comes the break. We did take another shot there. Glad we got out of a decent spot there when it ripped up to 120. That was an instant $3. So watching out for Moderna. If it breaks 115, we're going to get out. That might be signaling a short. I just realized I didn't pay for shorts on this one. So I don't know if that is.
They're free.
Oh, they're free. Okay, good.
Yeah.
So I was going to say that could be the break the other way there on MRNA, but let's go. Yeah, there it goes. This is bouncing. Okay, did it even break there? I don't know.
No.
But we got out. Well, I don't know. I got out. So there it goes, breaking back down below. So
my quote's
we
way
got
off.
out just shy of 115 there. So not bad on that one. But yeah, Moderna there. I guess that last little tranche basically flat. Take $3 winner, take $2 loser. So that's happening. And then we also said that Marvell would be a little bit of a risky trade to start with, and there it goes. That's falling back in as well. So just waiting for Intel and watching some more Moderna at this point.
Yeah, same thing. Well, sort of the same thing. I didn't really see it break down, but it didn't hold under VWAP anyways. It bounced off VWAP on Moderna. You didn't quite get down to that support on DRAM. This might end up just being a break through that top, because we didn't get the dip into the pre-market low. So just going to get my stop order locked and loaded, just in case DRAM wants to go for a bit of a jump
Moderna.
To the upside. Yeah, I didn't see it actually break down underneath, but that could have just been my quote.
No, it did.
It hasn't. Yeah, it looks like it wicked it, but we haven't really lost the volume weighted average price on it just yet. Going back over to SpaceX, while we got distracted by that potential break, SpaceX decided to drop $3. So yeah. Well, I guess it did fail.
Oh, it did, SpaceX? Okay, I like SpaceX. Yeah, we got back. Oh, yeah, right into
dying.
one. Yeah, so we just reloaded, by the way, on Moderna. So there it goes, man. And yeah, we basically picked the bottom there. And yeah, welcome to my life. What else are we supposed to do? But we get back in right now. We can turn Moderna into Greensville, of course. But yeah, it did. We played it. I thought it did break. I'm going to put my order in now. I saw it break right on my screen. So 114.40. There it is. We get a 120 fill. Let's go. We'll go 114 now, 115 Aussie out, as we're now back in the money here on MRNA, as we bought the 117s back one more time. So just trying to make it 1-for-1. It could wind up being a losing trade if it does break back down below, but now we're playing with with house money. I was going to say firm capital right there. 121. I'm going to put a 121.50 order out. As I said, you never know when never know when you're going to get filled right there. And there it goes. Nice little move there. Now $5 back in the money as Moderna. Look, that's twice now we've gotten sort of stopped out at those lows, but never fear. The traders are here as we get right back in that and now rip that upside. So good little trade there on Moderna. Let's just go see if anything else is battling backside. But yeah, good little dip buy there. And look, if you're wondering about that level, I only have a few names here on the sticky note today, and one of them is Moderna right there at 115. That just gave you $7 to the long side right there. So far so good on Moderna. Let's just see if it can wind up holding some of those bids.
Yeah, well, the bids are good on Moderna because you're not holding bids on DRAM. As soon as I put the breakout order in, we're headed lower here, so you're still heading to the downside. You know, the NASDAQ, ES, both coming back off. Remember, it was all about treasuries. This was the entire move was about treasuries to the upside, and you're sort of seeing them hold on. So it still feels like, to me, like TLT is a 20-year. The story, if you're just tuning in now, U.S. Treasury supporting the long end, the 20s and the 30s, because obviously they were at some all-time highs or some 20-year highs, and that's putting some pressure on yields, which is good for the bonds themselves. But if we don't lose this bid, I still think the long should be on. Once you lose it, I'm punching short SMCI, because that's the name that I like to the south side underneath the 38 level. And yeah, I mean, Moderna doesn't want to break the 115. I only want to be short Moderna, so I probably will not touch it until it's underneath and losing that 115 level. So it's just going to be DRAM. And I'm still in that EV. This was the sympathy play to Moderna. In my opinion, stocks should only run when they have news. So it died. I'm just short, looking for the LOD here. It's down, just trying to get filled in the 80, and then 70s is the actual low. That's a bit of a dumpster fire in the daily chart. Yeah, I guess we're not going long DRAM. That just broke VWAP and is dying here.
Yeah, everything's getting hit right now, I feel like. Oops, what was that? SpaceX. Oh, I got long Intel. Okay, so I'm long SpaceX right here at 141.50. We'll try it. I'm going to see if we can get something out. A little upside right now. It's 30 cents. There it is. So we take 50 cents right there on SpaceX, you know, the one that I love to trade. And then we do have another fill here that's I'm not loving right now, and that is this trade on Intel as it just falls back into 95. I mean, this was a level that I thought we liked down here. So again, it's 935. We always say we don't want to get railroaded. So we take a little piece there at the 200 period moving average at 96.20s. Then we just got a little bit more down there at 95.50. I was actually waiting for 95.50. It bounces clean off of me. So I take some 60s there. We'll wait for a 95.50. Actually, you know what? Now we can cancel that. Let's go a little bit lower. Let's go to 95, like 25s here. And then just, okay. And look out for this low break. If this breaks 94.50, let's get out and we'll just sort of bleed the rest of the way down here on Intel. We're going to try the long right now. It's really come back in. We said this 95 level was a Lip Bhutan buy zone. So we'll see if he wants to represent that one. But here it goes, man. Yeah, spin the money around for SpaceX. Spin the money around and around for Moderna as well. Nice little level there for SpaceX, 142.50. You know, we're back into that name there. I'm sure there was a lot of trading of this yesterday as well. But for right now, SpaceX up to 142, just a couple outs there. Now it looks like we will take the L. Well, who knows? On Intel, that's okay. Getting weaker, right? I mean, the market's falling back in. I can only imagine that our boy Marvell is probably falling. 237, a little bit better. But yeah, right now, everything a little weaker, especially this Intel. Wow. What was the story yesterday with Intel? Because remember, got really hit there. It looks like we'll mess this one up.
I feel like it was just technical, to be honest, with Intel, but go ahead.
The story yesterday, the day before, Lip Bhutan bought a whole bunch of shares.
Exactly.
Yeah. So that's basically what I was trying to, okay, there it goes. That's basically what I was trying to play off of there. But Intel, we had one unit. So, you know, losing at the end of the day, they're 94.50s. It does kind of suck. But we'll get back into this name if it does battle itself back off of those levels. But there it goes right now, Intel. We can check out SKHY. We were saying like we didn't really have a level here for this. So as the rest of the market falls, so does SK Hynix. Right now. But yeah, Intel out there at 94.50. Give me a reason to get back in and I will. But for right now, it's wait and see on Intel.
It's pure bleed everywhere. I'm trying to find where there might be a kernel of relative strength. For a second there, that was actually true in Bitcoin. It's no longer true. That's even under VWAP. I'm trying not to rush. DRAM is still falling. Remember I said we're probably not going to get back to those closing prices? Yeah, 55. We're like $1 away on DRAM. Let's just dropped a couple of bucks in here, and all of the memory names are getting absolutely smoked. So if you're looking to buy the dips, you're still waiting patiently. Otherwise, you're probably getting absolutely smoked buying any of these dips. But IBIT looks a little bit better, so I'll probably end up there first because this can hold on to 36.7, which is support, or regain VWAP, and then I can finally punch long into something.
All right. Here it is, man. $8 now in the money. So Solar Tech, man. I guess this is what you're referring to because it wouldn't be the Intel trade, but you're welcome today for all the help. If you're trading with me anyways, I guess that's what you meant. But there goes 126 now for Moderna. We're long. This could be, well, it's $8 now. Nice little move higher there. Yeah, let's just put an offer now. 120. Let's go to 126 flat. All right, if it takes it, good. And then, you know, that's been the high. Let's go. All right, so there goes Moderna right now. Wake up, everybody. Moderna now kicking upside into that level. So we just got a little piece out there at 126. We'll hold just a bit. And as that happens, we go flashy as we take a little bit out there and then basically out there. Well, actually, we got one. What price did we even get there on the way back? Okay, we got a good price. 140.98 there. So no real slippage on that stop out. So we take 50 cents on a little bit, lose. So we will be red on this stock, but it's, again, a cup of coffee. And, you know, we'll take the $9 and so here on Moderna. Intel was the one that just, you know, fell against us there. So we'll go basically, well, SpaceX and Moderna are, we'll be red on the day so far because of this Intel trade, but we'll wait to see if we can get some money back on INTC. It looks like the market is falling quite nicely, and I do want to look at the futures at some point here, trying to get into VWAP again. Just took, well, maybe not, just took down that 200 period moving average right now on the TQQs on the 1 minute chart. So definitely a spot to maybe think about here. But yeah, the bleed is good on the NASDAQ so far.
I mean, TLT's bouncing off of VWAP, which I thought maybe that was going to give us some kind of a reprieve, but it's not happening. So again, I want to be trying to find a place to buy the dip, but it doesn't seem like this is the time just yet. That was the first shot, would have been if TLT bounces off VWAP and then you get something that's relatively strong, but IBIT is still not reclaimed the volume weighted average price. The memory names are still getting smoked. Like DRAM hasn't had a green candle. SK Hynix, which led the way, that's still falling precipitously. So like really, you can't really be fighting anything trying to grab the long here. You're just going to be getting smoked. My guess is you probably have Apple having a good morning if we're going to load up here. Yeah, Apple's chart's so good it actually wants to delay having a look at it. So when the market is weak and chip names come back in, Apple's still going to be strong. But now you have a bottoming tail in DRAM. This might be the first chance. First time I actually saw buyers come into DRAM just now. So they're looking pretty good here. It just spiked through, goes all the way to the pre-market low. And, well, not pre-market low, I should say pre-market support. Pre-market support levels, because pre-market's at like 4:30, and we start our charts at like 6. So I'm going to give it to the low. If we make a fresh low, then we just get out of this thing and accept that maybe we're too early on any dip buys. How many times have we seen it when the market dips off the open and the long sometimes is like after 10 o'clock? So even now feels like 10 minutes in could be early.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not even sure what to say right now about Moderna. We wrote down 115 there today. And I mean, this level has just been just all about it. So that 115 is now held a couple times. So yeah, man, I definitely am liking life here on Moderna. Now $10 in on MRNA. So sorry, $11 in now on Moderna as it's going upside right now. We did take a little bit of a shot in the TQQ, so we have half a unit right now. We'll try to get a little bit more if we come back into 72 there, just to see if there is some get up back into the name right there. TQQs, that is your back to the futures play. So we are now in that one. I almost bought some more 94s there, or got back in, sorry, to Intel at 94, and then it kind of whooshed down. So I was like, oh, thankfully I didn't do that. But yeah, this one could be finding a base now in around 94. That washout bottom could be something on Intel, or it could not. But I'm choosing the futures. So Pikachu, I choose you down in and around these levels, and we'll just see if we can continue to sort of dip by something around that 150 marker. And then if we get anything down into 72, that's something for sure that I want to look at. But I'm just going to hold, man. We have 10% left of Moderna. I don't have very much. Let's just see if we can break through some of those highs on MRNA. So far, So far, so good, I guess, on that stock. But yeah, and then there goes the TQs on a little bit of a reload. Let's just take a piece out at 65, and there it is. We'll take that now. As it's getting a little bit better here, TQs to the upside. We'll see if we can hold that for a little bit of an extended period of time now. As we take the bottoms up into the 200 period moving average, let's see if it wants to work out. Maybe the Nasdaq has bottomed temporarily.
Yeah, hopefully. I mean,
SpaceX, nice.
First green candles is sometimes that's the way to go. If it's all red, you buy on the first green candle. And it looks like we might get a chance to get to VWAP on DRAM. Micron, those names going to look pretty darn good. You know what, if we're just going to V-shape it, I don't want to sit on the offer and get completely run over. If we reject VWAP, I'll jump out and reload it off of the lows. I think that's going to be the play. I might have missed my shot at IBIT while getting into DRAM, so I don't want to chase it too far. I'm going to park on the bid just at the mid here. You're back above 65,000 on Bitcoin, which doesn't sound like much off of the lows, but believe me, considering how bad Bitcoin has been, it's actually pretty darn good that we're holding that 65K level. So I'm going to try to get long in front of it before this sucker breaks out, because if we head back to the highs, it almost seems like you just rinse a bunch of people out off of that open, but the same story is still true. You know, in 5 minutes, it's not like the U.S. Treasury is not doing what they said they were going to do. The story's still there underlying and should be giving a bid to this market.
Yeah, so we're, yeah, I agree. So that's why, I mean, we're long right now, we're long in the futures, and it's starting to work out, so we're making some money back there off that Intel dip opportunity. What's up, Fabian? Yeah, there's a nice move, 72.40, 72.50s, back up to the upside. I did see where we were up to $3,500 right there.
Yeah,
So do
cross
click.
that.
I don't see the link in the chat.
We crushed yesterday. You guys were so generous.
Yeah, I saw that.
That was
was
unbelievable.
Big day yesterday. So there it is right now. So everyone get going there. Scan that QR code. It's Chop for Charity as Fabian's getting ready to do that one. We only have now just over 9 days left for everybody to get involved there. And we want to say thank you for all of that. Yeah, that's all going for kids. What's it called? Angel hair.
Angel hair.
Angel hair. So yeah, the angel today.
So if you're going to go in chemo and you've lost you lose hair, it's such a positive thing because it's such a difficult thing on families and obviously like a mental challenge as well. But amazing that everyone was contributing so much, especially in the afternoon show.
Yeah. So great job there, and thanks, Fabian. Yeah, good, man. That's fantastic. And you know, Joe and Neil bringing the hype yesterday, and you guys definitely they're supporting it. So you know, thanks for doing that. And if you guys can keep going, sponsor, that would be fantastic. Anything you guys can contribute would be incredible. Okay, so just real quickly there, the TQs getting some more out there in the 80s now as that continues to go a little bit higher. We did get back in, so let's go, man. We'll see. We are kind of, and it's not a complete reload because we only took a quarter of the shares, but we did reload a little bit of Intel. Still waiting, and we were just debating it down there at 94 after making that low. So, okay, there we go. Wow. Target, you want to talk about that kind of a play right there. Let's go, man. This is one that we know, you guys, we talked about it. This is in the account. There goes Target right now. Just hoping, for those of you that have some Walmart shares, hoping that they can repeat. But that's a nice move there, up 5% today for TGT. And yeah, man, really creating some nice opportunities there for anybody looking to get long in the pre-market down at 150. But there goes Target, 161 right now. Absolutely on fire there for TGT.
Here it is, and shout out to that one for sure. But I had to ring and register. We said if you failed VWAP, I'm getting out. Anytime you have a downward trending market at the open, even if I think it's a long, it's just a bounce off the lows. We're going to reject that volume weighted average price, jump out. Never got IBIT, I guess. IBIT's still going, so that's still valid. Bitcoin above that 65,000. Didn't get that one picked up at the volume weighted average price. I'm only canceling the bids because I don't want to just be sitting there if we reject the high and then just slam back down. It's not going to make any sense. So we do have a halter that I don't think we have mentioned. Is that really the name of this company? Rising Dragon Acquisition Corp is up 250%, halted for the third time, I believe. Looks like the third halt on RDAC, we're going to call it that. 22 tap if you happen to be interested. That is, and I'm guessing it's a SPAC. Maybe it's not a SPAC, but it sounds like it's a SPAC to me. RDAC, Rising Dragon Acquisition Corp. Yeah, for sure, that's a SPAC.
I like that name.
Which basically, if they don't have they probably have some kind of a combination announcement if I were to double check. But just watch the levels because this is already a place that it rejected before. Rising Dragon.
Rising Dragon.
Well, if you're going to come up with a SPAC, you might as well have a cool name. Like, why wouldn't you?
Shopify, NVIDIA. Okay, I mean, NVIDIA was another name that we wrote down there. Just trying to find if anything's sort of matching up with what we want. There goes the market to the downside right there. So I don't know if there was some sort of a news that just broke right there. The NASDAQ just got pumped down to the downside there just a little bit. Now 72.20s. Trying to take out the day's low. Looking at some of those pre-market levels, you still have a little ways to go. This is where we're going to basically try to get stopped out. If the market takes out these pre-market lows, then we're gone. We thought there was going to be a nice rebound today in the market just because of kind of the way we started, right? I mean, the market took off there on that Google Marvell news. I can only assume that that's squashed back to the downside right now. But here we come, man. We're trying to fight it, but it's coming right back in right now. That is the TQs. That is Marvell. Here comes the TQs right now. Almost getting ready to take a bid at this level. Let's try it. The market just has to be something. We're going a little short here. Maybe it's oil, maybe it's not, but there we go. We got to get out of Intel. We'll wait to see this TQQ trade. Yeah, something definitely going to the downside right now. Dara, what you got?
Oil not moving yet, but I'm getting comments here coming from the parliamentary speaker of Iran, Galibaf, as reported by Fars News. He's saying, quote, resistance is the only path to victory, and if we are not prepared for war, negotiations will also be fruitless. So more posturing here from the Iranian side of this U.S.-Iran conflict as the market here drops to new lows of day. USO still not reacting much here, but holding up pretty well.
Yeah, like a lot of things just got like smoked on the bid.
Market might not like
CrowdStrike
what the hell's
just
going on
got.
here.
Why is CrowdStrike down so much? I understand the market's falling, but why them? Why 4%? That doesn't immediately compute. Like we were just a second ago, we were at VWAP on DRAM, and now we're absolutely flushing. So I don't even know. I don't want to be on this bid. It'll have to get to maybe another attempt at a bounce off of yesterday's low, but forcing yourself into this just feels like it makes no sense because we're really starting to accelerate. You just lost yesterday's low here on NVIDIA as well, so it's really bleed city. Where's my SMCI?
I mean, thank God we have some Moderna that's now $13 in the money.
I guess it's the only thing to buy, right?
I guess, I mean, yeah, there's nothing else going on to the long
Can't buy
side.
any of this
We
crap.
did get, I tried that 219, but we were in and out of that real quick there on NVIDIA. I'm still going to go 219 if it breaks it back upside again, but definitely not worth sitting here trying to chase anything right now on NVDA. So let's give it a break. If it breaks back above, then we can try it for 50 cents. Or so and see if we get some backside back up to the 200 period moving average. But right now things are heading to the downside. I mean, just to zoom out on the TQs, we are still long on this name. You know, we didn't get too carried away. We just waited for some 72s here. We're trying to trade a little lighter off the open now. So, you know, to give it some of these crazier moves, but 71.50 right there is the low now. So if we continue to go, you know, break that level, that happen, then we'll just give it a heartbeat. Then we got to try to punch out because, you know, this is starting to get a little nasty on the downside right now. SpaceX tried to make a move back. I mean, look, Intel was at 98. Now it's at 92. You know, SK Hynix was at, what, 165? Now 157 all the way back in,
Marvell
right?
just broke 35 and it's at 32.
Right. So, you know, we can't, well, and here goes the futures. You know, it's hard to predict anything like this is about to happen. What was the story? Like, what did we just get?
ARM's at 250?
Posturing from Iran.
Posturing. Okay.
But USO's not even moving.
Okay, well, I'll try the long again here, just to average into the TQs. But eventually, man, we got to get out because even though this is Iran news, that's kind of why, when I first heard the story, that's kind of why I liked it. Was like we're getting a move down. We've seen so many moves, you know, happen, and then the retracement just goes the other way. So we're not even seeing really anything from USO. I mean, sure, it's up, but it's not like it's ticking the way this market is.
You know, like to me, it's a bad time. Like you're not. I just pulled up the 30-year. That's still hanging right around the lows. It bounced off the lows, but there's nothing extreme happening here. So I don't know. Like it's
kind of coming out of nowhere.
Like the annoying thing is like my brain was like, oh, they'll like try to rug us in the morning. And all I was really thinking about was a bounce back up in yields, and you'd get like a reasonable dip, and then you just go right back to whatever longs we were thinking about. This is kind of crazy here. That's why I don't even want to fight being in anything right now. DRAM continues to fall. Like we took one shot at that. Thankfully, we were able to get out of it. So I'm just gonna do what we normally do. What is not dying right now? okay, the market is dying
gosh.
and Bitcoin's not dying. That's it. So like this is pulling into VWAP and holding it. So I'm going to take a shot at this because it's still staying close to thesis, which pretty much nothing is at this moment. So I'm going to grab this one. I can basically get out if it breaks the opening range bottom, and that at least gives me some structure to work off of because, yeah, I don't know. Like DMR worked, that EVAX just continues to sit in the range we like, but everything else is defying what we were expecting.
I mean, yeah, but except for this one. This is a $20 winner. We wrote down here Moderna. I mean, look what we wrote down. Moderna 115 long, okay? So that's what we have. It came right into 115 right there, and now it's $20 upside right there on MRNA. So yeah, absolutely monster trade right there. There's the 115 that we highlighted. There's the 135 that we're at right now. So that's going to be a good one there. Off the sticky note, it's actually higher than that, 136 and change now on MRNA. All right, man, the number one stock today has been, for me, off this low right there's the TQs, just because we've been buying that. Obviously, Moderna is going to be the number one. I don't have anything else green. We're red on Intel. We're red, well, NVIDIA's small red, as is SpaceX. So those are just two names that we can sort of rely on right now for at least saving us a little bit. We didn't get too smoked on it. But the TQs, we thought that there could be some rebound in this name. So we're now back to flat on this name, as it just went up to 78 there. We did get something out there at 80s. But hopefully this can continue to climb higher as maybe the bad news has washed us down and now we can get back to the upside. So we'll try to hold on to a little bit of that one. But really it's Moderna. Wow, now Moderna is now just the face slapper. This is a $22 winner right now on Moderna. And it's not like it's a fluke. I mean, this is literally stuff we had written down 115. So we have it once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times at those levels right there. So there goes Moderna, just absolutely ripping up now, $22 in the money. We said that, you know, if you're going to trade options, why not do that? And there goes Moderna, just an absolute monster right there. But, you know, we're still waiting for the TSX, the TQQs to get back to the upside here. Maybe if we break 135, we'll get out of this one. Just capture the profit, but it's a nice move there for Moderna.
Yeah, that's a day maker there, and you just reminded me. That's also what's strong. All you had to say was the TSX. Gold is doing perfectly well here. I think gold, silver, Bitcoin, up. Moderna's got story, so it doesn't care what the market's going to do today. Like the market could probably reverse and go down 2%. It's still going to make its own move. But the kernels of strength are not in all the tech-related names. It looks like it's going to be, I hesitate to say safe haven because that's not at all remotely what Bitcoin has been, but that is still what's happening, so you got to be able to respect it. There are some other names out there that seem like they're not dumpster fires, but like if I had to make an argument as to why Meta's bouncing, it's because it's been the worst. Like when you're bad, then everything else, when everything else is good and you're bad, then when the reverse happens, they're getting kind of like the Apple treatment here. Meta, just remember, they're in court right now with Meta. And that can go either way for them. It's a gigantic court case. So even when it catches a minute bid, just understand they're under the gun, and how that plays out, how big the fine they're going to end up paying, because there will be one. It's a matter of how big it's going to be and how restrictive they're going to be on some of their policies online. So at the end of the day, I'm going to stay away from Meta until proven otherwise. Let this court case play out. But I understand it is making a little bit of a bounce.
Man, I just wish we would have followed our own rules there. When Meta was at 680, I was like, this is the new tobacco name. And it's just getting absolutely rugged right now. But here we go, man. Cha-ching. All right. So now we're a little bit in the money, at least, finally. We just take a couple more out here at 72, as now the futures are starting to finally battle its way back. I was debating taking a 219 break on NVIDIA, but the problem, it's not a problem, but the thing now is that I have this trade on the futures. So that's kind of like my proxy to everything getting back to the upside. So we'll just try to hold on to that one. Remember, we're now $23 in the money on Moderna, so that stop still remains the same there at 135. If we do continue to climb up, great. I'll just adjust the stops as we continue to go. It's not a trailing stop. This is actually just waiting for, like, I don't trail at $5 or anything. This is just a level that I'm kind of waiting for right now. So if that does come through, great. We'll get stopped out, but hopefully there's a continued motion higher. Then we can use 140 potentially as our stop zone right there on Moderna. But hey, man, $24 It's a pretty good one, as Neil said, a day maker, so we appreciate that. And then coming back upside now would be the TQs. We're just going to watch out for that. SK Hynix. You know what? Name SpaceX. We haven't really looked back at that, so let's go have a quick look. I mean, interesting, interesting for sure. Barcoding down here at 138, zoom it back out a little bit. Not really too much there. I mean, you like to break above 139. This is why I like the 140. It's just we broke through, so we were able to get out. I think we actually got out at a much better price. By the way, the futures just came back in, so that's back to flat right there. I think you got to really wait for this, maybe this 135, 136. The flush in the market is not necessarily finished yet. I mean, it was a nice move higher there. And then you just talked about TL. Well, we both talked about this earlier on.
Treasury, but
must still be going down. The long end there. So as TLT goes back up on the price side of it, the yield's getting worse as price goes back higher. So surprised that the NASDAQ isn't, well, there it goes right back up, isn't continuing its move. So we'll put another bid out there, an offer out, at 72, get it, and then we'll see if we can go a little bit higher now as the market's still trying to figure it out.
Yeah, no question about it. The market is trying to suss this one out here. I still want to believe that we're going to end up in the green. DRAM it's not looking strong enough for re-entry, so I was able to find another strong name, but it's kind of along the same lines as that IBIT. SLV just pulled into the volume weighted average price and is putting in a higher low. So there's some relative strength here for sure. So I want to take this SLV if we can. It just broke out 80s, but I want to give it back into VWAP. We like our volume weighted average price. Apple, the problem with Apple, the Omega Star, is it's parabolic right now. And yesterday it ran when everything else was dropping. So I feel like if everything else bounces, then Apple's probably pulling back. So that's the one I wouldn't necessarily want to chase here, would be Apple, just given the way that it's behaved recently and been this counter trend to all those tech names. So we're going to go to Adara. It's 10 o'clock. So now we have the opening ranges set. We'll find out what's happening now. And the market's probably going to try to figure itself out.
Let's hope so.
Let's talk about what's happening here with the market. Again, just to recap the story that sent the S&P 500 flying to the upside ahead of this opening bell. U.S. Treasury announcing they're increasing the sizes of nominal long-end liquidity support buybacks as of September 9th. Current maximum size is $2 billion per operation. That's going to rise to $4 billion per operation. That's for, I believe, 10 to 20 years and 20 to 30 years. S&P 500 right now, though, poised for its third straight red candle on the 15-minute chart. Let's talk about Moderna here, because MRNA also with some positive news, just pulling back a little bit from intraday highs, but up well over 100% so far. We closed yesterday around $63, currently high of day just above $140. They announced alongside Merck positive top-line results from the phase 3 Interpath trial. Apparently they met primary and key secondary endpoints. That saw at least 2 endpoints that were met for melanoma patients. So good look here for Moderna. Obviously, Merck, another name involved in this story. They're also trading sharply higher from 135 all the way up to 150. But I was seeing Tempest, TEM, a strong sympathy play as well. This name, though, was giving back some of that move to the upside. We'll also take a look here at Marvell, MRVL. This is another name with a pre-market move. This move happening a little bit later, around 8:30 a.m. Now it's an agreement with Google, which includes issuing Google warrants to purchase just under 59 million Marvell shares at, I believe, $206.58 per share. Last but not least, Nebius, NBIS at lows of day, well below this pre-market low here, trading lower after announcing that $4.5 billion proposed private offering of convertible senior notes. Make sure to like, make sure to subscribe, and we'll send you off over to Sean and Neil.
Thank you, Adair. Always a great deal when we get some news from Adair and get abreast of what the market is doing for us. But there's a deal that you're not seeing from your broker. It's an offer you're not getting, that's for sure, because the markets are extremely active. Man, are they really active today. And for traders, this environment's going to give you big opportunities, bigger moves, more setups, more momentum. But to take advantage of all of this, you need a couple of things. You need some discipline, of course, and you need access to capital. That's where Trade the Pool can come in. Instead of being limited by the size of your personal account, traders can access the firm's capital and focus on just executing your strategy and just managing your own risk. You don't fear blowing up your personal account if it's not your money, and there's no more moving your stop too early because you're worried about your savings. This is called limited risk trading. So if you want to take advantage of the volatility in today's markets without risking your own capital, visit tradethepool.com. Scan the QR code you see out in front of you. And speaking of this market, was able to get SLV in here, a little extended from VWAP. Don't necessarily love how far away from the volume-weighted average price we are. So we're going to scalp, and I zoomed it out too and realized, oh, this is now a bit of it's a rejection of yesterday's high and then this lower high. You know what? Now the more I look at this, I might just trim it right here. I don't like that setup at all. So I'm going to try and just get some out, like really shallow, and trim it and then see if we can't. Yeah, long should be closer to VWAP. Way too tight to that prior high. Bitcoin has been a little bit better. Bitcoin's headed back towards a potential 2-day breakout. This is better because it's at least holding VWAP, bounce off, and breaking yesterday's tops. We're at 65.1, so 65,000 is now in the rear view for us, which I think is a good sign for Bitcoin. That's still down, what, 50%?
Yeah, well, what
was the high?
126 or so?
Oh, so we didn't. Yeah, okay, yeah, close.
Was it 126?
I think it's somewhere around there. So we're still down 50% from the highs, but this is about as good as it's gotten for a while for Bitcoin, is just doing these little moves. It's got to take out 38, and that's 68K to do anything good, but for the day trade, it's going to give you some scalping opportunities as well. Yeah, this is absolutely wild what's going on with the market, because the second everyone was all worried about rates, it's like, oh no, look, 20-year highs or 19-year highs in the 30-year, and everybody's rates are going higher across Europe as well. And then all of a sudden we get the Treasury stepping in. The only thing I can think of is the market's like, well, if they had to step in, that's not a good thing. That's all I got for you. That maybe that's the reason, and we're selling off without there even being a huge move in the other direction in rates. Rates did not come back in. That this market's selling off on its own.
I'm going to try a short here at 140. I tried a couple of shorts there in the 130 because it fell off. Okay, well, first of all, we're going to get stopped out at 141 right here. Just trying to take a small shot there at a 140 break back down. I got some 139s out there on Moderna. There it goes. Okay, so I think we just should basically rethink about this. Once it stopped out at 135, it made a move down to 131 there and bounced. So I was like, let's short it against this high there. So we are fine, but we didn't take too many shares. This last one, I waited for it to break back down below 140 again right there. So we took 2 shots there, stopped out. And the last one right there, I took the short breaking back through 140. And I was actually thinking about, we could have took $1 on it, but we didn't. And then, wow, now it's gone. 125% for Moderna.
What did you say the short flow was? Because mine was wrong.
Yeah, it was 20%.
Damn.
So
it's trading like it's 50.
Yeah, it is trading like it's 50.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, right now you are getting some kind of money if you're trading on this name because it is just ripping right now to the north side there. I still want to wait for a pullback, to eventually wind up happening right there, but the reversion has not been reverting. So we'll have to wait to see if that winds up happening here at all for this name.
There's something that, we said it anecdotally, but I think I've heard Luis say it, that whenever locates on something this parabolic are free. I can tell you right now, here at Real Trading, you're not paying a dime for locates to short this thing. They're dirt free, meaning anybody that's a day trader probably can be trying to short this for a reversion. The barrier to entry is low, means there's more intraday shorts to squeeze. If you had to pay a bunch for locates, like say it was like $1.50 a share, less people would do it, and sometimes that would make it a little bit less intraday squeezing. But it's now gotten like criminally, and it's insane where it's going. For sure. So yeah, you know what? I admit to myself that I don't like that silver setup as much. So I probably shouldn't have taken that entry. And then when I zoomed it out, didn't love it. So scalp, I'll still try to get it to the high. But at least now, if it were to retake VWAP because we scalped too much tight, then it wouldn't be a loss. IBIT, on the other hand, this just broke out and took the 37. So this off VWAP, the VWAP retrace trade. Like wait that opening range, it then holds VWAP, and then we break out the high. That's even coming back in. Why is it coming back in? Because the market can't catch a bid. Like we're right back in retesting the lows. That's not to be frustrating. It's just, I don't know, like the read on what was going to happen with yields and the market.
Holy.
Despite the fact that, so far, like individual trades have been good, it's still not exactly what I was going to be expecting. Like we got the clean bounce on TLT, you got the treasuries, you got the 30-year calmed right back down in its holding range, and yet the market doesn't want to catch a bid.
Yeah, this has been absolutely amazing. This is now 145 coming through now for Moderna. Like, wow. Okay, well, that's now $30 higher. Like, if we just stayed, the problem is we got stopped out there, else we would still be in. But, you know, unfortunately, you know, trailing stops and whatnot. Yeah, are you in this, Joe, too? Because there it goes, straight up to the upside. Now 132%. Now up absolutely huge. I love how Rob gets you a coffee but doesn't get me one. Like
He didn't get you one?
The guy is something else.
Oh,
no, because he puts in the chat, and I'm not looking at the chat because I'm actually trading over here, and you put it in, so I missed it. But I'll go get my own in a minute. So, anyways, 146. Nice upside move there for Moderna as it keeps on going, man. I don't. Like, is 150 a spot for Moderna? Now, again, who knows? Let's just zoom this back out. There's 150 right there. If we zoom back out, I don't think you can value this name. I mean, you have a 20% short.
It's impossible to.
Yeah, so you have this big 20% short float that we're kind of talking about there. Looks like it's, definitely creating some upside moves now today, and I just don't know when this name's going to stop. And so we just looked at that 150, maybe a key area. Excuse me. We said the options were going to be a story today, and I guess so, right? I mean, wow, there they go. Maybe we can get an update from Joey Options over there, but that is just an absolute monster. So it's a good thing that we were able to get out, of course, of NVIDIA as that's still dropping. Intel's dropping like a rock today as well. Marvell had that great story that's probably all the way back now.
No.
Well, almost, not all the way, but 229. So, coming in, this name looks like it wants to continue to fall too. So, yeah, man, the blood right now, it seems to be in DRAM and all these spaces that just continue to get pummeled.
They're bleeding their own
now,
blood.
But Google, which is a nice long-term hold, that's up. So not up on the day, but at least it's going right now. So maybe a story there behind Google that we can get behind now again. But I don't know if we're going to be, how low we're going to go in the queues here. But
Peter Hopfe.
Yeah, good name, I guess.
Yeah, I think I got it right. The plan for EVAX, said it a couple times, it's not really moving enough to go over it. EVAX basically ran on the Moderna news early on, just a sympathy run. I guess they have a similar, some kind of a similar trial upcoming at some point. It rejected multiple times. I was a little bit late to even notice that it had happened, but I'm just short the bottom end of the range. So it's been like $3 basically the whole time, scalping out while trying to hold if it gets to it's like a 52-week low if it breaks the low of the day today. But you're getting it just sort of sitting here at the bottom. And I would have liked it a heck of a lot better if I could have gotten involved here at like 3.25. But anyways, that's the reason we're in that one. And it's like, if it does something extreme, I'd go over it, but it's not. So that's the plan of action. I think if you can identify a sympathy name a lot sooner, the sooner the better. But I didn't notice that until it had already reversed the entirety of the move. Like, it's Moderna's day. If some random stock is going up just because it's got a low float, there's a decent chance it's going to give it up. People are going to want to take profit and things like that.
Yeah, market now going lower. So just took out the day's low there on the NASDAQ. So, we didn't even look at what the ES was doing. ES is up right now. So bank stocks might be part of that jam right there. What a trade. What's up, Mr. Westermeyer? Right here. Over 43 months, just bought Moderna puts. I think you bought them at the top. I mean, I think you just messaged just a couple minutes ago. So that was a nice one. It got to 150 and stopped. 149.75. Probably should have had that one there as the long. As the short there against 150. We talked about what 150 meant on, and great trade there. Hopefully it's paying off for you right now. But that's just like that SpaceX trade, the top side of it. So, 150 is bounced off SpaceX. There's a key level there for Moderna. Again, maybe now off that bounce, we start to get back there to the upside. But yeah, here we go, man. Just an absolute move down, not being helped out. We just said that we saw Google was trying to help this market, but it's not being helped by NVIDIA. And then we saw Meta with a little bit of a pop, I thought we said earlier there today. We'll see if that can last as well. That's an up stock. Microsoft, we do have crude oil today at 10:30. That's not anything going on there. Microsoft is now up. Apple. So it looks like it's just sort of the big dogs right now that continue to get hit, right? So, yeah, they're barking, man, today. That is many of these stocks. Apple up 2%. So it's just the DRAM nation that I guess continues to send this market lower, right? I mean, most of the names I just looked at, all Mag 7 names, are all up. So yeah,
it's chips, it's data center as well, which I want to show in a quick little second. But we did get to our, when in doubt, zoom out. The last leg of the bounce in Bitcoin, in my opinion, is in. Like the low, they have a double bottom on the last couple of weeks, and you have a bit of a top above that 37. So the second it wicked that high, it's like look for the exit point. It wicked 37.5, sorry, 37.05, not a 37.5. That would have been nice. But if we pull back in, wait for the volume weighted average price. You know, just sort of, in the end of the day, like it's strong. I don't know what to tell you, but Bitcoin, it's having its day in the sun, or it's like 15, we'll call it 43 minutes in the sun, where it's relatively strong compared to the markets. Take advantage of what we can. Silver is still holding on. So what I might start to look at for SLV is this pre-market and then opening range support. And like if this breaks, if it breaks this trend line, then I'm done with USLV. Like I'll be willing to give it up. Forget about VWAP for now. It's not going to be my concern. If it can hold this trend line, then I want to play to the long side, because gold and silver, that's the other part of the equation here. With the market looking bad, gold just took out the highs. Now it'd be nice if silver would continue. That's part of the reason that I jumped into it, but it's just not happening yet. So we've got Mag 7's a little bit strong. You've got Bitcoin, gold, silver doing okay. You could probably look at, okay, this is probably the first time we're going to do this. But if you have a look at like the USD, like JPY, still falling. So US dollar is looking pretty weak as well. And Commodity King saying PAS is doing a better move. That's what I love to hear, right? Like if you're in something, it doesn't matter. You could be in a winner. There could be something moving better that you could have a look at. Not a ton of volume on Pan American, though. 1.3 million to the 1.3 million volume on the day is not, like it's not crazy. Like SLV's done 4.5 times that volume. So I kind of like it better because it has that volume. But at the end of the day, you know what? If it's moving better, it's moving better. And you just have to recognize where the strength and weakness is. I'm really glad that we got away from DRAM, because I would have, if I tried to trade it again, I promise you, I would have sort of forced my way into this long. Maybe I would have had that. I'd just be losing on the stock today. It caught one bounce off the pre-market support. We took that. As usual, when it gets to VWAP, that's my style. Like you have to be able to take it with a grain of salt. You look like a genius when it does this, but then I'll do that and then it'll go to the high as well. It's just a matter of trading your own potential plan. So this market is, again, trying to catch a bid, but outside of gold and silver, I don't really know. And in Bitcoin, hopefully this will dip to get us back into it. I don't know how much I like some of the relief longs. Like this market's just been entirely too weak. And there is, oh yeah, I was supposed to go over to that small capper. The market's been moving so much, it's like, yeah, who cares about these small cappers?
Who cares? Oh no, don't say that.
No, what I mean is a lot of times there wouldn't be enough happening that you wouldn't go over these.
Yeah, I know.
That RDAC, which we couldn't find any news on, but I believe is a SPAC, halted down, reopened, and is now back at its volume-weighted average price. This could be one that if it loses VWAP, potential short there. That's the big one that's halting that I can see. And then there's another one, SKK has been a halter. Oh, check that. It's about to halt right now to the upside, SKK. So it's halted multiple times, bouncing off 6 and going into an up halt at 660. So there's plenty of movers out there that are performing better than the market.
Yeah, we're just watching the futures. It was Shashuka.
I'm gonna go get some
here today. So there it is. Just a little egg with some tomato sauce. Actually pretty, I haven't had it yet, but just taking one right there. Got an email from Starbucks. Haven't seen you in a while. Take 50% off. So I think we'll be going to Starbucks. Some handcrafted nonsense over there. We'll take that. All right, so there it goes. Nice move, right? I mean, honestly, we just were waiting for that. We could have got longer at 71 flat. You know, our stop out was going to be somewhere near there, just a little south of the low of the day. But we, you know, thankfully we didn't get stopped out. So let's just put some more offers up top here. Play advantage, basically play the advantage of this move higher right now, and the fact that we do have some of those lows. Let's get a little bit out now. It's too bad that we sort of went short on Moderna there, because we did wind up giving some back, and it kind of sucks because that was a long off of that 15 level that we had marked out. So it's always nice when things work, but would have been nicer if we would have caught that short off of 140. It's funny that I tried 140 and not 150. So, okay. All right, the guy continuously going lower here. We should probably try to flip over into the short. I'm still long, like I'm still waiting for this long to work because I am long on the futures here, but on the TQs anyways. So let's wait to see. Palantir just coming off the scanners right now as, wow, Palantir, like this is pretty much of the roller coaster that you don't necessarily want to be on as a day trader, especially, you know, trying to watch these futures, but huge upside move. That's enough to sort of confuse that you think that you think Palantir is going to be strong today, you know, and then all of a sudden at about 9:37, it completely reverses all the way back into 170 again, and now trying to catch a bid on King Palantir. We'll wait to see if it does wind up breaking. I'd love to see a 173 break. I think that's something to look out for. It's really interesting that a lot of these Mag 7s, and I mean, as a Mag 7 holder, it's nice to see them all starting to go back up to the upside. But really, we need NVIDIA to lift this market. If these semis are not going to start to go higher, this market's going to have a hard time catching a bid because we've already seen Microsoft and all those other names, Apple, Microsoft, Google, Meta. Well, the only one we should look at maybe is Tesla to see if that completes the Mag 7 there, because I know Amazon was higher earlier as well. SK Hynix, not a Mag 7 name, but this was up quite nice there on that share repurchase program there, buyback, and now it's all the way back in. And you can see here, this is probably a short too. There's the high, there's the lower high, there's a lower high, there's a lower high, and all trying to get going here as well. And then, you know, lower lows. So this is sort of pieced out. Okay, here we go.
I want this to get to 180.
I have Moderna short, by the way.
So I can say 180, like the darts guys.
This Moderna, I just saw the whole thing. Neil, you're muted. But there goes Moderna, as I just heard Joe, don't do it. And we took a $1 hit there as it breaks back up above. I was just trying to see if something was going to go on there. But yeah, Joe, you right on that one. Do not do it. There goes Moderna. Absolutely. What a move, man. This should be $40 in the money.
The halt band's at 154.29.
So do we want to go long when
154.29. It's the halt band is always the limit up's a moving target, but right now 154.29 is a halt up on Moderna, which, let's be real, when was the last time we saw something this big actually go into a halt?
Do we want to go long if it halts?
I can't. Oh, the halt band just dropped back again.
Right.
That's the problem. It's going to reset every, I think it's like 5 minutes. Now 155.83. This is insanity. What I was saying when my mic was off, because I wanted to get food, was 180. Why not? It was 150, so call it 120 to 150, 150, and then another 30 would be $180. But this is absolute insanity. It wouldn't surprise me if it
Where
actually.
is this halt level?
It's 155.83.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a bit of a moving target up there. We're going to go to Adara. By the time we come back, Moderna's probably either halted or back through 150.
I'll be quick so we can go back to Moderna madness. BIVI reported earnings last Thursday morning. This is BioV, so this would be, day 5 earnings for this company. I don't have any other news. $10.2 million market cap, 7.2 million share float, 11% short float. Next up, FEMY, which does have a catalyst. Femicys announcing FDA approval for its modular PMA submission approach for FemBlock. Apparently, this is a non-surgical permanent birth control. So FEMY with a $26 million market cap, 2.73 million share float, 9.7% short float. I know for a fact this has rallied multiple times in the past. Last but not least, RDAC, no news on Rising Dragon Acquisition Corp. You've got a $63.2 million market cap, 2.46 million share float. Honorable mention goes here to Maison MSS. Looks like a firm updated their stake in this stock as of filing yesterday. MSS is another name that's rallied before, and this name actually is a decent float and short float to mention, which is why I wanted to bring this up. $1.89 million market cap, 550,000 share float, and 26% short float. Back to you.
Moderna just gapped $3. I was sitting here watching this thing. It was at 152, maybe $5, and it just went to 157.50. So like all this halting, like I don't. This name is wow. Damn it, man. That was a very rich opportunity down there at 150. I can't believe those are my last longs, are right down there at 115. And where we're going right now, absolutely insane movement here on your Moderna trade there today. We want to thank everybody for watching us on this kind of a day. Very interesting to trade. Needless to say, on a day like today. Okay, sorry, I'm on the TQs. My bad. I just got long there, got a little bit out there on the TQs, but the story is this. There goes Moderna. This is what I meant to talk about. 160, what's that going to do right now? Who knows, man? Just a little speechless. This was up 90%. This is a big cap name. This isn't one of those small cap runners that we can tend to look at. This is a monster, but you could trade it the same way. This is just like some of the runners that we've seen on the show many times. I mean, this RDAC just halted.
And it was a $25 billion company. It's obviously not now.
No, well higher than that at this point. And the thing is just like when Joe was just kind of saying, don't do it, right? It's more like, I think he's probably right with that talk, and not just because where it is. It's like, do you actually want to be short Moderna? That's a risk at all times right now. All you need is somebody to come out and say, wow, this is something else. Price targets increase, everything going to the upside right now. Moderna just up 150%, obviously caught everybody by surprise. This is a 20% or so short float that we indicated to you guys before the show started. So, yeah, man.
The other thing to think about, the trial was specifically for melanoma, but what does that mean for other potential applications? Maybe that's the thing. The shorts are is this the start of something else? So anyway, what was happening up at the top and why I was going over the halt bands, it seemed like every time it would drop a couple of dollars away from the halt band, someone would market it up, but never to the actual halt level. It was always staying 10 to 15 cents shy of it, because it's somebody was just selling their shares in front of the halt band, so it would never get there. I saw it happen 4 or 5 times. I was hoping it would go into a halt, because that might give you a spot to look for what is next. All right, well, yeah, so I bet we didn't get back, just to go back to the regular stuff in the market. Nothing happened. Bitcoin's still at the highs, same prices we got out at. Gold and silver have been pretty solid, but I still maintain SLV doesn't look as good as the Bitcoin bounce off VWAP. It hasn't gotten to the highs. I've now moved my stop just above break even. For whatever reason, it's just, I don't know. It's not going like it should. So probably should have liked IBIT better. Ended up taking the same in them, but really IBIT was better than SLV here. So if it gets the high of the day, we'll jump out of that one for sure. But it's hard not to be, you're going to be mesmerized. Even when Moderna puts in a red candle, one red candle up. One red candle, up again. One red candle. That's it. On a 3-minute, it's basically showing you we're dipping, but we're not dipping for very long. Maybe you get 2 in a row, that kind of a play, a death candle. A halt down would be super interesting. What I was hoping we get a halt up, and I'd be able to judge the reopen. But if it doesn't
halt down would be interesting. But then you need $15. It needs to move a lot.
I would not put anything past this stock today. At this point, there's no move, halt, up, down, gap that will surprise me at this point.
I just wonder if you move.
I'm surprised now, but I'm not anymore. I will not be surprised by anything going forward.
No. I mean, I just went short at 150. It's at 160 right now. So if I go long, you talk about difference of day makers and day breakers, right? I mean, just going long down here on Moderna would have been the key. And out of all of this, man, we see Eli Lilly just absolutely.
Oh, of course, yeah. Merck. We're not even talking about Merck.
Yeah, forget Merck. I haven't even looked at it. But right here, all-time highs and just ripping right now. So this is an account saver today if you have this, because that, and then as Neil just mentioned, it is a deal with Keytruda. Not a deal, but Keytruda was part of the equation there for Merck. So it was whatever the vaccine or whatever the development that Moderna had was taken alongside Keytruda. That's Merck's cancer drug. So they're both working out right now for science. So
getting Mercked
science today right now is Broadcom.
Remember, it's all the data center stuff is getting smoked. Caterpillar's down. So I can be happy that Eli Lilly's up, but if it's up 3%, that's a wash for me. Actually, that's not true. I have more Eli Lilly than I do Caterpillar, so it's probably still good. But no, Caterpillar's taking it on the chin. GE Vernova. I'm only saying these two because I happen to own these two in my portfolio. 3% to the downside. They're getting absolutely bled. The bigger story this morning was, remember, Nebius. Yuck, that daily chart. Nebius all the way down 12% because they registered it. They offering for an EBIAS. So their potential dilution there, finding another sneeze, but they're getting smoked. They're catching a bit of a bid here, so at least you're catching some kind of a bid. Just the second, watch, of course, like the second we get to the high and I say, yeah, I'm going to respect the top on SLV, watch it try to break out. So that's where the strength has been in the market today. If it's not Moderna, it's been gold, silver, and Bitcoin are where your strength is. And then, of course, AAPL, Apple, just doing Apple things, although pulling back.
Yeah, you might finally be on a pullback here. So I think the market could rip if Moderna holds down. I just think there has to be more focus on some of these other names. And 75 million shares of a $150 name right now. Let's see if the market can get going here. It's great news in the biotech space. It's decent. I mean, I thought SK Hynix was a good story, to be honest with you. So, I think if there's going to be any kind of a pull up, there could be an SK Hynix move long right now. But my number one, I only have one red name or one green name, a few red names. TQs, well, a bigger trade that we're working on now is this TQ trade. So, another dip buy there. We still have more than half of this as it rips all the way back up to the upside into the 60s. I'm actually waiting to get a decent chunk out at 8. Well, now it's changed. I was waiting up here at 85. Maybe now, as we zoom back in a little bit, we could see crude inventories. Okay, I'm just going to take a piece here at 75 and cancel my 80. Well, we'll keep a little bit. Let's take another piece at 75s. Okay, so there it is. We get another piece out there, and we'll just wait now to see how high we can fly on the TQs as we make some of that money back off of NVIDIA loss, off of SpaceX was so small. Intel was more the problem there today, right? I mean, that one got hit early and we left it alone, and then we tried it one quickly at 94 and that didn't work. So we tried some, we got a little bit back end there on Intel, but that was a downside play there. So we'll try to battle this back throughout the rest of the day here as we go. And what's giving me some room for thinking that there's an upside coming is the mags today are up. So if the Mag 7 can stay higher and we can figure this all out, we do have a build right now of 4.4. So a build of 4.4 million, they were expecting a build of 200,000. These numbers really haven't meant anything. So as you get more, if the build is higher on USO, which we just got, then that should, there it is, US crude inventories, 4.4 million barrel build versus 200,000. So that should create oil downside right there as there's more oil available that they thought. So more by 4 million barrels. So I don't know enough about oil, but I'm guessing we use easily 4 million barrels a day. So that's not necessarily a pause for too much of concern, but there you go, man. We broke it to you. Now oil's going to the downside right there as there's a glut of oil apparently out there right now. So although there is that controversy, obviously in the Middle East, right now, you see it's not over. Yeah, it's definitely not over. Winning at 89s now. So hopefully there it is. We get some 89s. We're making a little bit of money back here on the TQQs, thankfully. And it looks like Moderna does have a little bit of a heartbeat to the downside and then stopped right there. So I think if you're going to go long, you might as well wait for this 25 period that's been cruising and we haven't broke it there. And I just wish I would have used it right there. But at the end of the day, 151.50 might be the breaking spot there for Moderna.
Yeah.
Tesla we didn't look at.
Maybe there's so many names that we haven't even gotten to this morning. I know that's how it is. But oil down, the market's making a little bit of a bounce. I feel like you're starting to get to the point where we could see that little V shape. And I'm going to stick to the theme of if it's relatively strong, I'm going to like it a little bit better. So SMCI, which initially I thought was a short at $38 today, you can throw out the note with all the movement we've had, but you're above VWAP when the futures aren't. So if we stall at the volume weighted average price, that could pull back into VWAP if we stall. And so far today, it's been patience that's worked out. So waiting for the futures to get to the VWAP high. If we pull back from there, then I want to look at SMCI on the dip. And that's on the off chance that we don't. Look, if Bitcoin comes back and pulls us back into VWAP or SLV, one of those two names, and we can always jump back in and try to join those dips, but we got those moves already, so I want to move on to the next.
LULD it's called, right?
It's LULD.
LULD.
Because the thing about the whole, so what Sean's asking about, which if you're at real trading and you are not making your the halt bands and acts, so what you do is you just go, if I go MRNA, then physically, why I can tell you guys where the halt bands are is I'll actually see it light up on my level 2 when we get close. And then I can just read it off. So I know exactly where the halt bands are going to be. It's just a matter of marking it with like some kind of weird, I have like some weird pinkish color, so it just stands out.
Wow.
But it's not there yet.
Holy God. Wow. This name, Neil, this just touched the 25. I was like, oh, we have to wait for the 25 period. What? It went to 152, then it bumped $8 in 1 minute right there. This name, man, she be on one. Needless to say, I was actually just about to say to you, like, oh, maybe we'll hold down over here. And then no, it does. Like literally that 20. I mean, this is why we have it on there. So put your money-making ideas right now in the chat because that was a nice money-making opportunity right there. The 25 period moving average. You know what? Who do we have here, Andre? Let's go over the roll call if we can get that chat up right now. I'll pop mine out right there, but we can get it going right there. Let's say what's up. Stop hunting. Yeah, I mean, like if you're hunting for shorts in Moderna, maybe stop looking. They might not be there. What's up to Commodity King? What's up to John is here? What's up to HP Motor Cars? What's up to the one, Jeremy Newman? Thank you so much for being here. Disneyland Royalty, Mix Master JT. We have a friend JT, that joker in our pool. No Respect in here. Ichiro, Zen Zombie. You know, so I was telling the guy, I was like, oh, you know, pick 5 is available. You know, you have any backs? This guy's Travis Etienne. And then I was going to trade it for Travis Etienne. The guy doesn't want to do it until Kamara. Now he's coming all over me now because he's realizing that he wants pick 105 because Kamara's hurt or something. So
Kamara's hurt?
That's what he said. Anyways. All right. Crazy Dirtweed is there. We have our pool this weekend. We have our draft. The one is there. Danny Tanks. John is there as well. Chef Joe. IV on Moderna, 118%. Yeah, no doubt about that. There. What's up to Frathos, Hypercube, Jane, 4-on-4, Orange, Get Fozy there. B Cameron. What's up to everybody? But yeah, man, this market just doesn't seem to want to stop, right? And so
not even a little bit.
Not even a little bit. We did get some out there on the TQs on this upside play. I don't think we've exhausted it. I still think we can get to VWAP, but I am now out of, I only have a third left right now on those Qs as we got out right here. I mean, how many, we've already seen this 72 level come and go. So, you know, we got to be very, very careful on what we're doing with that level. But yeah, so far so good, man. We made a lot of money back off that move right there, thankfully, because, and I'm going to throw it over to Neil. We did have our Intel stop out. We did have our Moderna stop out. Unbelievable Moderna. I mean, whatever. We can keep talking about it until it's blue in the face. I actually like this NVIDIA level there, 219. So we could definitely have a look there, but stopped out there. And then SpaceX was basically in and out. Nothing going on there. So maybe a break of 140 long for SpaceX could be a trade.
New highs.
For Moderna just now?
Well, obviously.
160.
What else would it be that's making fresh highs? Well, actually, that's not. Look, other things are making highs too. I just saw gold and silver both just punched through the top as well, so those are still going. But Moderna, maybe 165 is the next break. I was joking around, but like it would be symmetrical if 180 ended up a high. Like the dip here was in the 90-ish. 90 was a level. You had a breakaway at 120. 150 was a bit of a top. Like every $30, I would think 180 could be a bit of a spot. It would be cooler if it halted to the upside. But my goodness, like you are getting this nice pushback overall in the market. I just look up and it's like the thing that I didn't think was going enough is now extending because now silver is up 3.5% and continuing to be outside of Moderna in the market story. It's gold and silver. Like look at them. They're just all morning long rallying. We had multiple people in the chat when the initial move was going and everything was going up because the U.S. Treasury, they pointed out, hey, gold and silver, those or gold in particular, were going higher. Love some GDX and what that's doing here today. Unfortunately, there's a few things that, oh, no, never mind. NBIS right back into VWAP. Hey, good for NBIS. They're starting to go. We got a super chat from Matan or, Matting. Matt Angie Spanna. Trying to get the name right, but I can't. QTEX micro cap is ripping. I feel like all the momentum traders, like the small capper traders, are probably all honed in, looking at the move on Moderna. I can't call that up. So QT, is that the right symbol? QTEX.
Potentially.
Oh, there
not.
it is.
Okay,
Okay,
good.
it just didn't work the first time. I don't know why sometimes I have to hit enter twice. QETX, microcap is not ripping anymore. It did rip earlier, but now it's done that thing where you lose the volume weighted average price. I think you got to be careful when small cappers, they make their run. When they completely start to lose the bid, the end result could be like the last death throes that this EVAX is putting in. You know what? This might be done. I keep thinking it's going to break down. If this breaks the low, it's breaking the 52-week low as well, but it doesn't want to. I might just get out. If it gets back above 3, it's taken all morning long, and it literally does not want to. It just doesn't want to break. So now you can understand that sometimes, if I think it can drop 20, 30 cents more if it loses the bid, well, it's a 20-cent range. That's it on this $3 stock. So I'm going to get out if we break back above $3. And then Virginia, you got this, brah. Breathe. You got this. Breathe.
Come on, bruh.
Moderna's got everything right now.
Moderna has
160 reverse.
Yeah, that was the thing. We're definitely, man. Right now, man, the TQ is just right to VWAP. So thankfully, this market is right back to where it belongs. Find your home or get into your home, whatever he says there in Happy Gilmore. There when he's putting it. I have not been out golfing yet this year, which is crazy. I used to go at least 4 or 5 times a year.
Almost end of August.
I know, that's what I'm saying. Just been way too busy with
crazy.
baseball and just everything this summer has just been an absolute wild ride. But yeah, we need to get out there. So anybody want to take me golfing? We can go. Hit me up. We'll go in the GTA there, and you can then kidnap me and everything. It'll be really fun. But yeah, so there it goes upside there, 72.40s as we continue to climb higher. There we go. Yeah, let's just go, man. I mean, this has been a big trade and, made pretty much everything back here on this move. So it was a really good one. Just wish we had sort of stuck with our guts there on 91s with Intel. We did mention that. And then this 219 on NVIDIA was another name that I was just saying I liked that break there of 219. Didn't do it. So darn it on that one. Should have, could have, would have liked to have hit that one. But there goes NVIDIA now upside. And still climbing, so that level of 219 that we had written down on Moderna looks good. The level of 115 on NVIDIA looks good. The level of 115 on Moderna obviously is looking pretty good at this point as well. So we have to wait to see if that one eventually halts down. I now have the marker on here for the limit halt, limit down. So if that does come through, we'll be over that one as well. It looks like it may halt down.
151.
The question is, do we want to take the halt down right now? I don't know, man. My good friend over there, Joey Opsch, was saying to me never to take that halt, never to take that short at 51. He was right about that one. So, maybe something there. But yeah, Moderna's coming back in just a little bit. I want to see it halt and then see where we wind up opening up. I think I'll try a small bit on the halt there down, just try to go short if I'm able to. We could check. I don't even want to throw an order out now to see if it's shortable because the last time.
It is.
Okay, you've already tested it. Yeah.
I tested it.
I was going to say, because the last time it was down here, it ripped $8 in one move. So, okay, here it comes. So I have the limit up, limit down marked. I don't see it.
The problem is it keeps resetting lower because it'll get close and someone will buy it up. Now it's under 150 at 149.66.
I marked it as gray, so I have all these levels as gray, but when it comes up here, we should be able to see it. So,
yeah.
All right, limit up, limit down right now on Moderna. We'll have to wait to see when that does wind up hitting. But what's up, Adara?
What's up here is the market. You've got health tech, or not necessarily all of the market, but certainly a lot of these sectors here. You've got health tech sharply to the upside. Eli Lilly, Johnson & Johnson looking good here. Thermo Fisher. Moderna, of course, not on here, but up well over 100% after announcing alongside Merck, which is up nearly 11%, positive trial results and meeting 2 key endpoints for one of its treatments, specifically used for melanoma alongside Keytruda. In the case of this trial. Consumer services green, consumer durables nicely green here, led by Tesla, up 2.5%. Non-energy minerals strong, consumer non-durable strong. Retail trade also looking good here. Target up 5% on earnings. Lowe's up 4% on earnings. Carvana up 6% just because, but TJX here down about 1.8% on earnings day one. Walmart's reporting here tomorrow morning, so keep an eye on that one. Tech services kind of mixed, though you have a lot of weakness in these cybersecurity names. I couldn't find any news on these for what it's worth, but Palo Alto Networks down 6%, CrowdStrike down 7%. Finance weak, producer manufacturing weak, and electronic technology mostly weak here. Broadcom, this 5% down move alongside Marvell's 9% up move. That's worth mentioning here. Marvell announces that agreement here with Google, specifically for TPU-related work, and they also announced that they're going to be issuing Google these warrants. Broadcom to the downside in reverse sympathy. We'll send you back over to the guys.
Yeah, that, like, man.
It's going to break 150.
NW is crazy.
Yeah, well, I
Palo Alto and
missed that
CrowdStrike
story because they were, yeah,
just absolutely getting smoked, both these names. This is not split adjust, but 5.5% and 7% on both of those, and no bid in sight whatsoever. That's the thing. Like, it's not as if the market's not bouncing here, right? So when you see, that's what gets you a little bit more concerned. Like, when you see this and you're not bouncing with the market, like Nebius, you could feel a little bit better if you're in Nebius because that was double digits. Like I was talking about Vernova and some of the data center plays. Okay, well, that bounced. It's at VWAP and the market's at VWAP. That's how it should be. Caterpillar, if it's not back up and bouncing at VWAP, so I'm not. It's following along with what's happening. Why you're not bouncing in cybersecurity, that's a different story. So yeah, there's mild concern there. 150 just held. Oh, it was about to break that 150 level.
I know. I'm trying to find levels, but the thing is like
it bounces right off of it.
For me, it's just about the share size. It's not even about the levels because it's like you just like right there. It was just at 154 and then it's back down to 151. So it's like, how much do you really want to risk? Like the long could be right, but it's moving up and down $3-4 at a time. So it's like it's not worth using even 50 shares. Like, you know, you blink and you're out of the money 200. Like there it goes. Like it was just at 154 when I started talking. So you know now you're down into there and like 149, 150 break. I would have thought that could be the short, just like we were short right there at 151. You know, so all I had to do was hold it, I guess, as if we're doing that, ripping up $13 there. I mean, we could have held it. Our account can hold that, but you know, that's now you may be finally catching some kind of a reversion back on this name, but it is trying to bounce off of the 50-period moving average. Like again, I don't see any limit up, limit downs now on this name because 15% or 10% is way too much. Like it would have had to basically happen, what is it, within 5 minutes or 1 minute? Like that's just not going to happen right there. I think I should take the time to review what exactly the limit up, limit down rules are.
Well, it's based on share price. So this one
might the timing.
It's supposed to be within 5 minutes.
Within 5 minutes?
This one should be more 5% moves.
Yeah, I'm going to try to find out because I know it's, you know, based on the market cap and all that kind of stuff. Maybe Adara, if I could give you a project, I mean, not that you don't have enough. What exactly are the limit up, limit down halt rules? And do they change based on, because we've seen names, you know, like in the small cap space, all of a sudden move like 500% and not halt. So we don't understand that. And then Moderna as well right here. Not that it needs to halt. I don't think it does. It's very orderly and everything seems fine with it. It's just, I wonder what those rules are. Yes?
Okay, so it's a rolling 5-minute average price of transactions, and the bands here is the 5% or 10%. Depends on the stock's price or tier, and it's above or below the reference price. So I'm going to have to read more into like what the tier thing means. Okay. That's just the Cliff's notes, I suppose.
Okay, I mean, that's basically all we want. I mean, I wanted to hear that if there was like almost like a 2-tiered system on how these
That's why you'll see penny stocks be so different.
Yeah, so, okay. So Moderna is still, I mean, again, great trade, man. Is anybody in the chat short there? I mean, that was pretty good. Finally breaking that 25. I mean, we talked about that all the way up, that 25-period moving average there. We finally did break it. And I think it broke and like moved around a couple bucks off of it. And then now finally getting that momentum now to the downside as traders chasing the short now probably. Or they're out and they're in, back in and trying to hold out. That T-non there, we got this from Tisha at the early look. This name is halting a couple times here today and just now opening back to the upside. There is news on TNON, and that name goes bump in the night. And this was another one that looks like we had just split, right, on T-non, it looks like maybe. They're actually on E-signal. We don't actually, let me zoom in because now I can't see. Yeah, there was a 1 for 35 split back on the 10th. But that didn't really do anything. And then now today on news, we go boom there on TNON. So good luck there, Tisha.
There's another one halted up.
Yeah.
ZSTK. Man, just as I was going to go to this zero stack stock, Moderna just plunged through 145. But this one's halted on less than 1 million shares of volume. The tap is 301, but MRNA, just really started to give it up. They're into 140. But someone just put in the chat, short Novavax. And I was like, I just got out of that other sympathy play, which was EVAX, which just basically was a short at 3 to the low, but now it's breaking away from 3. But Novavax was gapped up and is a sympathy name. So if Moderna is going to come back in here, look at all the selling at 860 on Novavax, and look at the 200 period moving average. Like, there is a trade where if Moderna, what's all over itself, then in theory this can come back to where it was. It was at 820 at the bottom end of the range today. That's plenty of room to work. So if the top is 862, ideally a fill here in like at the 55 range works a little bit well, but I just realized that we don't have locates because I just hit offer enter and you can see an order didn't go out. So I'm gonna pay for locates in this name because the risk to reward seems a little bit more reasonable. If Moderna falls, I don't see why Novavax up 7% on sympathy wouldn't be a good one.
Yesterday there was the push forward again. So the Taco Tuesday happened one more time.
Yeah, we got a deal.
There was, I think he just pulled back that 50% in hopes of a deal. I don't know if there actually is one, but what does it say here? Canada's Trade Minister LeBlanc, I don't even know who that is, and Charette are going to meet with USTR Greer. Okay, good. So I did see last night just hanging out there, something flashed on my app that there was Trump pulled back that 50% threat there on some of the tariffs of various products. So it looks like that. And again, good for Trump. And even though we are here in Canada, I respect the fact that trying to make a deal. So playing a little hardball, going back and forth, just to try to get them to the desk, right? And it looks like that has worked today. So we hopefully get something done there, and then Canada, U.S. can resume their friendly trade balances back and forth, as Canada is the largest trade partner for the U.S. So I think that would definitely allow some settling down of some of the talk that we go 51st state talk and whatnot. As President Trump now, there's midterms coming through, so that should be exciting to see what that does.
Typically not the best for the market.
To the markets. No, I was talking about that the other day. As some of my friends in the banking space have exited out of many of their positions heading into midterm, and whether or not you think that that's the right thing to do or not, up to you guys. I'm not. I'm still pretty much 100% in equity. But here comes the move on the NASDAQ. It just got to VWAP, so guess what, man? We emptied out the clip. We have just about 15% left of our futures trade, all out. As we were climbing, we got a lot out at 72 and even more out up here at VWAP. I mean, as it was climbing, we're like, hey man, target VWAP. If we can get that, great. Low of the day 3 times, right back into VWAP. We like it. It's Money Talks with Adara.
Sometimes we talk about this in trading where a technical breakdown happens at the same time as a news catalyst, and that news catalyst actually spurs on the technical breakdown. I would argue that's what you're seeing here with the US dollar. We had this multiple touches here of that 99.4 level, and we crashed below it, currently trading around 90, just shy of 98.9s here. Basically what happened was we had this announcement from the US Treasury about increased sizes of nominal, long, and liquidity support buybacks. That'll happen as of September 9th. So current maximum size here is $2 billion. That's going to rise to minimum $4 billion for the maximum size of transaction. Again, that's I was seeing for 10 to 20 years and then 20 to 30 years. So that's going to be absolutely in focus. Now, speaking of auctions here, at 1 p.m., you're going to get that 20-year bond auction. Keep an eye on that. That's coming just 1 hour before the FOMC meeting minutes for the July meeting. Now, if I can, okay, I don't have the CME Fed Watch tool up. That's cool. We've been seeing roughly 65 to 70% chance of a rate hold, 30 to 35% chance of a rate hike at that September meeting. I suspect that comments here from the Fed, which again, we won't see who said what. We'll just see most members, some members, the bulk of members felt a certain way. I think it'll give us a sense of how we're feeling as to consensus, because we know consensus at the Fed has not really been abundant as of late. As Fed Chair Warsh calls it, they're family feuds. We had, a 75% of Feds vote for the rate hold at the July meeting, for which we'll be getting the minutes at 2 p.m. We also had 25% or 3 members dissent in favor of a hike. So it'll be interesting to see kind of the arguments for that hawkish decision, and if that was just an opinion shared by these 3 voting members, or if other Fed members also felt this way. We'll get a sense of that consensus or lack thereof at 2 p.m. Eastern. Stick with us for that. We'll send you back over to the guys for more trading.
All right. So my question to you, Neil, yesterday was, how was the grilled chicken Power Bowl?
It wasn't a Power Bowl.
Oh.
It was
Okay, so how was whatever it was?
It was literally just grilled chicken on the plate with a regular salad, some potatoes.
But you know what I liked about it?
It was chicken and potato.
Was there no chickpeas in there?
Chickpeas? There was no chickpeas.
Oh, okay. So we'll stop.
No,
Okay, so
it
thankfully for me, because I wasn't here.
It was just a
but
regular meal.
Oh, okay. Boo. All right.
Nothing
boo.
special about it.
All right,
So
well-
it wasn't bad. It was it was chicken and potatoes.
Yeah,
With
okay.
with a salad. But the Power Bowl thing was a farce.
Okay, so all right.
we
Well, that's okay.
suspected.
I mean, I don't mind the chicken with potatoes and salad. I mean, that's a pretty typical lunch. Let's go.
Why does Kathy would care about lunch?
She was talking. She must be a fan of the Power Bowl or something like that. Right now, okay. Well, it's my home flag over here, which is Canada. I'm born in Canada, of course. My father Italian.
Okay.
All right. These have been hit or miss. We'll have to wait. It's meatballs. So it's meatballs with marinara sauce. Looks like there's going to be a little penne. So like the penne. Penne is one of my favorite.
Love penne.
So we got the penne there. That's it, man. So
That's
it's
if we actually
meatballs.
get it.
The veggies are getting the Beyond Meat meatball. So, you can find out what's going on with Beyond Meat. There goes the Qs, by the way. Nice move higher right there as we just continue to, work that trade. And that's going to be a doozy, man. Thankfully, the futures have saved me today. All right, so that's what it is, man. It's Italian meatballs with penne pasta, roasted herb vegetables. We like that one there. Mixed greens. That's it.
As always.
Yeah, as always. So kind of just as we go forward there. But yeah, man, picking up the futures at the bottom of the day was a good one there. So definitely a day saver for me here because we were dead in the water. Like if that move continued to go lower, then it was a bad day for me because we did have NVIDIA. NVIDIA's small. We wound up losing pretty much our whole day right now is just resting on this Intel loss. So we're able to make back pretty much everything else with these futures. But still a red day to start with there. And we did make good money on Moderna, but then as I said, threw it back right there on this most recent move higher back and forth. So yeah, it was pretty good for Moderna, but 163 was the high. And right now, battling, man, we'll see where this one winds up. Definitely something to talk to Joe about with the options and whatnot on Moderna. Oh, there we go.
Jokes.
At 600, yeah.
Well, yeah, like Avis, because that's where apparently Avis turned around when it did its squeeze.
Okay, well.
I don't know, but let's put it this way: if Moderna gets to 600, we'll all be freaking out around here. That would be completely insane.
600.
No, it's not.
Hope I'm long.
Yeah, It's not like it isn't Avis. It's not that kind of a play. That was somewhat different of a short squeeze. Virginia trades, and again, it's, what do we see, 15% short flow?
Yep.
Avis was structurally just very, very different. Neil Sean just have a ribeye.
Yeah.
Not opposed to that.
Yeah,
But remember,
just have a ribeye.
we get the catered lunch here, so we appreciate the lunch that we get, and we're happy for it. I think
Yeah.
it'll be good today. The past
I think it'll be good. I mean, even if the meatballs
pretty
aren't good,
it's still.
can you really screw up just a simple pasta?
No, it's a simple pasta.
I think
It's hard to say.
maybe I shouldn't say that. Remember,
Frank-
it's
Oh,
the
goodness.
catered part that's the problem, right? I mean, they're making it for everybody. So,
Yeah.
whether or not you like it al dente, I like it a little al dente.
You can't please everybody, I think,
Exactly,
when you have catered.
especially around this place. there.
Frankie Bumps, Joey's my paisan, LF. Let's
There we
get
go.
it.
That's from TikTok, I guess.
That's from TikTok. I'm assuming it's from
$1.48.
TikTok.
There he is, right there. Yeah, there he
assuming
is.
it's from
So,
TikTok.
what's up there? Frankie Bumps coming into play there.
Frankie
so shout
Fist
out,
Bumps?
Shout out to Frankie Bumps over
Get a
there.
graphic for
You are moments away from the Bro Show. It's 10:56, so 4 more minutes, and they'll talk about hopefully a lot of things, man. This SKK has been halting. I mean, I think if you're going to trade, you should probably be looking at Moderna and some of the markets today, but there goes SKK. There goes Tenon halting now to the downside finally, gapping to 14.23 right now is where it looks like we could get that. We could get the reopen 14.25 right now. There goes, just opened. There's Tenon just opened up right now. 14.25 opened up, now heading a little lower. TNON right now. Wow, we're $1.50 on the TQs now, still going higher. SpaceX maybe got some giddy up to it if that one wants to go a little bit higher. But yeah, again, thanks to everybody for watching. It's been a hell of a day here in the market. No matter what you've been trading, I'm sure there's been some get up, pep to your step, right? But Moderna is the one that's got to be looked at. Now breaking below its recent lows, now of 145. Impossible to judge what this means for our world right now, but it's a nice story, and I think that Moderna is definitely up enough now. I mean, 132%. So, well done, Moderna, and all your stakeholders that believed in you guys as the move is heading higher and doesn't look like it wants to stop.
No, there's pretty much nothing stopping it. But hey, there have been like kernels of like actual breakout strength that have not been Moderna. I'm surprised. IBIT continued. It actually doubled the move. So Bitcoin 65.9, almost at 66,000 as well. And obviously this or gold on the 15-minute. Look at gold. Look at GLD on a 15. That's absolutely insane. Since we got out of SLV, obviously if gold's going up, silver is going to be good. Maybe not as strong, but it extended the move into the gap. We respected it to the high, but it ends up filling the gap anyways. That's where a lot of the buying's been that isn't Moderna related. And I did that NVAX trade, paid for some locates. This is just a, hey, Novavax is up. Obviously it's a bit of a sympathy play. Here it goes to the 200 SMA on the daily. Puts in a lower high. Look at all the resistance at $8.60. So just a mid 50 short to the high. And there we go. We finally got our 55 fill there because that's the fill we wanted. So we had 54 as a price, stop at the high, and then just bidding for a retrace. Feel like if Moderna is going to retrace all the way, it can drag a name like this down with it. Oh, and Russ, great point. Our good friend, ETH. So ETH wasn't doing as much. If we're being real, like it was doing nothing, and then all of a sudden it just went parabolic to catch up. So, yeah, is it having an outsized move? Absolutely, but the story would be that when Bitcoin started and then continued, ETH is absolutely going ham. And I will, just like yesterday, I'll play for a reversion on BMNR, but this is not like yesterday. Yesterday it went right to the prior day high, did not break it, and then reverted for the rest of the day. Like it's so much easier when you're doing a reversion at an established level like this. Like it's showing you the level saying, okay, well, this is the top. If it doesn't break it, just short. Now all of a sudden you really have to zoom out, and on BMNR, it's almost like the $20 level. That's gonna be a bit of a play. But if we get up there, if we see 20s, I think that's the spot that I'll look for it on BMNR because ETH is on an absolute tear this morning. Thoughts on Uber? Thank you for the super chat, CMT. I don't have anything different to say about Uber than we would have said yesterday. It was surprising to me how strong it was after the robotaxi news from Tesla, and then it gave up the entirety of the move by the end of the day. So I'm like, oh, okay, well that makes sense. So it ended up being a fugazi bounce, which I can deal with because I thought it should have gone down on that Tesla robotaxi news, and then now it's back to the upside. So. Yeah, there's some strength coming into Uber. It has rejected the 200 SMA pretty much every single time. I can zoom back and it'll extend the line, don't need to. So if it wicks this high and ends up closing underneath 77, if it just, wicks this top, close under 77, then it's just more of the same. Failing around the same price on Uber, but I'm not gonna stand in front of this one. Again, I thought it should have lost the bid on that news from Tesla, and instead it's showing some signs of strength. It's 11. You already know we're going to be chilling out with some penne pasta and some meatballs, and we're going to say hi to Raheem Alani because he's right behind us. I didn't even see him.
Oh, there he is. What's up,
there. But for now, you're going to the Joey Options and Sharif the Professor. We'll see you back at 2 o'clock. Peace.
Boom.
Oh.
Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That's your boy Joey Options. I'm Sharif, and it's Wednesday. It's 11:01.
Yeah.
I got 3 more hours.
Oh, stop.
Welcome to everybody here. Stark, Official, Stuart D, shout out to Eclectic Passions, Hoth, Emporium, Pillsbury, Money Clip, Shrimp. We got Trust Fund Baby, man. We got Simply Laura. Shout out to Simply Laura, Andre, BCN Rob, Green Saber, Customer ATH, Hurt Scrambler. We got Danny Patel. Shout out to Fluffsters, Fluffy Hippo is in the house. Oslam, Rex Banner, Don Baca, Crazy Dirt Weed, and Viet Fo. Ooh, Fa. I said it right. Trust Fund Baby, Hems Bonds, Ronaldo, D-Loaf. Shout out to Hangry Wife and Brendan, Kenny. We got Old Toby, my bad. Lewis is in the house as well as Mike, Lieb, Terrible Trades, Melinda, Paul, Overweight Spider.
Oh.
Just, 2 more, I guess, Spider webs.
Maybe they're
Mr. Love
overweight the
Shack.
S&P, overweight spider.
That's actually a very good point, because
Right?
overweight
With
in
spider?
trading is
Yeah,
completely different than
exactly.
being
And the
overweight physically,
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Grunfeld, Satinger, Oslam, Ozan, Kirk D, HP, frickin' Motor Cars, Crypto. We got 1320 Wolf. Man, who else? We got Notorious Dingleberg, Snowman. Shout out to Sit and Spin and Dino Vincente, Kirk D in the house, as well as Slim Trady. Juan Padilla, who's always on Uncle Sheriff shit list, right? You know, I'm just joking, brother. Don't worry about it. Blunder Corp, AJ Easy, and Joshua Mallory. Good morning, everybody.
All right, guys. Before we get into it, Assassino, we'll give a shout out to a couple of our friends over there on TikTok. First things first, I have to say what's up to my boy Commodity Kings and Frankie Bumps, my paisan. What's going on, brother? Hope everyone's having a fantastic one. Danger Carlene. Oh, okay, watch out for that one. Void Agent. We got Paul in the chat. Coffee Girl. Obviously, we have to give a shout out to our moderator, Bravely. Always in the chat, doing his work, doing his thing. Sam, aka Bullock. We have Tata. What's up, everyone? Dragon Fluff and Chicken Stuff. Couple more. Ed the Traveler, Brightside, Lucky. John Parnell, what's up? Apex Media, Mike 206, Leanne, sorry, not Lean. It's a little easy over here. IKA, Jason, BB, Dumpling, and Family, CEO.
I heard.
And we got Iceman. All right, I never knew Drake was in the chat. All right, guys, you know what time it is. VinFast reported Q2 momentum, delivering more than 70,000 EVs globally, up 96% year over year. First half deliveries reached 129,000 vehicles, up 78%, reinforcing the company's growth trajectory across its expanding EV portfolio. By mid-year, VinFast had already achieved approximately 43% of both its 2026 4W and 2W delivery targets, putting the company firmly on track across both growth engines. Fantastic stuff. No problem. Thank you, Assassino. All right, guys, let's get right into things. Now, bright and early, it was, okay, we're going to figure this out right now. We're going to get into the nitty-gritty and the detail. Sharif's like, Joe, look at this. I'm like, oh, nice. This is at $103. Instead, what am I doing? I'm preparing stuff for you guys. We've got to work on the upgrades and downgrades. I post up at 102. Next thing you know, this guy's like, good job, Joe. I'm like, for what? I pull up the chart.
I thought he punched. I literally, because the line was on the chart.
It was line. The order was there.
Yeah.
The order was there. It never got filled. So I'm like, oh, what the heck? Goes up $28. So I get a nice little move right here, okay? It's $2.30. That's it. The day could have been done off of 30 seconds worth of trading. But need not. This is something that we get into. Here's SpaceX. This one happened to work for us off the lows. Small size, but it was a nice little top up to the day. But I'm not done just yet. Sometimes it's best when you're up to just step up, walk away, enjoy the show, and let other people trade. Instead, we get into this bunch of tomfoolery over here, and then we end up giving back our whole entire day and then some, as MRNA decided to go on an absolute parabolic run. And I went short at the high as well, too, $149. It then ripped. And I'm like, okay, I'm out. And then I seen Sean go short, and that's when I was like, hey, man, don't do it. The tape is crazy right now. And I can't even get up to $150 on my options chain. It ended at $110. And at that point, I'm like, you know what? That's it. Also, we were talking about some of the contracts bright and early this morning. The $65 contract, a staggering 3,500% return, just like that. It went from $1 something all the way to $5,900. That is insane. Stay away from it. The options premiums are elevated. There's an immense amount of implied volatility priced into these contracts, and the chances of you being highly successful are pretty low, just due to the fact that if you're buying them in increased volatility, we know what our Vega does. You're gonna, day by day, after it slowly cools down, your implied volatility, that is, you lose money to that alone, not even theta. Okay, so just be really cautious when you're trading Moderna, guys.
All right, man. It's a very unique day in that I don't like anything at the moment. Usually we're starting off pretty strong, man. The small caps have really been in play. But you're going to see here my chart. There's nothing that great. Everything, that is on the chart at the moment is above the volume weighted average price. But, structure is quite ugly on all of them. So I do apologize. I've got nothing ready. TNON, I'm going to keep my eye out on that just because it's up 180%, and It's holding somewhat of prior area of support around $13. We're still below this double top at around 16.5, so I don't want to punch in until we get above that. I'm also keeping an eye here on RDAC. I like it, but we're substantially below the high of the day at 22.30. I do like the fact that we did take out that pre-market high during regular trading hours, albeit we took it out and then halted down. Never really a great signal there. But you have to keep an eye out that halt level, which is around 18.75, 19-ish. I say keep an eye out on it because these intraday halt levels tend to act as areas of both support and resistance. So TNON, RDAC, looking a little bit better since we started this there's nothing to trade soliloquy. Keep your eye on that CYPH as well, sub $1, 97 pennies. It could be a different trade north of the dollar. This one had a really nice move yesterday. Not parabolic, but consistently higher highs and higher lows. Today, decidedly breaching that 84 penny area, but I want to mention that it's on less volume. So keep your eye out on that, and we're awfully close to the dollar. We're going to pause for a second. I think Adara's got news at the big desk.
Trump is speaking to reporters outside, and he just said, quote, Scott's Miracle Grow is a great company. As such, Scott's Miracle Grow is trading higher. Back to you.
Yeah, all those people that got the Trump bump there, man. Good on you. We'll keep an eye out on that. All right, so continuing on here, Assassino, if we can go through the different names that we have on, ASTL and C-Cup. How many times have I traded C-Cup, would you say?
A good amount.
A good amount.
Yeah.
It shows you how much I care about what these things do. I didn't know this thing was a leverage ETF for Circle.
Oh, really? That's crazy.
Care.
Oh, yeah.
I don't care.
That's crazy.
I just saw it by accident. I was trying to differentiate the gappers today on my scanner from the leverage ETFs and from the actual gappers. I'm like, oh, hey, C-Cup's back.
I didn't know it was that
Neither
either,
did I,
man.
brother. Neither did I. But there, you learn something new every day.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is Circle, 200% of the daily performance. It's not inverse. It is just direct. Anyway, the gapper that I'm keeping the closest watch on, I would say, is YJ. Even though structure here is crap, it has a bit of a range. I'd say, since failing at that 930 level, right at 930, it's been $5 as a resistance very clearly and 4 as support. So you play that range until it either breaks out or breaks down. There are signs that sellers are selling at lower and lower levels. Case in point, look at that 9:55, 10 o'clock candle. It makes it up to 5. However, 1050, 1055, we don't quite make it up there. We make it up to 490. By the same token, we got lower at 1025 than we did at 1105. So we have higher lows, but by the same token, we have lower highs. So YJ to me seems like, I don't want to say a safe bet. There's nothing safe, man, about trading small caps. That's why we always pound the table on risk management. But I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to trade YJ just for now because I don't like anything else. And we're going to trade it as a range, adding into that 4, and then wetting the beak in the high 4s into 5. And, always, as always, saving a piece for the dream, lest this one break up above 5 and not having any shares. So that's trouble there. ZSTK, says Brian. ZSTK. Let's bring that in. Yeah, it's halted up. But Brian, it is a little bit light on volume, but I do see what you're saying. And it was all over the map before that halt up, right? Got to 270, dropped to 152, halted back up at 274. It just seems a little dangerous here, ZSTK. So I'm less inclined to want to trade that. Chaz, so you're saying the same thing, ZSTK on your charts, unless you did on purpose. It was on purpose, brother, because the volume, and I'm not liking the zigzaggy nature of the price action. But I see what you guys are saying, man. I mean, it's halted at 274. It's the high of the day. Who can complain about that? It's just, to me, it hasn't done enough volume. It's sporadic. The trend is hard to decipher, right? I'd like to see the price action develop a little bit more, before we throw our hat into that ring. But I get it. We may have to look at some MRNA at some point, or some of these leveraged mRNA names, MRNX, MRNY. There's plenty. So we'll be looking at those too, Joey.
Good stuff. Oh, Los Pollos. This was I didn't grab that. I think that was Katina Man here. I'm not. Oh, that's still wrong. 7115. That's Sean. I had SpaceX earlier today, and then obviously MRNA were the only two names here today. Let's pull up the options chain on this bad boy. I can't even scroll any higher past this $120 strike price. I mean, it's insane price action. Let's find out where we opened up at exactly, or even in the pre-market. So right at 6:45 this morning, we'll go with the $63 strike price, and then we'll just all have the slight feeling of FOMO. We'll go up to $63 as we watch the appreciation within this specific contract itself. Not very liquid at this moment, which I find kind of odd, but anyways, it doesn't even matter. Oh, cool. We close at $2. Actually, let's zoom in here and get an actual precise measurement. We'll make this a little bit bigger, and then we'll get involved into a little bit more, because this is nuts. Even after the open, it decided to go nuts. Oh, 4,300%. Cool. Yeah, all right. That was good times, wasn't it? $2.16 all the way up to $9,500. So you're paying $216, and then bang, in the span of a couple hours, $9,500 just like that. So yeah, I mean, some pretty crazy stuff. It's fun to watch it. More difficult to catch those style of moves, because unless you're some form of insider, then you're not most likely going to be able to have the ability to take advantage of that. I seen someone in the chat mention that they sold some of their Moderna a couple of days ago, and then sure enough, this happens, man. Hey, it's not the first time, won't be the last time that the market moves without you. Other than that, guys, we're getting the pullback now. You can see we had a peak of $163. We're now down to $138.33. That was a nice move, but this congestion of price action right here is what really got me. And I had the long initially, so long, and then we go short, flip it, we take some off. I go long again, and then I'm like, oh no, what am I doing? Breaks down. As soon as this candle, this 1 minute candle opened up on top of $144, I'm like, uh-oh, got out. Tried the long again, and then boom, off to the races it went. So yeah, most definitely a tougher one. The average true range has expanded, so the volatility within the underlying asset is most definitely upticks. Be cautious of that, ladies and gentlemen, because you can most definitely find yourself into some trouble like I did today. Check out the volume yesterday on MRNA on the options chain. I can't. You actually can't check the volume from previous days. Unless there's a different way, let me know. But if the contract expired, then there's no way of going back in time. It's not like actual technical analysis here. So unless you guys know another way, I personally don't. As soon as the options contract goes away or the expiration cycle is in the past, it's in the past. There's no pulling that old data back up unless you have some form of feature. But Bitcoin, a lot of people are asking us about Bitcoin this morning. Hey, this looks pretty strong if you ask me, right? Like we had this base at $35, bang, congratulations. Now starting to break out. But the most important thing, and I believe we should take note of this here throughout the intraday session, look at the volume supporting the move. It's insane. It's a lot of volume stepping in, so we can classify this as a genuine move. And I wouldn't be surprised if we get some form of pullback, which I'm going to be looking for, and then maybe we get a continuation of the day. Is this going to be a complete narrative or sentiment shift? No, I don't necessarily think so, but I could also be wrong. Waiting for VWAP here on IBIT.
All right, there's one that's moving here. It could be good, but we shall see. I think the volume just stepped in. Who called this out? Wick James called it out. Shout out to my man Wick James, GDC. Look, not bad. Let me just throw this on the side chart. GDC. All right, so right into VWAP it goes, which is a little bit below the $0.50. I can't quite see that on my scanner yet, so I don't know what the spread is. 245, current candle low, 242, candle high, 270, day high, 290, but it's telling me 95 here, so I can't square that circle. So we'll have to keep an eye out on that one. I don't mind trading GDC over here, but it'll have to maintain the volume. It'll have to maintain the price action above VWAP, and so far it is. Back into 260 it goes. Let's put on GDC on a trading screen. GDC, what is this on the NQ? Yeah, okay. So wow, it's all over the place. It was just at 60, now it's back at 46. So 3 3/4 million shares of volume coming in. Let's give this one the old college try. I'm going to give it to 38, and if it holds up, fantastic. What do we got? We got 50 there. Okay, so we'll take some out possibly at 58. We'll see if we can get some here as well and into some area highs. We'll see if this one wants to hold up. Start off with a smaller position here on GDC, so long as it holds above VWAP. And well, for now anyway, it has to hold current candle low. Current candle low, as I mentioned, is 42. So into 57. Let's see if we can get some profit here in the 60s. what the situation is going to be on GDC. I'm also in YJ. I've got one profit taker. I'm looking at building a position, though. As I mentioned, I want to trade this as a range, right? There's a $4 support, $5 resistance. I'm going to continue to look at it from that lens until it gives me a reason to look at it otherwise. There goes GDC. All right, into 69 it goes. Good luck, good luck. Where's my man Ozan? 70. We're looking for more. 75, 74 there. Didn't take out my order. There it is. Okay, here we go. We're ripping up. Big move, big move. High day, 283 here on GDC. Looking for more. Okay, so we're going to go ahead now and set up at 94. I want to see what this one does at 3. Are we going to make a beeline in 3? Because currently the 5-minute candle is a lower high than the prior bar. Prior bar on the 5 is the day high, right? So we need to clear that, or at least hold current candle low to hold trend, right? So that's what I'm keeping my eye on right now on GDC. It's not great, but it's not bad. I think if we make a beeline through 3, this will elicit a lot more traders, right? Because it'll have done a couple of things. One is to trade de novo. It's coming in with new volume intraday. Didn't trade in the pre, didn't trade at the open in the way that it's trading now. And number 2, it'll take out a key whole dollar level. Like this one already started above $2. So we're kind of stuck in between already the $2 or the whole dollar level that we established on the day. And now we haven't been able to clear a whole dollar, which is 3. So this one gets me a lot more excited if we can clear 3. Then if we clear 3, I'm going to start thinking 5. So that's my look right now on these bad boys. Let's see how this all pans out, Joey.
Good stuff. All right, electric passions. Let's pull this up. So what I'm seeing here is that we're running into a little bit of issues with a couple of things. So you're saying expiring this Friday, right? So I am getting cool expiring Friday. Now, what we can identify is, and I think it's one of the most obvious things, is that you're at the money strike price right now, $8.33. You have an average price of $1.30. They're now worth 65 cents. So we've lost half their value. You're thinking about rolling over into a further date, which would head us over to $8. If you're looking for 149 days, you're going to have to pay an additional debit. We can reduce our debit by establishing some form of credit, and we can write some of these contracts up at $11, which I believe is completely reasonable. And if your thesis starts to work out really well, then you can just buy these back. So you'll be collecting 60 cents here. So that will reduce your debit, or you can go down a strike price and collect more than double, reducing your debit by almost half as well too. All right, so you can take that, write down your game plan. You can always just create a bull call spread, which will reduce the cost of the trade, but you've already lost a little bit on it. Don't forget, liquidity is going to be a massive factor here, and there's big time liquidity issues here on AGEN. So I don't know if you're willing to just accept it for what it is, maybe take the loss and then find something that's more liquid. Unless you have a really bullish thesis on this name, there's no point in really fighting something that may not be providing what specifically you're looking for. Now, from a daily standpoint, it doesn't look too bad. I think at this pace, to be honest with you, Electric, is that when you break through this $9 marker. All right, that's just my opinion, right? That's some TA. We've seen this through multiple intraday chart patterns. You have multiple tests of this level. So you definitely, in my opinion, would want to give yourself a little bit more time in regards to the thesis panning out and working for you. Now, as I still have MRNA on our chart, on my chart, I don't know why. It's because I just don't have enough risk parameter in order to take a couple more attempts on this bad boy. Shreve, before we send it off, do you have anything else you want to touch?
Yeah, of course. We're printing here,
Oh, yeah,
man.
there
goes GDC through $3. It's a new high of day of 305. We have the $0.50 on. We're looking for more. I want to see a decided break above 3 and a hold, right? Simple as that. We want it ideally, make it up 3 1/4, 3 1/3. Show us that 3 is the real deal, and then we'll start piling in at $3. But right now, resistance until it isn't. So we're going to continue to watch that. We'll be updating you in the chat regarding our position, regarding our look, while Adara and is it Raheem? I don't know who it is. While Adara is doing the interview at the big desk. So we'll send it up to them now.
Very excited to have on here with us not one, but two special guests. Each representing two different companies that have an exciting catalyst together. We've got Surin Ajarapu, who's the chairman of Flash Sports and Media Holdings. You can actually find them on the NASDAQ under the ticker FLZH. We also have Ahad Bai, who's the CEO and co-founder of Bongo Holdings PTE. So really great to have you both on today. How are you guys doing this afternoon?
Pretty good, Andrea. Thank you.
What about you?
Doing great. Thank you. Pleasure to be here. Thank you for having us.
Yeah, pleasure to be here to talk with you guys. So, Surin, I'll start with you. You guys have signed a term sheet, you over at Flash, to acquire 51% of Bongo. So why Bongo, and what does this acquisition actually give your company that you didn't have before?
Sure. That's a great question, Andrea. Adara, sorry. Why Bongo? The reason is they have a live pipes, meaning they're producing distributing the content today in Bangladesh, almost close to around 20 to 30 million content viewers there. We would like to bring our Flash sports content through those user base, literally, whether it's in Bangladesh or worldwide. That was the main reason why we want to access those pipes to get our content through.
So I'll stick with you here, Surin. You've made cricket a major part of your strategy here through this acquisition. Why do you believe these rights are currently undervalued? And I guess where do you see them going forward, even like 5 years from now?
Sure, pretty good question. If you look at it today, primarily the cricket leagues are focused on a fewer leagues like IPL, which is valued almost like a $6 billion media rights alone. That's really choking at the top, right? We don't want to fight at the top. We want to go to the next level, next tier level content producers, which is the LPL, like a Lanka Premier League is our first asset that we produced recently, and then expand into other countries like Malaysia, Singapore, and Zimbabwe, where there's no T20. T20 is a short version franchisee cricket, but it's a TV format where viewers can watch the 2 to 3 hours and get out of the TV when they want to go. That was the reason we entered into cricket. Of course, the cricket is the starting point. Then the ladder is up, right? You can grow, and as these content growing other countries, you can grow along with other sports.
That makes a lot of sense. I want to bring in Ahad here. So just give us a sense of Bongo's scale today. What's the size of your audience, and what kind of content are people already coming to you to get or to come for?
Yeah, for sure. So we started the platform to basically be like a Netflix type platform for the Bangla audience worldwide. We've grown into being a consumer platform where we focus on sports and entertainment, and we have a B2B platform where we actually help content creators monetize and distribute the life cycle of content, which is a big gap in the market. As you know, you're moving from traditional media into the digital world. A lot of these content creators, TV stations, and content producers lack the skills and the technology to make that transition. So our B2B platform helps them with that. On our consumer platform, we reach more than 75 million followers on our socials, and then we have our streaming platform as well. And on our B2B platform, we reach more than 300 million subscribers across South Asia, and we work with strategic partners like YouTube, Facebook, and TikTok. In terms of the content, it's a blend of movies, TV shows, entertainment, and sports. And of course, whenever there's live sports, especially cricket, the main sport being cricket, we see a massive uptake in viewership and engagement. And we've seen from very early that live cricket really drives audiences. And you have audiences who are loyal, who are coming back, and who will watch for hours and hours at a go. So we've seen that cricket really moves the needle.
So I want to pose this next question to both of you here. Do you think, I guess, what would you say is the big opportunity here with this deal? Is it that Flash owns or acquires the content while Bongo gives you the distribution to take it to a massive audience? I guess I'll start with you, Surin.
Sure. First of all, the Flash is all about owning the content and distributing through our own pipes. That was the reason, like owning the content and distribute is the key why we want to differentiate with other sports and media company. If you look at it, ESPN back in the 70s, right? That was the first. Nobody unheard about NFL playing 24/7. That's the concept that we're trying to bring in here, but it's through the cricket. And cricket is almost like 2.5 billion fan base worldwide. And it's slowly coming in LA 28. The Olympics are coming to United States. Right there after that, NCAA is planning and introducing the cricket. the audience in US or want to give that cricket sports, like it's the number 3 in the worldwide sport. Like if you look at the soccer, that was started in 90s, that's coming slowly to US. Now you saw the recently FIFA, 7 billion people worldwide watch, right? We want to have that cricket content to the United States where the audience are going to come.
Yeah, I guess what would you argue that Bongo is bringing to the table here, of course, with this deal?
Yeah, for sure. So I think for us, it's very interesting because where Bongo's strength is number one in the South Asian market. We have access to a huge audience base, and we have strategic relationships in cricket. We've worked with the Cricket Council and a few of the major leagues focused on the South Asian market. And what's really interesting for us is the fact that Flash is owning IP. It owns the actual leagues themselves, not the streaming rights for the leagues. And owning the actual IP is a huge value. We have the audience in South Asia. We also have the technology. So through this partnership, we're also helping build out the streaming infrastructure for Flash so that they can take the content to millions of people. So I think the synergy between what Flash is doing with the IP, access to the North American markets, and actual ownership of the leagues, merged with our existing user base and the technology that we bring to the table, I think we can really fast track the acceleration and expand, taking his leagues to a massive audience. So I think it's exciting.
So I'd like to add more to it. If you look at today's content, either it's flowed through the Willow TV, which is like $5 million revenue, or a Sling, but they don't have any of their own IP. That's what we want to differentiate. We want to bring our own IP and distribute it, and then you can replicate market after market, the same thing. Like once you have the pipe, whatever you throw the content to those pipes is going to be the leg up for us.
Yeah, and that's an important point of clarification, so thank you for making it. You mentioned there, Ahad, acceleration and fast tracking, so I want to kind of zoom out and just ask both of you. I'll start with Suren. Where do you guys see this combination of forces here with Flash and Bongo taking the company in, we'll say 6 months, just from an investing standpoint, and then even further, I guess, what is your dream for this collaboration?
Sure. If you look at it, I just want to throw an example. Like if you have LA Lakers, most recently sold, right? It's almost like Jerry Buss bought back in the 70s or 50 years ago, like for $25 million. But he sold it for almost like $12 billion recently. Yeah. Like if you bring that similar concept to the cricket, KKR recently sold at $1.8 billion, which is started 20 years ago, which is like 14% of that what they've actually sold when compared to the Lakers, right? The reason why I brought that up is how we are at the front end of this chain that's coming in, the 2.5 billion fan base worldwide, how you can bring that cricket to the US through the LA Olympics and whatnot. Why the partnership with Bongo is the audience that they are already catering, which is Bangladesh, almost 180 million people. Of course, the Pakistan is under the 290 million people that are, if I can give them the leagues all across these markets that can produce the content and distribute through our pipes is the advantage why I'm partnering with Bongo.
And I guess where do you see this collaboration taking your company from an investment standpoint going forward as well?
Yeah, I think what's really interesting for us is we have a strength in the South Asian markets. There's a massive South Asian diaspora in North America where they don't have access to the content, and obviously the ARPU is significantly higher. So I think that as the low-hanging fruit is taking what we have, merging together with Flash's IP and pushing that into the North American markets. I think that's immediately a very quick revenue expansion that we can focus on. And the second thing is, which is very exciting for us, is the fact that with the audience that we existing have, I think that we can really help grow the value of the IP significantly fast. Because as you mentioned, if you talk about IPL and some of these leagues, the value of these leagues are extremely high, even relative to global sports. What would IPL rank in terms of?
Yeah, they're number one. The media rights are sold at $6 billion.
Wow.
Yeah.
And this is this is something that most people don't realize, like how valuable cricket actually is. Because in North America, most people focus on so many other sports, right? Yeah. They don't realize how massive a property cricket actually is, how fast growing it is, how many countries worldwide it's available in. And every country either has or is starting to build, especially with Flash's support, starting to build their own T20 franchises or their leagues. I think the potential value in the IP of those leagues as they all build out is, I don't think people realize the potential there. And that's really what we're excited about, is the merge of our audience, our technology, and his roadmap into acquiring and building out these leagues, the value of the IP that can be built there is very, very high.
Exciting stuff. Thanks again here to Surin Ajarapu, chairman of Flash Sports and Media Holdings, and Ahad Bai, CEO and co-founder of Bongo Holdings. You can find Flash on the NASDAQ, trading under the ticker FLZH. Thank you very much to both of you for being here and shedding some light on your company's deal.
Sure. Thank you, Andrew. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Dara, and the guys there for the interview. And I can tell, I can just personally speak to it myself. I see a lot more cricket being played in baseball fields than I did growing up. So the fact of the matter is, it is a burgeoning sport. That's a fact now. Whether you want to invest and make money on it, that is up to you, right? All right, let's get right down to work here. We're in a couple of positions. What is that?
It's a ringtone.
All right. It was a good ride here for GDC, but all good things have to come to an end. So it failed. I stopped out here at 55s, having entered at 50. This one looks like a Christmas tree retracement. It's below 10 EMA. It's below VWAP. It's not tradable under my system at the moment. YJ, we're involved in this one. We've got 18s, or sorry, 24s on. It's showing me 18s. I'm trading this as a range until it shows me that it's no longer a range. So hanging out and seeing what this one has to offer. I've also weaseled into CDTG. Tight stop here through 4. There's generally a buyer at 4, but we're into the high of the day and the spread is freaking ridiculous. 0.1 on the bid, 12s on the ask, 11 on the ask, whatever. So it's going to be hard to execute here. Now, if you're going to trade CDTG and you're using stop limit orders, you need to use, just like that. Oh, got stopped out. You need to use limit orders with a wide spread, meaning that the triggering price and the limit price have to have a big variance, because if you don't put that variance, you're not going to get stopped out. It's going to blow through your stop, and that's going to be trouble. Unless you want to use a market stop, and then, you know, that's just like anybody's guess what's going to happen there. So that's what I'm looking at right now. We just got stopped out of CDTG, so that'll be the first L on the day, but we're still keeping a close eye here, Joey, on YJ.
Good stuff. Yeah, guys, thanks for pointing this out, because we were looking at this not too long ago around like $37. IBIT popped all the way up to $39.50. Like, we're starting to see this really expand. And I mean, the volume is supporting it. What we will do is we'll zoom out and we'll head over to a higher time frame to see if we can identify a couple of things. And what I've already noticed here is that, just considering we're seeing a massive volume spike and increase, I don't want to call it too early. You don't want to count your wins, but we are on the backside of a trend right now. And this could have been a potential temporary base for Bitcoin itself, 32.57. Now with a high of around $40 here today, man, oh man, we haven't seen that price expansion in this underlying in quite some time. Now IBIT, we're gonna have to look to get involved, but we had the pullback. It was really, really quick. And then sure enough, we're starting to appreciate in price once again. Let's send it off to the desk. We'll talk some more Bitcoin momentarily.
I want to talk some Bitcoin too, Joe. I'm not seeing any news on this. I want to clarify, but we were supposed to have a event here, a meeting at the White House with crypto and prediction market executives. That was supposed to be a summit. I don't have any updates on that. I know at 2:30 p.m. Trump is supposed to deliver remarks alongside tech leaders, so unclear if that's related or if that's replaced the other event. But either way, I've just seen that apparently Bitcoin is having its best day since February 2026. So nice look there. If I get any more details, you know, I'll keep you posted.
All right, yeah, so there we go. We look to take a little bit here for the break of this high, but it doesn't seem to be the narrative. Could be an absolute bad trade. You can see we're out 20 cents out of the money right now at this given point. So yeah, definitely a tougher look here. Let's see if we can get this to turn around for us. I believed at this pace that we were going to go head towards the high of the day. So let's see if we can hold on to this a little bit longer. We're also long some NVDA, which is slowly starting to cook up for us as well too, Sharif.
Cool, man. YJ just bounced off $4. Taking some prints here, looking for a move. There it goes, 27s, 28s. We've got 13s on. We've got a big position on, by the way, because we've built into the position. So hence, well, we're going to take profits here. Looking for a move into the 30s, right? So I'd like to see this one range into $5, right? Even if it doesn't make it all the way to 5, cool beans. At least get into like 475 or something. Here we go, watching into 27, looking for a bigger move into 30. There's another profit taker into 12s, looking for a 33. We don't even have anything in the high 30s, like a goofy. So let's post, and then we're also going to post in the low, I'm going to say mid 40s, right? So we'll set up some beak weathers there. Now, I did get stopped out, sadly, of CDTG, given the spread. But I don't want to get back into this one, even if it is holding 4, and that's because of the spread is a concern for me, at least the way I trade. So, you could trade this quite well, right? Given perhaps your trading risks and parameters. But the way that I trade, I have to trade not like I'm trading at home, but I'm trading at a prop floor. So managing risk on spready names is kind of part and parcel of that. So I won't be jumping into this one unless I really see something a lot better. Just before we go to the desk, I want to mention one that I kind of was dismissing earlier on, QTEX. And it was south of the volume weighted average price. It did a Christmas tree kind of pattern there, green on one side, red on the other, drop below VWAP. What it did do well, though, was put in these higher lows. And now it's back above VWAP, and it's got a local area of resistance at 122. So if we can get above that, then we're within throw stone away of 129, which is the double top. Of course, the high of the day is 135, but that's, I'll submit to you, where the majority of the sellers start coming in right there. So I want to keep an eye here on QTEX. I think this one could be good. And there goes YJ into the 30s. We're looking for more. I'm feeling greedy today, Joey.
Oh,
yeah, I am.
Oh.
Bun it. Let's go.
Bun it.
Yeah, bun everything right now, bro. You don't even know how I'm feeling right now.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. I don't even know why, because I didn't eat my oatmeal before the gym.
Man.
I was angry as hell the entire time when I was there. Arr. All right, let's send it up to Juan and Adara at
Go
the big
trash.
book. Juan, did you hear about the new signing?
Yeah, we know that Bitcoin here is having its best day since February 2025, certainly to the upside. But how did the European market do at its close, which occurred a mere 8 minutes ago? Here to take us through that close is one.
Thank you, Adara. So European markets trading marginally higher towards the close. Energy gains offsetting that of inflation worries, as well as muted sentiment. We see the stock 600 marginally below at 0.02, especially after their steepest decline yesterday. They're stabilizing for the time being. But moving over to Germany, the DAX up marginally, not really much, pretty much flat. A lot of cautious trading in Germany with geopolitical tensions causing energy disruptions as well as inflation concerns. Tech, financials, retailers were the hardest hit in Germany, contrasting gains in the auto sector. So we see Infineon down more than 3%, Rheinmetall down by nearly 3%, led the losses in Frankfurt. Volkswagen up by about 2.5%, topped the gains, along with Porsche and BMW, both more than a percentage higher. Over in France, luxury and energy stocks led the tape in Paris, with L'Oreal and Louis Vuitton both up by nearly 2%. Total Energies up by 1.3%, while Stellantis was the day's biggest performer, up by 6.2%. The biggest decliner in Paris would be ST Microelectronics, down by 4.3%, tracking weakness, of course, in the global tech sector. Something interesting to note in France, their 10-year oat yield surpassed that of 4.10%, a peak since October 2008. And that's driven by, of course, a global bond yield sell-off as well as inflation concerns. In the United Kingdom, UK inflation for July rose to 2.9% year on year from 2.6% in June. It's in line with market expectations due to higher energy costs, of course. We also had news from Smith & Nephew. They were down by 3.7% today, also the biggest decliner as well. And that's off news that their CFO, John Rogers, resigned from the company to take up residence in the United States. Energy and mining shares supported the tape in the United Kingdom, with BP and Shell up by more than 1%, Anglo American up by 4%, and Rio Tinto up by 3.4%, while Glencore was also up by 4%. Now, traders will definitely be looking out for the FOMC minutes later today and how they will react to it tomorrow. Any hawkish commentary, especially on geopolitical energy concerns, could raise Eurozone yields further, pressuring that of tech and real estate. Also, there's going to be some speeches from ECB, the European Central Bank officials, that will be watched closely. Their chief economist, Philip Lane, highlights that current high Eurozone inflation, currently at 3%, traders will, of course, be monitoring potential repricing in September rate hike odds.
And keep an eye here at 2 p.m. for, as one mentioned, that release of the FOMC minutes for the July meeting. Then at 3:30 p.m., you can join us with one to get that Asian market update. In the meantime, we'll send you back over to the guys.
The segment's incomplete. We're going to bring in Juan. We're going to talk a little Arsenal, baby. All right, let's do our work here, Juan. Did you see the signing of Ezri
Konsa.
50 million quid from Villa? What do you make of this trade or this purchase, seeing, as Saliba and stuff is
it's likely? A good transfer. It's a good transfer. When I saw it, I was like, bam, we've got a defense, we've got a midfield. Now we just need an awesome striker, or an additional awesome striker. And I think look at the Community Shield. We thrashed Man City 3-0, okay? We're setting up for business this season. It's going to be back-to-back wins. Let's hope for it.
That's my man.
Let's go.
And the thing is, too, we beat City with Mascara at the back. Like, look, I'm not trying to dunk on our friend Mascara. He puts in work. He's genuinely, he works hard. It's just working hard doesn't always result into results, right?
I mean, he was up against Haaland, of all people, and he performed so well in the World Cup. So I'm looking forward to this season coming up soon. About 2 weeks? 2 weeks' time.
I was looking at one of my guys in the chat there, Adam James Abroad. He's a City fan. It's okay. Not everybody's perfect, right? But he was saying, even in the chat, that Arsenal's going to run the table this time, and it's going to be like a 10-point variance, a gap between first and second. I'm not going to speak to that, but one, I want to ask your opinion. Who do you think actually has a shot at 2 and 3? Is it United, which I'm taking as the dark horse this time? I see you, girl, and that they're really actually good in the second half of the season last year. I'm taking United, and I think I'm actually going to gamble on Chelsea a little bit this year. Maybe actually they finally get their act together. Who do you have?
I mean, based on the transfer season, the transfer window shows potential in terms of teams trying to make a bid for the Premier League this season. So United, definitely one of them. Chelsea, one of them. And I think Man City might be top 5 potential, but without Pep, I think it's going to be a long, long road.
Exactly.
For them.
And think about it, you got to adopt to an entirely new system, right? Like this Enzo Mascara guy, like they may or may not. And you know how it is too, Juan. Like you come in, the manager wants to bring in their own players. They need a couple of transfer windows to kind of get that done. So we may not see like the full potential of what he has. And to be fair to him, he's a great coach, and they didn't really give him a chance at Chelsea either, right? Like they dismissed him pretty quickly.
We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, there's my man. All right, guys. Done the segment for today. Oh, there's my man. Adam DeLuce. Pep is generally a 5 to 6 points easily. Mascara is going to need time. I do agree with that, Adam. Well put there. The reason I say that is because when you come into a team that's been run by one dude for the last 10 years and who has his fingerprint on all aspects of the team, from the back end, the administrative, the players, like you're going to need time, of course, to kind of have your imprint there. So I do agree with that. Just before we send it to your boy, Joey Opsh, we did quite well here on YJ, not as well as I'd like. It's coming back down now. If it comes anywhere near my entry at 410, the trade is over. We're going to get out of that. But what I'm watching now is a break here on QTEX. It's back above the volume weighted average price, right? I'm going to give this one the old college try. If it loses area low, in my humble submission, area low is the 1130 candle on the 5, the low of which is about 113, 112, I'm out. But I also want to bring your attention here to AZI. I was trying to write this in the chat while they were doing the Euro segment. It kept changing my my text it kept changing it automatically and putting today. But AZI, breakout above the $1.50. I'm stupid. I should have been more alive to this flat top break. Ascending wedge pattern here through 1.5, and it absolutely ripped up in a beelined up to 165, showing 158 now. I'd like a retest possibly of the mid to low 150s to test former area of resistance and then see if we can kind of work in back into this one, Joe.
All right, good stuff. Yeah. I mean,
I like that. Mexico City manual.
Yeah, I want to
I
know.
like
I like
that,
that one
man.
too. Thank you very much for that super chat. Corporate crypto crunch, 80% of public treasury submerged. All right, let's see what's read. Yeah, there's a little bit of a catalyst here in regards to the crypto space. Now, as for this trade here, we just get out break even. Same thing with this NVDL. So I'll tell you the nature in which I'm sitting in right now is there's a difference between trading to put on wins and then trading not to lose. I'm trading not to lose right now, and that's just not the way. So that's why I'm going to sit on my hands. We had the perfect entry. Pulls back a little bit. There's no reason why we shouldn't be still within this trade. And then as for Bitcoin, I'm going to wait for a pullback and then maybe look to get some form of continuation. I also have my eyes on the NASDAQ, obviously, ladies and gentlemen, so we'll keep our eyes out on this one. Any form of a pullback here, I did want us right at the volume-weighted average price. 72.35 would have been ideal. Boom, we hammer that one. We would have been nicely in the money, but that's not necessarily the case, and that's hindsight, which is tends to have good vision. Don't forget that. Yeah, same.
that.
Sitting and watching for now already made good this morning. Yeah, man, honestly, that's all you need to do. If I were you, just lock it down, head into your SIM account or whatever it may be. Keep those profits on a day like today, that's for sure. Robinhood apparently is moving. Let's pull that bad boy up and see what we got going on. No longer a shareholder of this company, full disclosure. But hey, man, we had a wild ride on it. AGen is moving. So there it is. Electric, it's continuing to climb, man. I do believe you're going to break that key pivot. But let's take a look at Robinhood and how some of these other memory names have been performing, considering we had high single-digit losses yesterday. First things first. Robinhood. All right, not too bad. Back up to 98 bucks. Probably moving in tandem here with Bitcoin. So, I mean, not a horrible look. Consolidate a base and then bang, off to the races it goes. So really good call out there. Banks are down. JPM down almost 2% here today, ladies and gentlemen. Ooh, maybe do we buy a little bit more, or is this official trend break? All right, so we did buy some more earlier last week or earlier this week, I forget what it is, via the CDR, but we've been buying this up since like the high 290s. So it's been really good to us over the past couple of months without any form of questioning. Now, if we look for the rotation, wow, Chipotle Mexican Grill Shreve, just in case you didn't know, was up 4%. And then we also have Cava here. Wow, Cava Group up 7%. Wow, up 7% here, so not too bad of a look. Man, there goes the NASDAQ. Why?
Tell him that it's human nature. Why?
Yeah, but no, and seriously, like shout out to MJ though. I don't know, some people like, but I wanted this right at the volume weighted average price. This would have been the trade, and then we're right back in this race, in this rat race here, to see if we can turn things around. I mean, we should have shut it down at 8:30 this morning, but that's not the case, and nor is that the cards that we dealt ourselves. Now, with that being said, we have to deal with them. We have to make a hand. Let's find a good quality trade here.
Make a hand, bro. You got to make that hand, Joey. All right, man. We're in AZI. I'm looking to defend into 60 generally. Let's see how this, I've got the 5-second chart on at the moment. Let's see if we hold structure. We built the position in. We have to hold structure. Ideally, I would have given it to 55 to 50, but I did get in a little bit higher here. So I'm keeping an eye on the 5-second structure, 5-second chart structure rather than the 5-minute chart structure. So if I stop out, that's fine. I can get back in at around that whole dollar. QTEX. I don't know how I feel about this one. I was looking for a trend hold. It's not breaking down, but it's not exactly, putting in new highs. So we'll see about this one. I still haven't added into this position here on QTEX, so still with the initial position, and we'll see how this circle gets squared, right? So that's my look on AZI and QTEX. Now, I got out of YJ because, well, it didn't even make it up at least halfway into the range, right? We talked about the range being 4 to 5. This one made it up to 440, which we took a print at, right? So we did get top candle there, but it didn't make it up to 450 even, let alone 5s. No point kind of wasting my, my energy on this one. We'll look to some others. So AZI coming back down here into 60. Let's see if it holds structure at around 55. Otherwise, we're going to have to stop out here, Joey.
All right, man. Good stuff. All right. We're at a key support level here in the NVDL. We have the NASDAQ starting to pull back a little bit. I mean, what I'm thinking here, and I don't want to give myself too much analysis paralysis or just have too many factors. You want to try to keep things as simplistic as possible. So what I'm thinking here is, should I post up at the lower end of the range on on the NASDAQ, and then find a potential trade? But just because I'm getting involved with it now, does that mean I'm going to change the narrative in which the market has kind of displayed itself over the past week and a bit? No. So it's kind of swaying me away from looking for that continued long here in the overall market. Same thing with NVDA. It's just like what I'm seeing from a price action standpoint, what about my thesis makes it different that, hey, or have any form of factoring into my choice of going long here, when for the past hour it's gone sideways and looks like it wants to break down? So those are just some of the thoughts that are running through my head. Now, what I want to see is a pullback on Bitcoin, some forms of indecision around the volume-weighted average price for me to find some form of continuation. At least I'm putting myself in the right place, and I believe at the right time. Because if what I'm noticing from before is just sideways price action, why am I going to look for the extended long? May as well go to something that has been strong here today, and I think that's the crypto space. BMNR, MSTR, both up 13%. You have Bitcoin moving here today as well. And then we also have Ethereum up 8%. All right, so I mean, there's other opportunities aside from these chip plays and the overall market. And if we're going to put ourselves in the right place at the right time, I just think I have to head over to this land. Ethereum, ETHA. Man, oh man, it's been a long time.
Joey?
It's been a long time since we've traded Ethereum, ETHA.
That's okay, Joey.
There's nothing wrong with that, brother. Get this pullback. With that being said, we need more data to be displayed, and then we're going to be able to pounce like a tiger.
Like a tiger.
Like a tiger in the wilderness.
In the wilderness.
Yeah, exactly. Not in the jungle. I mean, not in the zoo. Not in the zoo. Zoo is what I meant.
I know what you mean.
Yeah, maybe in the zoo. Now we're going to wait for this pullback and see if we can get involved.
You know what I'm going to say, right?
There it goes.
Yeah. What a shock, huh?
Joe.
There goes AZI
man.
into the high of the freaking day. We've got this one on. We added aggressively into that 60 area. I'm looking for more. I want to. It's a 183 high. There it goes again into another area. Freaking money, man. Make me wait for my money. Crazy. There we go. Rip City. Rip City. Now we're looking for a little bit higher. Bless you, Sia. Jeez Louise. All right. No, you're good. You're good. I'm just saying bless you. That's all. All right. Continuing to watch here. 183, 182. Looking for a move into 190s. High of days 88. I'm thinking too. And, you know, I've got to take the opportunity here to RC this. And by RC, I mean when this thing is ripping up, I need to be adding on the micro pullbacks. This is where I really need to improve. But I have no structured formula for how to get in on the micro pull. Like I don't have like an if A then B kind of, or if A and B then C kind of situation. So I need to come up with that because I really need to be adding into these winners. I've made it very clear. Obi and I were talking about it on Monday. You know, our biggest winners are the ones where we add into winning positions, and our biggest losers are the ones where we add into losing positions. So if that is the case, then why the hell am I not adding? See, so that's kind of the problem I face. But I'm a structured individual, right? So I need kind of a whole system to kind of get behind to do that. We'll be developing that hopefully, and you know, we'll see exactly what happens with that. So there's a seller here at 88 that we can't shake. That is the high of the day. There's the 88 seller again. They killed him for a moment. They killed him. It looks like, you know, he may have reawoken there.
He respawned.
Yeah. EMS. There's what do they call that thing? The
defibrillator.
The defibrillator. Thank you, my man. That's why. So you know.
I wouldn't go that far. I just.
Yeah. Everything's
don't stretch it now.
Everything's good, Joey.
Yeah.
So we're continuing to watch. I'm still holding the majority of the position here. So we're printing up a storm here on AZI, and I'm very pleased. But I want to be more pleased above too, Joey.
All right, man. Good stuff. We have one. Don't start this. This nonsense here, brother. All right, we're not getting. No, I'm only messing around with them. Ethereum. We're not getting this pullback that I'm looking for, and I'm not going to chase it this far extended from the volume-weighted average price. Yeah, is it spawn? Is it respawn? And listen, I'm not a gamer anymore, guys. Spawn. You just spawn somewhere else or whatever you guys would like to call it. Jeez, give me a break for a minute, man. We just got rinsed on Moderna. You guys were
I love how you say Moderna.
Murder. How do you say it?
Yeah. I'm not dunking on you.
but-
I just say Moderna.
Moderna.
You say
Is it
Moderna.
Mo, like,
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
it's MADERNA.
I think it's
Moderna. All right, man.
Yeah, it's
I
fun.
gotta go back to school apparently.
No,
and
no,
get
no. I don't
this,
know about that.
Yeah,
but
we'll
you
figure
have a
it out.
unique way of saying things.
I have
My
a
cousin
unique way
too,
of.
bro.
I have a.
You remind me of my
unique
cousin,
way
too.
of a lot of things.
He's so.
But that's
he's
how it's
clutch,
spelled, though. MODERNA.
I
right?
get it. I get it.
But
I'm saying that I haven't
Is it like
heard anyone
toy?
say Moderna except you.
Like
That's all.
Toyota.
Not the wrong thing.
Like
Just making an
Toyota.
observation.
Like Toyota and
Toyota. Don't try to say that you say it that way. That's
Or
not how you
Toyota?
say it.
Toyota.
The beautiful thing about this job is
I'm not
literally everything is recorded.
Dude, I'm not denying anything.
And he said, how'd you say Hyundai again? Hyundai.
Hyundai.
Yeah, no, that wasn't it.
I haven't even.
Here we go,
All right,
guys.
come on, man. Let me find a trade
My
here.
bad, bro.
It's all
My
good. But anyways, in all seriousness, let's see if we get going. Yeah, man, we gotta
Get it,
hyper
Joey.
focus here on the TQs or something along those lines. IBIT still need more data to be displayed in order for us to take a trade up here. But what we do have is an anonymous. It's over, man. You know what I mean?
Over.
It's over. Yeah, I'm closing the chat, man. See you
Who is
guys
that?
later.
Anonymous.
Thank
Must be
you
Casey
for
again,
donation.
bro.
Must be. No, I would be a little bit bigger. What's up, baby?
Oh.
You gotta go to this view over here.
Fabian.
Make sure you have your mic too, Fabian, just in case you wanna hop in.
Here we
on
go. New high a day AZI. Here we go. We're looking for the print, man. We're waiting at 93s. We're not getting 93, but it's a new high day. Actually, 93 is the high of the day. It just didn't cross. That's why we didn't get it. I don't know what's going on there. Joey just left, so I guess I'm doing the show on my own here. Also, I did add into this bad boy, QTEX. I'm looking for a hold of the 10 EMA. If it loses the 10 EMA, which it really hasn't since claiming it, I think at around 11:05, then I'll get out. But for now, it is treating me, well, not well, but it's holding trend-ish. So we want to take this one possibly into that $1.35. If that happens, that'd be great. So we're just going to build a position incrementally into the move down in the 10 EMA. If it loses 10 EMA, we're stopping out. Simple as that. Akash, go trading AZI with you. Man, get it, my man. I love how you're trading it. You're doing the quick scalps like myself. Akash, brother, I'm thinking 2 here. Now, we got $1.93. We haven't broken trend, at least on the 5. So if you look at the 5-minute chart of cash, every 5-minute candle essentially from, I want to say, probably 11:15, maybe 11:10, has held prior bar low. So if you've just based your stop on the 5-minute chart on prior bar low, you haven't been stopped out quite yet. So ride trend, man, until this one gives you a reason to get out. That's kind of what I'm doing here. We're going to keep a close eye here on AZI because I'm not really liking a lot of other things. I know that ZSTK is Rip City, Rip City. For all those who like those multiple halters, I'm just going to bring it in quickly and let you guys know exactly what the price action looks on that bad boy. It is halted again here, as Assassino, at $8.65. It has barely done any volume, but that doesn't matter to you, right? If you're able to get in and get out on the halts and then the resumptions, then you're printing. But for me, I'm going to need to kind of insist that this thing do volume and remain open so that it doesn't get me in trouble lest it halt down. So that's what we're looking at right now. There's another move into 93, and there's that 93 seller again on AZI. Do we take him out this time? There's 94, boom, into the high. That's a new high day. We're looking for 2, get it at cash. And while you're getting it, when I'm getting it, we're gonna send you up to SIA for happening now. Then Neil's got his lesson of the day.
Let's take a look at what the markets are doing before we dive right into what is happening now. The SPY is currently up 0.35%. The triple Qs are up very significantly less, but still tilting a bit towards the green. And the Dow is up 0.26% to be precise. Let's take a look at 2 tickers that I do want to mention here right now. Now, this might not look like it is doing much. Also, TDS, AD and TDS might not look like they're doing much. However, we did have JPM, and according to JPM, these 2 companies are poised to climb on a combination of catalysts. And JPM has reiterated overweight ratings on Array Digital, that is AD, Array Digital Infrastructure, as well as Telephone Data Systems, that is TDS. And additionally, we had earlier today KLAR that had been downgraded from to neutral from overweight, and JPM had also lowered its price target to $18 from $22. So you have KLAR that is also down 1.7% on the day. Before we send it back to the guys, let's stop and send it to Neil for his lesson of the day.
Thank you, Sia. Well, this one might end up being obvious, but we're going to say it anyways. You know, oftentimes, like, you can come in and whatever your trading plan was, whatever you thought was going to be in play, you know, most people didn't think when they went to bed last night that Moderna was going to be up 130%. You couldn't have known what was going to happen with treasuries and the reaction that the market was going to have to it, both up and to the downside. But that's where we're at. And sometimes you have to be able to think on the fly. And if you're like myself or a lot of others, that once we had that big move up in the market following the U.S. Treasury announcement, you were looking for opportunities to go long. Now, it's one thing to say, oh, I believe that we're going to retest, and we're going to pull back and retest because profit taker will come in, and then we'll try to catch a bid. And ultimately, you know, this is the cues. Look at it rebound. Maybe it's going to V-shape recovery. I liked DRAM early. We took one shot, and thankfully, we got out of VWAP to watch it go lower. Now, if I continue on DRAM, which is a stock ETF that I like to the long side, could it have worked? Probably. Like, there's a good dollar move in there. You take it enough times, you try it, you try to find that bid enough, you'll probably capture it. Maybe I take it there and lose, and then there's a nice setup and I played into VWAP. But you'll notice that's not where I tried the long. All morning long, and there was a good, 5-10 minutes in there where I'm not in anything, just waiting, don't see anything that I like to long until you eventually find something. Now, FOMO is going to be a part of it, because I'll be the first to tell you, did anybody actually think Bitcoin was as strong as it was? I didn't think we'd break 68,000 today. I was like, pretty simple. Let's just do the scalp trade, because when the market was dying, there were a few things that stood out. Bitcoin, while the market was making those fresh lows, was doing what? Holding higher lows. It did not break its first level of support on the pullback. It didn't even try to retrace the pre-market lows. None of that. It just pulled into VWAP, put in a higher low while the market was weak, and showed you it had relative strength. Gold and silver did the same thing. Here's GLD. Did that show any signs of weakness when the market was weak? No. So if you're looking for a long trade, you've got options out there. You can try to find the bottom in a bunch of things that are looking incredibly weak and hope that eventually they turn and break back out. You get a V shape. Or you can use the weakness in the market to buy the dip on something that is actually strong. For me, it ended up being, I wish it was gold and I wish we'd held Bitcoin longer, but SLV was another example. Okay, so there's 9 o'clock at the open when the market's pulling back in. What does it do? It holds VWAP. There's nothing crazy about this. You don't have to go outside of, for myself or for anyone that looks at like a trend strategy or the volume weighted average price, you're not stepping outside of your bounds. You're not breaking any of your rules to try to catch some kind of a long, which is a falling knife in the overall market, in the chip names. Now, if you bounce off those, great. There were plenty of wins out there if you managed to catch the lows. But it's just so much easier to take some time, to take a step back and say, well, maybe the things that I was planning on trading are no longer setting up the way that I anticipated because of what's going on in the market, and go look for and go hunt for better opportunities. And whether it was gold or silver or Bitcoin or ETH, it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. You could have been trading BMNR and just sort of noticed, hey, as the market's breaking down, this is another thing that refuses to bust the lows. And then when it reclaimed, look at this when it reclaims VWAP. You can't know this is going to happen. Like if I was in BMNR instead of Bitcoin, I'd probably still take VWAP to the prior day high, and then you kind of hope that you're at your desk and ready at 10:30 when everyone's looking at oil futures to watch this breakout and go absolutely ham. But even if you don't see this big of a move happening, you can see the fact that it is not making fresh lows. Lower lows, lower highs, trend down. If you like a bounce, there's almost always something which is looking stronger that you can try to participate in instead of catching the falling knife. It's always great to get the bottom, don't get me wrong, but it's that type of mentality that usually leads traders to the grave instead of trying to hunt for lower hanging fruit. And again, you just don't know what's going to come into play. Did I know I would trade Novavax today? No. Right? Like, Novavax wasn't on my radar. I wasn't even watching this thing until somebody in the chat said, hey, there's another sympathy move here in Novavax as Moderna's starting to break down. I pull up the chart. It's like, well, look at this top. Look at the hard top at 860. Like, oh, let me get it in the mids. And then look at this. This does a topping tail right into the high. Like, oh, a topping tail into the same high on a reversion play? I can get some more. At 55, so it does the topping tail, we add back into it. Probably should have been right at VWAP, but who cares? And now I'm just looking for the full retrace. You don't know where the opportunities are going to lie, but if they present themselves somewhere other than the names that you either wrote down or thought you'd be focused on, it's okay to go shift and move somewhere else. It's easy. I know it's a lot easier for someone like Sharif with his strategy because he's looking at small cappers. So he's knowing he's going to come into each day bouncing around to something new. But oftentimes, a lot of traders will have, these are the stocks that I look at. This was the plan today. And if you marry that when the market decides we're doing something else, you can get stuck hoping you don't trade or just missing out on easier opportunities. So try to keep it simple. Again, if you caught anything off the lows, you're probably having a good day, but you could make it easier on yourself if you just take a little bit of time, take a step back from all the craziness that's happening in the open range to find relative strength and relative weakness. And if you're looking long, join relative strength on a weekday. If you're looking short, join relative weakness on a strong day. It just makes things easier for yourself, and it's a heck of a lot less stressful. I haven't even gone to pick up the lunch, so I can't tell you anything about it. But hopefully that helped for everybody. And good luck. Looks like we're getting a V-shaped recovery in the market, so that's a good sign. I like the fact that they bought it back up. But don't forget, we have a bond auction at 1 o'clock. That actually matters today. Take care.
Well said, Neil.
Thank you,
Also, guys, VinFast reported strong Q2 momentum, and they delivered more than 70,000 EVs globally. That is up 96% year over year. In the first half, deliveries alone reached 129,000 vehicles, up 78% year over year. And that certainly reinforces their growth trajectory across its expanding EV portfolio. And by mid-year, guys, VinFast had already achieved approximately 43% of both its 2026 4W and 2W delivery targets, and that puts the company firmly on track across both their growth engines. Shout out to them. All right, out of AZI long ago, it broke structure, so I get out. Simple as that. Also, with QTEX, didn't hold structure, out. Very small loss here. We'll stay positive on the day. Also, YJ got out of that one right as it came back into the volume weighted average price. It's not trading as a range. I'm out. Simple as that. Now, I got a couple of new ones here for you guys. Let's bring in the side charts. I like SBET. So shout out to my man Brian in the chat calling out SBET, a name that we know a lot. We've seen. Take care, guys. Take care, Fabian.
Where's he going?
I don't know. Cut his hair. I don't know. Shout out to my man. So SBET, this is one that we've seen before many times. It shows up a lot on the scanner, and I like it. It's not up big. It's not up big at all. In fact, it closed out at about 630 yesterday with a 721 high. It's breaking structure right now, meaning that for the first time on the day, it's actually losing the 10 moving average on the 5. I mean, I don't think it's been below the 10 moving average since the 940 candle. So this may be a more prolonged pullback. Two levels I'm looking at, simple, are $7 psychological resistance. And I'm also looking at that white line. That is the volume weighted average price, which currently in the high 80s. Depends on where VWAP is when the price action makes it up there. But I also want to mention CDTG. This is halted up at $4.33. I tried this one. It's my only negative name on the day, and it lost structure. Look at this. It was basically holding 380s. This candle here, 12 o'clock candle, dips all the way down to 355, and then it halts up at 433. You like that kind of thing? Have at it. To me, it's hard to manage risk on that, so I'm going to be staying away.
All right, man. Good stuff. Yeah, Gorev, congratulations to you. This is what happened. We're posted up on the NASDAQ. I did want to pull back into the 72.34, then off to the races we would have been. But as I said, man, hindsight has awfully good vision. Let's pull up NVDL. Here it is. Like, this is what I'm talking about. Trading not to lose opposed to just trading to put on the right position. Okay, so here it is. You get out at break even. And I was thinking about re-engaging once again here. And then who's my boy in the chat that hit this trade? So congratulations to you. I'm glad that you had the opportunity to take advantage of this strong uptick to the tune of where we go back almost close to, we did break opening, actually no, not even close actually. It's 221.46 for opening price here on NVDA. But hey, BMNR is up 14%, MSTR is up 14%. You have Ethereum up 8% as well too. So I mean, pretty good looks in the crypto space here, ladies and gentlemen. Still not seeing what I want to. You can see what we do have right now is a consolidation zone. At some point, we're gonna break and maybe liquidity grab, and this is the scenario that I'm waiting for. If it happens, that's gonna be my green light to go long. I'm also posted up just below the range here on the TQQs at 75s. Okay, so let's pull that back up, TQQ. And then we're going to be looking for just a slight scalp on this bad boy. So my price being 72.75 pullback, and then a continuation of the trend. And especially if NVDA wants to rock and roll, then we're going to be sitting in a pretty good position, especially if we catch this fill. So yeah, that's what I have right now. I don't know if you have anything, some small cap names.
I will.
Some small cap names definitely moving. I've seen you get some good high of the day breaks, man. So it looks like they're not looking too bad.
Is actually staying open. Now, the problem with it staying open for so long is it had a pretty aggressive pullback. So we were at high days 1240. And then in about 2 minute, 3 minute candles, it dipped into 940. It's below 11 right now. It's got a bit of a lower high, lower low trend. I was just saying to somebody in the chat, I'm like, I'm way too tired to trade something like this today. This requires a lot of mental energy. It's very fast moving. I'm just going to stay away from it today, but I'll call it out for you guys. Clearly, a buyer here at 1050, they just killed him. So we're continue to put in a bit of a downtrend. I'd be looking for a loss of current bar low. Current bar low is 960. So if 960 breaks, then we're looking at that next intraday halt level around 8 2/3, a little bit below 9. So keep your eye on that. I see that CDTG just opened. It's moving up. Do I have this one on a trading screen? No, I don't. Let me put it on. Take off QTEX. Actually, I'm going to leave QTEX on CDTG. So this one open, limit up is 498, 88, 94, 93. So there's a red rectangle right there, guys. Anytime you see the red rectangle on my time in sales, or sorry, my level 2, excuse me, that is the limit up level. That may change because the timer resets as time elapses, of course. So 498 limit up right now, which would make sense, right? $5 resistance. That would be a good area for to limit up, and then maybe a sell-off, an aggressive sell-off. Limit down is 418, showing 452s. Buyers coming in around the $0.50 right here. So keep your eye out on that. I'm going to keep my eye out on ZSTK just for you guys. 1240 high. It's resuming trend above 11, and I can't quite see what limit up is yet, but now the volume is starting to pick up here on ZSTK, 6 2/3 million. First time we looked at this, it was sub 1 million because it was halting so many times. So that is what I'm looking at right now. We'll keep you guys apprised of these ones. I'll be looking for some slower names, perhaps SBET, perhaps IOVA if it holds VWAP, which it currently is, maybe even YJ if it resumes trend, possibly above 5. But I'm gonna forego CTDG and ZSTK. Joe.
All right. Yeah. SpaceX, let's pull that bad boy up for my boy. I just typed your name in, Scott H, SPCX. Let's see what we got going on. Yeah, man, a nice little recovery right there. Our boy Kevin Mendoza in the chat as well, too, man. Eating 335 for lunch. Seen those revs, brother. Nice work. But yeah, SpaceX on the road to recovery after a pretty weak opening auction here. You can see the first 15 minutes, boom, to the downside. And then now we're forming these consistent higher lows, which is something positive. The wedge potentially being formed. So what we do want to see is momentum and volume really start to uptick here, ladies and gentlemen. And then that might give us a good opportunity to get involved for a breakout on SpaceX. Let's head over to the daily and see how we've been performing still within this range. So the longer we take to break down, I mean, there could be the opportunity that we break above the range and then find some more continuation to the northeast. Now, as for the options chain, there is some size at $150. I would look for that to be rolled over, and if it does, then hey man, anything can happen.
Rolling.
And then here it is, 72.75 is starting to get that pullback now. Same thing here with NVDA. Not getting what I want in IBIT, but that volume increase at one point, I did believe it was extremely elevated. And then as we were having the interview with Adara, just some more volume stepped in, making it the largest spike. Almost in, I'm not going to say the middle of the day, but outside of the open auction at 11:25, you just have this immense amount of participation step in. And sure enough, we haven't really climbed from that point, but it's not looking too bad. We had a break-even trade right here. I want anything south of 38.60. The closer to the volume-weighted average price we get, the better off I am from a risk-to-reward standpoint. And you always have to take that into consideration. So I'm not loving what I'm seeing right now in the crypto space, but hey, I mean, if we want to continue to go with the flow, what we do have is higher lows, all right, and then a nice flat top. So let's see which way it breaks. If you have that second wave, then, hey, there could be a good opportunity, but you would want to catch the lower end of the range if possible. So you just have to post up and wait, and your order may or may not get filled. That's the nature of the beast. Same thing here with our TQs post up. Boom, says Casey 526, $10 super chat.
Thank you, Casey.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. We'll hit the stone cold for you. So yeah, I'm glad that everyone in small cap land is having a pretty good day. It started off fantastic, and then we decided to, do what we did and trade some more Moderna. I haven't even looked at it since MRNA. Since earlier this morning. I know things have cooled down a little bit, which is totally justifiable. Still holding up on this trend, higher lows consistently in Moderna.
All right, looking at some different sectors here, a lot of interesting green sectors. One that stood out to me immediately were Chinese ADRs. Look at this. There's only one negative name in the world of Chinese ADRs today. That is DQ, which is a solar name, and it's barely negative. And I don't know, I'm just guessing here, but I think it might have something to do with the fact that some H200s finally made their way onto the mainland. We know that, of course, H200 long delayed as a result of the Chinese regulator kind of championing their domestic alternatives. And that has been both good and bad for Chinese tech companies. Of course, they can't use the latest and greatest hardware. However, they do boost their own industry. So today, everything almost green here in Chinese ADR land, followed by, of course, a lot of greenery, as Joey was covering it right now. In the world of crypto, it doesn't matter what you're looking at, man. MSTR, you're looking at BTC, ETH's about to take out 10%. Coinbase is up 12.5%. But as you'll see, for the exception of the miners, which have kind of changed their tune lately to become more data centers than actually crypto miners, everything is negative on the year. When you do look at what is positive, this here column right there, that's year-to-date percentage up or down. CleanSpark, Mara, Riot, Hut 8, Cypher, all of these are mining names. And so if you're not in the mining game and you're not throwing your hat into the compute data center ring, you're decidedly negative on the year. So we'll talk some more sectors when we get back from the small cap recap with Sia.
The IWM is currently up on the day, 0.77%. Let's take a look at what is going on here. WOLF, two tickers for you. Wolfspeed currently down 10% and over, reporting earnings today. No time has been specified yet, but there are estimates that are available. Revenue estimate is at $150 million, and EPS estimate stands at $2.45. Nothing else that's crazy going on with this name. UPSC, that is Upstart Holdings, it's up 8% as of today, and as of late yesterday, CEO of the company, Paul Gu, had said that the company is entering a quote-unquote second leg of its development, focused on converting its AI lending platform into a more sustainable, profitable growth while expanding into secured credit products. So you have two tickers, that is UPSC, that is now climbing over 8%, and just going to check levels of Wolf right now, that is down 9.5%.
All right, thank you for that, Sia. Now, the NASDAQ just kind of going on without us, which is, I mean, this pullback, once again, we did get the retest. man, the polarity here is absolutely insane. 72.83, what was once resistance, clearly acting as support. A really, really good look here as the market continues to move higher. Ladies and gentlemen, not too bad of a play, especially after the initial selling. Now, are we going to catch the lower end of the range here, 38.80 on IBIT? We're just going to have to be patient and wait and see. So we do have multiple orders out right now. They're just not getting filled, and price action is slowly starting to crawl away from us, which is decreasing the probability of these orders getting filled. And I'm not chasing price. It's just not logical. I do believe there's a quality setup to be had here, especially just south of this resistance zone that has clearly acted as big-time support. So, yeah, I mean, it is what it is. It's unfortunate. Should have just walked away with that one more dinner trade. But, hey, IBIT not looking too bad either.
Yeah, man. I've got nothing on at the moment, guys. So any small caps you want me to look at, we'll have a look for you, but I'm going to stay put for now. I'm up on the day. I don't want to really give anything back. I want to go on my vacation, chill. So I think I'm done trading for the day. We want to stay positive on the week. That would be my 5th green day in a row after having 3 days of negativity last week. So I'm done trading for the day. But I would love to look at some different names for you, whether small cap, large cap, mega cap, crap cap, whatever. Just throw it in the chat. We'll have a look at it for you, and we'll give you an honest opinion as to the technicals. We'll maybe even talk some fundamentals, so throw that in. Okay, great. They're already coming in fast and furious. That gives me something to do. SECZ. Let's have a look at that. SECZ. Okay, so what is this? $1 billion market cap, securitized, whatever. 1.6 million shares traded on the day. Hit great day yesterday, so it was a bit of a downtrend. Looks like it found a bit of a bottom here at around 5.15, 5.25, and now it's putting in higher lows and higher highs. So who can complain about that? 646 area high. Intraday, though, it has lost the volume weighted average price. I would probably, be cautious getting along here, but you do have this area of consolidation for almost about 25 minutes between 10:05 to 10:35. So if that area goes like right below 610, maybe even 607, I'd stop out. But ideally, you're picking this up at the volume weighted average price. On a daily chart, let's have a look at what this bad boy looks like. Yeah. So a lot of these small caps do tend to look like this, where they have, an outsized couple of days and then they sell off on trend. But thank you for pointing that out. D-Tab wants me to look at Oracle, Reddit, and then RDZN. Let's look at ORCL. Let's see what Oracle has been up to lately. Here's the daily. So the trend is what it is. It is lower highs and lower lows. We gave away that 133 double bottom. That should have been, a good area of support. It didn't hold. However, we're right back into those April 2025 lows. Let's call that the tariff tantrum. Right into 120. So it holds 120, fine. But the trend is what the trend is, and it is a plethora of lower highs and lower lows on this one. I wouldn't touch Oracle until the trend breaks, and then you have a decided shift to the other way. Let's have a look at Reddit. All right, Reddit, yeah, I remember looking at this probably earlier the week, last week. It's still a bit of a range here, but the range is insanely wide. So what I would say is 140 seems like a great buy area, despite the fact that at times it has lost that trend. Now we're seeing some higher highs come in. The thing is, there is a bit of a fundamental reason why this one could have some trouble. We talked a lot about AI overviews by Google cannibalizing some of the ad revenue that Reddit generates money from, right? Because what Google AI overviews is doing is it's taking the information on the Reddit page itself and it's giving it to you in overview. So you needn't actually click the link. If you don't click the link, they don't get paid. So that is a concern there. Aside from technicals, but I do like this, to be honest with you, Tiffany, because it is putting in some higher highs and higher lows. And I also happen to like, I don't own any social media platforms. If I was going to choose one, it would be one that's readily selling their data. It may not be great to the users, but from a revenue perspective, it certainly is. Yeah, that's it. Video fun for all. I just stepped in. If you are not ready, you can take a look at BTGO. I'll look at it for you. Absolutely, brother. Let's have a look at BTGO. BitGo holding. Something tells me, pardon me. Something tells me this is going to be strong on the day, Joe, saying that it's in the crypto space. And there goes BTGO into the high of the day, 650. Look, this has been a clean hold of the 10 EMA on the 5. I would just look for a pullback into the 10 EMA, ride it into that trend until it breaks down. Otherwise, I'd be possibly looking for a deeper retracement into the 20. That's the yellow line, currently showing 6 1/3. And you have VWAP here at about 618. That is the 5-minute chart. On the daily, though, we know what crypto has looked like lately. So there's clearly a buyer here, though, right around 4 3/4, 5. So there's a bottom here that's been put in for a while, essentially since, I want to say, late May till now. Now, even if you do catch a bit of a bid, which we certainly are, this is probably the biggest green candle we've put it in a very long time. It looks maybe the biggest green candle since May 8th. All that aside, if you get into that 7.5, 7 3/4 level, you're going to meet this area of previous support, now probably resistance. So you got to be alive to that 7.5 area, acting as a bit of a resistance level if you're going to swing this. Now, good news for you is that's $1 away. We're at about 650 high right now. High day 650. That 750 resistance gives you $1. So really, depending on how you're looking at trading this could be really good. So shout out to you. Thanks for pointing that out. What do you got, Joey?
All right, good stuff there, brother. So here it is, IBIT starting to break this wedge that we just displayed not too long ago, and here it is. We're going to run into, so we might catch an order fill momentarily, and then we're going to be looking for a little bit of a scalp here, maybe back towards the top end of this range. So let's be patient and see if one thing happens. I know that we're slowly inching away from catching that IBIT fill, but a nice pullback as NVDA runs right back in towards the volume-weighted average price, dragging the NASDAQ down with it. Same thing with the SPY. I'm not going to call it a triple top. It's not necessarily that, but here it is, just a lot of chop over the past couple of weekends, ladies and gentlemen. Our ranges are really starting to compress, 768 to a high of around 772. So a $4 range on the SPY, which we've seen a lot more. And then now we're starting at $712 all the way to a high of 21. So a little bit more here, but hey, we know that the tech names can be extremely volatile at times. So we'll keep an eye out on that. Yeah, man, that's what happens. Dude. CrowdStrike down 6%. Big time run off of those highs. I mean, there's some of the crypto treasury plays. You can see they're up double digits. Memory, Western Digital, SanDisk, STX down another 5% today. So most definitely a tougher look. SanDisk here, Western Digital, Micron, DRAM positive, but a big time gap down. We are looking at this $50 marker, which was around, not necessarily around the low of the day, but I do believe we're going to be heading into that neck of the woods. So be cautious of that, ladies and gentlemen, just in case. All right, there we go. We're now into this position. Let's see if we can get a nice little uptick here in the NASDAQ, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be a big time trade. Let's see if we can get this one working for us, my friends. All right, that's what I'm talking about. I might be just happen to scalp out. So you see how we post up there, and then the stock or the ETF immediately takes a breath. That's a good opportunity for me to just scalp some out, because what I'm seeing right now is that we're not overly strong. So another couple of upticks, if we're fortunate enough to get that, then that's the end of the trade, right? That's what we were looking for, a nice little scalp on this bad boy. Still holding that level, and you see how we tick down pretty aggressively. So an additional one, the trend is still down, understandable, but hey, we'll take it for what it is. Bang. And then just that scope, just in case that this trend remains intact and we decide to head back in towards the volume-weighted average price. So scalp in and out, a couple of second trade, you post up at those levels, you play the breadth of the underlying asset, and then sure enough, a nice little move here, and you can see the weakness displayed in the tape. That's why you get out, ladies and gentlemen, especially on that. So a nice little scalp city for us to give us some more breathing room on the session.
Joey, listen to this, man. I bought some stuff.
What'd you buy?
I bought some stuff for the trip, right?
Oh, okay.
So yesterday, it came in like 12 o'clock. Now look what they're saying,
What
bro.
are they saying, bro?
They're saying 4 to 8 delivery time.
Oh, man.
Man, I got to leave by 6:30.
Yeah, but bro, when did you order it?
Like 3 days ago. One is coming from Calgary. One came from the States. It was at customs. Why the hell?
What did you order? Let me see what you got over there. Oh, it's
so
the gear.
these two came in yesterday. Yo, they basically copied Lululemon shorts.
Did they?
Yeah, I overlaid them on top, like the Lulu ones we got a few months ago. Identical. So they just basically stole Lulu's design. I wonder why Lulu's doing that.
My Lulu shorts are my favorite.
Easily.
But I don't like the hoodie that I have. It's just really uncomfortable.
Your Lulu shorts have a liner? Yeah, so these ones don't.
No liner?
Yeah, so I can actually wear them in the street. Because, if you're wearing a liner in the street.
Yeah, well, I mean.
Yeah, so by the way, this I don't know if you're interested in this design, but the black one came in yesterday.
Yeah, you were showing me.
Quality shirt.
Is it high quality?
Thick and stretchy.
Yeah?
Yeah, man.
That's good. All right,
For a
man.
good price.
Yeah. You might have to head over to Lululemon. You're excited. You're getting ramped up now.
Getting ramped
Get on
up.
the red eye. Don't drink too much at the airport, eh?
Oh, we're gonna have a beer at the airport.
Oh,
yeah,
keep
100%.
the
We're gonna have a beer at the airport,
Keep
my
the
guy.
tradition.
Just like last time. Yeah.
It doesn't matter what.
No,
time.
it was all beer last time.
It doesn't matter
No
what
hard
time.
liquor.
It doesn't matter what time you show up at the airport. You need to.
We're
have
late
a
as hell
beverage.
at the airport.
I know, but even if it's at 6 in the morning.
No.
Dude, you don't even
I've done that
understand.
before. I've
No,
taken
I've
early
done that.
flights,
Yo,
and
yeah.
I was like, I'm not buying any
Man, so
alcohol.
when me and my
bro.
buddies, like, you gotta think we all like played hockey, grew up together.
Get it, Neil.
When we went to Chicago, we're at the breakfast restaurant and we're
Mimosas?
ordering, no, lemon drops and everything, and the lady across from us is like, oh my God, where are you guys flying? So I'm not on the same flight
She
as you
said
guys.
that?
No, but she was
No wonder
joking.
she didn't want to
She
give
was
you.
joking.
She didn't want to give you alcohol on the
Well,
plane.
no,
though.
that was the host. That was the stewardess.
Was that the
man.
same flight though?
But we were in the Pearson at the time. But
Pause. Was that the same trip though?
Yeah.
And another piece of the puzzle
Yeah. But
falls into
that's
place.
all right, man.
No, you
But
didn't give us that information last time, Joey.
give me at least one more. My buddy got two because he's like, it's my birthday.
He was
and then I
behaving,
got one.
wasn't he?
No, he was
He was
not.
behaving.
Dude, listen, I'm not obnoxious when it comes to that stuff.
You're never obnoxious.
No,
not
and
your thing.
he is more or less, and he got two, and I only got one. And I'm like, what kind of American airline BS is this?
Oh, I thought you were going somewhere else with that. I didn't know you were going to
man.
throw the airline part in there.
No.
Get it, Joey.
This is an American airline thing.
All right,
Delta's
man.
good stuff.
Here's the deal. We're done trading for today, guys, but I want to point out AZI looks awfully good. If I was trading right now, we'd be punching into AZI. Look, it broke structure in the fact that it took out that that flat top break, right? Got into 194 and then lost it all the way down to 155. But I want to point out that 155 to 150, that was the flat top, right? So it stands to reason that if it loses trend, it comes back in to the prior area of resistance. And this time around, lo and behold, it is support. And there it goes, 69 goes in, 72. It's on the move here. AZI, I think, looks pretty good. It is not a multiple halter like ZSTK or CDTG, but not everybody wants to trade those multiple halters in any event. If we do curl into that 194 to 2 and we break through 2, my bias is already going to be starting to yell 3, 3, 4, 4, 5, 5. Guys, AZI, if it can hold structure, I think it's a pretty good one. It's putting in those higher highs and those higher lows. For now, though, we're going to send you up to Adara with news.
Keep an eye on GM and Ford here, guys. There's not a massive move, but I did see a volume spike on the 3-minute and for Ford in particular. So I want to talk about this. We have comments coming from U.S. Trade Representative Jameson Greer. Speaking on Canada, he just said, quote, "I feel confident that we have reached a deal to protect the U.S." So yeah, it sounds like Canada and U.S. trade agreements, at least Jameson Greer seems pretty confident. They're good for now. We know there was that meeting here with Minister LeBlanc of Trade in Canada and Jameson Greer that took place at 11:15 a.m. So that could just be wrapping up. If I see anything else, I'll keep you posted.
Thank you for that information,
Yeah.
Adara. That, interesting development yesterday. President Trump putting the brakes on the 50% tariffs that were slated to come in today.
Yeah.
For a few days because of his opinion or his statement that they were basically at a deal. Now, Prime Minister Carney, for his part, he said there was more work to do. We know President Trump's modus operandi, right? He likes to kind of announce these deals so that he can kind of get the trend or push it in his direction. Prime Minister Carney will submit to you much more of a pragmatist, right?
Yeah.
Or kind of, he needs to cross his T's, dot his I's kind of guy.
Exactly.
So I don't think he's going to be the one making an early announcement. I think he's going to leave that for
No,
President
he'll
Trump.
save it for when it's done.
Yeah, well, Prime Minister Carney is just, he's a completely different individual than President Trump, right? However you feel about him. In any event, CDTG is open. It's at about 4 3/4, tight spread here. It could reclaim 5. It looks like it's on the way to 5. 513 limit up for CDTG. Be on the lookout for that. 513 limit up. But I want to keep an eye here on AZI. I don't know where the hell it went. Okay, we took it off because we stopped trading it. So what we'll do is we'll just take off ASTL. We'll put AZI on. because this one continues to curl into 170. It's having trouble with 170, but if it can get above 175, I think this one's going to beeline into 194. Let's send it up to Sia.
Let's take a look at the sectors before that. Let's just tech levels for SPY. SPY currently up 0.40%, closing to 0.5% on the day. Let's take a look at the sectors. Electric tech, you have NVIDIA and Micron that are flat, with Cisco joining the pack as well, and Apple up 2%. Broadcom down close to 4%. So is AMD and INTC above the 3.5% mark. Dell is also down 5%. However, Marvell is up 9.4%, announcing that it was giving Google permission to buy a $12 billion stake in the company as a part of a deal to develop custom chips for the company. So with that, Google, however, turned flat. Microsoft up 1% and Meta up over 8%. So is Palantir soon to cross 2.5% mark. Oracle is up close to 2%. And CRWD, however, down 6% on the day. ACN is up close to 7%, and CRM up 5.3%. PNW, however, lagging down 4.1%. Finance, you have BRKB, MasterCard, that is flat on the day, but Citi down over 2.5%. JPM and BAC also down over 8.5%, or BAC is down 1.4%. Visa is up 1.3%. However, two names that I do want to take a look at is that Hood and Coinbase are soaring above. The Hood is up 8.5% and Coin up almost 13% on the day. So both have surged since Bitcoin prices have popped more than 4% to about $68,000. So that's what's causing the rally here. Retail trade, let's take a look. Amazon is up 2%. Walmart flat as a stock can be. Costco is up 0.5%. Home Depot up more than 1.5%. Now, Lowe and TGT reported along with TJX. TJX down 2.5%, but you have Lowe shares up over 2%. Shares were trading a bit lower earlier in the day. Treasury yields, however, have fallen, causing this. TJT is up 5.3%, reporting better than expected revenues in its second quarter financial report. We're going to be discussing all of this in the news segment, so don't go anywhere. CVNA up 7.4%. Now, health tech, you have Lilly up 3.18%, ABBV, MRK. There's entire sector looking pretty strong. J&J, however, flat on the day, but in health tech as well. MRNA also surging after a personalized cancer vaccine between the companies showed positive results in late-stage trials. So that is also what's causing this entire sector between MRNA and MRK to be up. Producer manufacturing, a little bit of a lag in the names LRCX, EMAT, CAT, GEV, consumer non-durables, utilities, process industries, as well as industrial sectors, bit of a mixed sentiment, and health services thrown in the pack as well. But consumer durables, you have Tesla that is up 3% on the day. Energy minerals, you have a bit of mixed sentiment in that sector as well. And in transportation, finally, Uber is up close to 5% on the day. Dash is up over 1.5%. DAL is down 1.5%. FedEx up 1.2%, and UPS up 1.2%.
Thank you very much for that, Sia. Great coverage, great look there. It is interesting though, Joey. Joey, do you want to talk a little bit about this inverse Apple trade that we've been seeing, I guess, for the past couple of months?
Yeah, we can.
When the chips are weak, it's not a hard and fast rule, but I would say statistically it is probably accurate. When the chips are weak, Apple is strong. Do you think that has something to do with the building, the AI build out versus the AI deployment kind of inverse correlation trade? Like, what's your take on this?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's where Apple had its edge for quite some time, right? They were just sitting back, collecting from everyone's spending and paying them to be on their platform, to be on their device, I should say, right? Being on the Apple operating system. And then also you just see a rotation because we know that Apple is extremely cash heavy at this point compared to some of the other individuals, the hyperscalers depleting their free cash flow, going into the debt market as well too. So I think it's just, I mean, I know we don't love using the term flight to safety, but I think that's the narrative, is that your rotation out of everyone who's spending cash to the companies who's hoarding cash.
Who's hoarding cash or not spending nearly as much. Like, let's remind everybody that during not the last earnings call, the one prior to that, they did announce that they were not going to be, I'm talking about Apple, cash flow neutral or cash neutral, sorry, excuse me. Meaning what? Meaning basically that they're looking to spend a little bit more. Now, they haven't done it, at least from what we've seen, quite yet. We did see them, of course, open up that Houston facility, but that was already planned, right, where they're making the Mac Mini. Of course, they have to acquiesce to President Trump's insistence that they reshore the supply chain, and I think that they've done that, or for parts of that, of course. But I think it's, I don't know, man, I just, the logic behind it kind of runs counter to me. I think they both need each other. Like, without the AI build out, how can we have AI deployment? So why is one inversely correlated to the other? Is it because there's a finite amount of money to go around, where you're either in the chip build out kind of trade, or you're in the the AI build out trade, or the AI deployment trade? I'd like to get your thoughts on this as well too, guys. Has anybody in the chat been taking this kind of inversely correlated trade?
Yeah, I took it yesterday.
I know you did. That's why I'm talking to you about it.
I took it yesterday. I don't know, Sharif. We know that the market has its nature, and it changes cycles all the time. And right now, the punishment being spending cash. We sell you off. Holding cash, we're going to buy you up. So I don't know.
Well said.
How long that's going to stand. Things can change, which I find kind of odd, because Google is still making a boatload of money off of the Gemini ecosystem.
Oh, yeah.
So regardless of how much they're spending, you can actually justify
two hands, right? Like one hand in the build out and one hand in the deployment.
They have it in
Just
every.
in the AI,
I know, and I know, obviously, but like this, it's not kid around here. They have multiple hands. They got their hand in cookie, but in every cookie jar apparently. But I mean, at the end of the day, I think that's just kind of where we're sitting at. Everyone's fearing a bubble, right? Like, how much more money are you guys gonna actually spend?
I like how you brought that up.
But I think at the end of the day, when you have companies like Amazon, and you have Google's Gemini with 1 billion monthly active users, you have OpenAI with 1 billion, 300+ million on Anthropic, and the majority of those being paid customers, I think it's hard to deny the fact that these companies are starting to make some money in this space.
That's a great point. Let's see what some of the people in the chat have said. Yeah, it looks like you guys are all doing that. David says, same folks playing the same rotations. Ichiro says all the time. So he takes those inversely correlated all the time. Yannick, yeah, I think it's the cash on hand and the dependence on devices to use AI. That's exactly what I'm thinking there. Notorious Dingleberg says, I'll definitely roll from semis to software and back. Great. I mean, that's kind of exactly what I suspected you guys were doing. Carl's Packer, give me a break. Bank shorts? I don't know what are bank shorts?
I don't know.
I don't know what those are. With Luis, safe travels. Thanks, Carl.
Oh, Luis tagged us in a post the other day.
Did he?
On X. Yeah. Was he in the chat there? It's Wednesday. Is he coming on today?
I don't have a legitimate X account. I have a burner account.
Is he coming today?
I don't know. We're going to find out. It is summer.
We'll find out.
So
he wasn't here this morning.
He wasn't here this morning,
No,
yeah.
he wasn't here this
Yeah,
morning.
so that's kind of the situation. We'll see him hopefully soon. The Sunni's upside down. The sun is upside down. Weeks ago, I said it looked like the two greatest companies, Apple and NVIDIA, look to be inverse of each other. I kind of agree with you. It hasn't always been that way, though, right? And that's kind of what I'm saying. I'm not saying this is an entirely new thing, but clearly it hasn't always been Apple down, NVIDIA up, and vice versa. That's something a little bit, at least newer for me.
Read what Green Saber said.
What do you say? Joe, once the build out and spending are completed, the challenge will turn to ROI. The investment will need to generate jobs to be profitable, right? Well, I don't know if it needs to generate jobs to be profitable, especially with a lot of automation. And a lot of the stuff that's being made, well, yes, a lot of it's being reshored, but a lot of it's still being made overseas. I just think they need to be profitable. I don't know if the jobs component.
I'm in the same camp in regards to the jobs aspect of things. I don't think that's necessarily the case. It's creating jobs right now, right? With the build out, with the infrastructure, building these, pouring concrete. You have Caterpillar, who's been going on an absolute monstrous run. Will the build out ever slow down? I think at some point you're going to have to continue with the data center growth, but at the pace at what we're currently growing at, no, I don't think that's necessarily the world that we're going to live in the future. But you'll always need more data, especially if you have more people getting involved with the ecosystem. Like my aunt that I was with over the weekend, she's like, well, our work is just embedded in the Copilot ecosystem, and it's just made work so much much more efficient. And I think that's the narrative of this AI build out is like, how more efficient can we become? Because the more efficient you become, the more money you can potentially make.
No question.
Right?
No question.
So, I mean, that's how I'm no economist, but efficiency within countries is really important, and how profitable they can actually be.
He's not. You know what? I'll save that for after. Guys, MRNA. I can't even believe what's happening here, man.
Is it still going?
It's up 131%. It's like $20 off the highs, but it's turning around here. 146, 150 could be incoming on MRNA. I want to read some of these, man. There's great comments by some of you. Yeah, the application layer is where it's at, says TradeWiz. Interesting there. What is that comment? Hedge funds shorting the NASDAQ 20 billion, says Shauna. Okay. Interesting look. I want to mention as well, CDTG just got into that 589 day high. It's breaking down a little bit now. I want to mention prior bar low on CDTG is 528, showing 5.5 now. Look for a prior bar hold. But this one's been great, man. This is my only negative name on the day. It was in here at 41, 4.1, stopped out at 3/8. And I didn't really get back into it. It didn't hold structure. I got to tell you, I don't have the compunction to trade these multiple halters today. I didn't get much sleep last night, so we're gonna have to chill out. But what I can tell you is 505 limit down on CDTG currently. I did just glance at 617 limit up, so it'll have to be a high day for you guys to limit up there. So it's still in play. It's not even up that much. It's up 65%, right? It closed out yesterday at around 330, 329. That's the price, not the time, I mean. And, you know, it's only got a 580 down high. So new trade, newer trade, I want to say. It did halt up bright and early at 955, but it almost did no volume right around till 1205. That's when the volume really started coming in on CDTG. So I want to say it's kind of a newer trade, even though, you know, it was technically breaking out earlier on. It wasn't doing the requisite volume, meaning that a lot of eyes weren't on it. Go ahead.
Oh, no, I don't know. It's like our boy's back in the chat.
Who?
You see who it is, man.
I'm looking, bro. I don't see. Jesse Hernandez is my man. There he is. Hold on. What? Is that George Costanza he's got?
Who he got up there, man?
I'm going to have to report him.
Might be, no, it's Kramer. Who he's got up there today.
That's George, bro.
George, man. George, man. Our boys, what's up, Jesse?
Can't stand yet. He's got like the pendant on. Shout out to Jesse Hernandez.
Is that what
man.
People call him? Can't stand you?
Well, no, there was a teacher that he had back in the day. Like that's again, if you're a Seinfeld buff, right? He had a teacher, a gym teacher that used to like give him atomic wedgies, and then the teacher ended up becoming homeless, sadly. And he ran into him on the steps of the public library, and he still rememred him. And then he gave him a wedgie as a grown-ass man.
I can get behind the George can't stand ya.
It's hilarious.
You shouldn't have told me that.
Can't stand ya.
Stand ya. What's up, Jesse, man? I hope everything's good.
Yeah, brother.
Let's break it down. I'm glad. You know what's great? It's crazy. I was like, man, where's our boy at? I was actually thinking that here today.
Jesse?
Jesse, yeah, because I seen Blicky when Blicky's in the chat. He's like, man, I'm thinking about changing my name. I'm like, nah, but it has to be equally as iconic. But here it is, guys. All right, let's get down into what we were trading. Now, we were talking about some scalps. Posting up at key levels and just taking these micro moves, larger size, stop at the lower end of the range, boom, off to the races it goes. So this gives us significantly more breathing room here on the day, but you can see the trend is down. It's so much harder to play this. For me, I'm like, okay, why don't I just wait for an additional pop? Because it's clear that the flow is to the downside, but I might eat those words relatively quick because what we did have is a strong breakout here on NVDA, then proceeded to fail. Now we're starting to form a bunch of indecision prints in this congestion area right here on NVDA. So there might be a good opportunity via NVDL. We still have our order posted up on IBIT. So there's going to be a couple of opportunities. But having these two wins back to back under our belt definitely changed the narrative. And I mean, we had a pretty good day on MRNA.
Got it, Joey.
I'm a poet, and I didn't even know it until we decided to do all of this tomfoolery over here, but this was it. This was like the trade of the day right here. Boom. 30s all the way up to 32.25, and then SPCX right off of the lows. And it's just like, all right, man, George can't stand you over here. We should have just got out of this one. But instead, we took a couple more opportunities, which kind of dug us a little bit of.
This is going to be another AC Slater thing, where you're like,
George,
you don't watch it, but you're going to say it. I love it.
George can't stand you.
George can't stand you. Right?
Yeah.
Can't stand ya. Can't stand ya. That's what I used to do, bro. It's crazy.
Crazy.
All right, we lied. We're in a trade here, right? We're going super small size,
never say
bro.
never.
I never say. All right, we're looking for a $6 break
stings
here on, I don't know, on CDTG. If it stops out below the $0.50, I'm gone. But I'm looking for a hold up here, generally into trend. There is it's a 589 high a day. There it goes, right into 88s. But there's somebody really defending 88s, and that makes sense because 89 is the high of the day. So like putting your stop just right at the low of the day or at the high of the day if you're going short. So it does make sense that they're defending 88s. But it feels like the accumulation is coming in, whether or not the shorts have more buying power or conviction than the longs. Here they're selling at lower levels, so you need to be careful with that. They were selling at 88s, now you're seeing at 85. There's 87 again. So let's see how this cookie crumbles, man. We're not going to take any profits because we have really small size here. We're just kind of doing it to go through the motions. But I ideally want a $6 break, but we are seeing a lot of topping till candles develop on the 5. So that to me means a very conviction short. And whether or not we hold up at these levels, your guess is as good as mine. With that 589 area high, it's essentially a $6 touch. Let's see how this one trades, Joey.
Good stuff over there. SpaceX starting to come back in, so we can see that we have those consistent higher lows here, ladies and gentlemen. Looks like the trend's going to break, and that's why we get out pretty quick here on some of these scalps. Now we're right into some levels that we've been keeping our eye out on. What we do have is a slight pullback in Bitcoin, but we're back up to $150 on MRNA. So with that being said, let's head over to our options chain and see what we got going on. I know Jesse's been trading some options as well too. So let's see how his day. Have you been trading MRNA today? Jesse, please let me know, and you can tag me in the chat, obviously. Hope everything is going good with you. Here it is, MRNA. I don't have anything. Let me know, guys. Do you have any data north of $120 strike price here? I tried changing it. I'll maybe try to find a different source, but there's nothing for me. 273% at the money IV. So just absolutely insane price action, and this continued to climb higher. Like the returns on this stuff is absolutely ridiculous. There's no way anybody would have knew this unless you're some form of an insider. There's a term for that, Sharif. I'll bring that to us momentarily.
U.S. Treasury yields have fallen sharply today, around from their highest level that they've been in the 19 years. This is following the announcement that the U.S. Treasury made that it would double the size of liquidity support buyback operations for longer dated bonds. With that, you have the DXY that is currently down on the day, 0.8%, trading around the $98 region. Let's also take a look at the pair USD INR. USD INR currently around 95.7. Yesterday was a little bit more. Currently, well, it's up 0.08%, almost flat on the day. But India's rate settlers have signaled the possibility of rate hikes ahead, even as they are lifting these interest rates that are unchanged at their policy meeting earlier this month, and also watching for evidence that supply-sparked inflation may be seeping into India's broader economy here. And this is coming from the minutes of the meeting that was held. Let's also take a look at the GBP USD pair here. The pound against the dollar, currently higher right now, over 0.5%, clinging on to gains against the dollar today, as the inflation data that came in showed that UK inflation in July has picked up as expected.
Yeah, I was just telling Joey, I haven't even packed my suitcase yet, man. We're gonna do it. I was thinking about doing it at night yesterday. I was like, oh my God, I'm just so tired.
Do it a couple hours before you leave.
Yeah, it's just like becomes routine.
If you forget anything, you could just buy it.
Well, I don't want to do that, bro, man. Like, hero? Oh my God. MRNA is above 150 again, man.
Yeah, I know.
It's going. The trend is up, man.
Pull yours up here. Your
MRNA?
options chain here. No,
Sure.
your options chain.
Oh, okay.
And see if you can go anywhere north of $120. I can't.
Oh, my options changed.
Yes, sir.
Well, I did cancel my options data, but we can give this a try. MRNA.
boy.
Is it going to be delayed if I canceled my options data?
Probably.
What are you looking for here?
Anything north of 120 bucks.
North of 100. You just have to allow it to.
Yeah, I know. I've tried that.
So,
So go to all strikes.
yeah, there you go. And then just go
Which all
here.
strikes.
Oh, I do have all. No, it doesn't show me anything
Doesn't
above
show-
120.
yeah,
That's
I know.
crazy.
It's crazy.
Why does it do that?
I don't know.
'Cause it was
There might not be any
expected?
contracts. Let me know if anybody, have you guys
very
identified
interesting.
any contracts north of $120 here on MRNA? That's extremely interesting because if there's no derivatives play in that area, what happens is just a complete short squeeze. So whoever was just getting destroyed, not having the ability to hedge against their position. I'll check another source here. Only lets me trade to $120 as well, too. A couple people stating Dave in the chat. What's up, Dave?
Get it, Dave.
Let's pull MRNA. Yeah. Okay. Oh, I'm onto something here, Sharif. We got
Ooh, get it, Joey.
something. All right. So yeah, I do believe I have some data. Oh yeah, all the way up to 100. Whoa. Okay. I'm getting up to 145. There is open interest north of these levels. Let's see what the 150 is bringing us. No open interest, but there's volume there. How does that work? Okay, so that might not be. I can see past, but it's all O's. Yeah, exactly. And that's what I was just about to mention there, Jeremy. It's all O's, so there's not very much activity. No open interest. Even though I do have some volume on 24,000 contracts, I don't know how that. I mean, that makes sense, but anything north of that 125 bucks, there shouldn't be any form of data whatsoever, especially if there's no open interest. Now, let's see if we're going to get to this move, man. We caught a couple of nice scalps on the TQQs. That was working out really well for us. Now, this bull flag, no continuation thus far on IBIT, but we have an order at some key support levels. Let's zoom in on this bad boy and see if this one's going to pan out for your boy. 3880, you can see it's south of this structure, so maybe you'd have some absorption right here. You liquidity grab 3880 and then bang, off to the races, second wave of participants, because we know when the space has been overdone, Sharif, at times, people can get really excited and jittery like myself right now looking for an IBIT trade, and you just take that second leg and you decide to rip a little bit more north of 6% on the intraday session.
And you got SpaceX down again.
SpaceX
But
down,
that was a
yeah.
clean rejection for everybody who took that swing when it got into 150. Obe was talking about this with me on Monday. Here's the 150. It is. And now this looks really good for the short, eh? Into that 150. 3 candles basically touch that 150. And now we've got a couple of lower lows, lower highs on the daily. So you're getting that rounding effect off a key technical level. So why do I say 150 is an important area of resistance? Well, because it was a flat bottom break, right? We saw that because their first trading day was the 12th of June. And we had, look where that candle opened up, right around 150. And then we had multiple days where we defended that 150 level on SpaceX, and then we finally lost it on a closing basis on July 8th, almost, a month after, almost, give or take. And now here we are, getting right back into that 150, which was a very clear area of support, and we're rejecting it. So unless we close above 150, and I would say decidedly close above 150, I'm feeling that this could be a continued short. Now, this is somebody who is in SpaceX as a long-term investment, having added in these areas over here. So for me, I'd love for it to get above 150, but that's not really what the chart is showing at the moment, especially with that 150 rejection. Continuing to watch CDTG. It's hanging out the $0.50 here, so nothing for me to do. Let's send you up to Adara.
Keep an eye here on Paramin Resources, PR. They talk about 3.5 million shares traded so far in the day, so decent volume, making new intraday highs. Paradigm reporting that this company has been pitched as Washington's next potential strategic buyout due to U.S. energy security and SPR drawdown focuses here. So PR, again, reportedly, according to Paradigm, being pitched as the next potential strategic buyout target for Washington. Back to you.
Eclectic Passions tells me if you're thinking about museum, unless you have weeks, forget about the Louvre and head on to the other side of the river. I don't know how to say this, man. Musée d'Orsay. Thank me later. Well, I'm probably Dorset. Thank you, Assassino. Dorset. I'm going to take a picture of that because I'm probably not going to remember the name. Like I typically don't remember any names, right? And yeah, we'll check that out. Is it? I have no idea. I'm not really an arts or museum, unless the museum is going to be about like dinosaurs and stuff like that. Then I'm not really going to be really into it, to be honest.
Did you watch the? I already know this is more or less a rhetorical question here, Sharif. Did you watch the new Anne Hathaway movie about dinosaurs?
No.
All right. I would say you
No.
never know, man. You miss 100% of the shots. No, in all seriousness, guys, we're just removing this order here down.
I thought you were going to ask me about the Devil Wears Prada too. I was about to really chuckle.
Did you? Oh, you watched that one?
No.
Okay. All right. Here it is, 38.60. We were up at 80s, so we would have caught that order here. I got to change my time frame just in case there's some forms of indecision prints. So yeah, actually, maybe we pop that back up to 80s. No, we're gonna keep it right here just in case there's no. Sharif, that's why you don't move it. 38.80s is really looking really good. We had that order there. We'll post up at it one more time to see if we can see if we can catch that one. Maybe we go 70. You know what? We go 79. Sharif, 79 there, my guy, because we are printing 79 on the bid. So the probability of this order getting filled relatively quick is there. Just another downtick, and then sure enough, we will be in this IBIT trade. There is some structure and some key support levels. So let's see if that holds up. We're getting a rebound in NVDA, the SPY bouncing as well too, and we have the NASDAQ trading slightly under the volume weighted average price. So a lot of stars are starting to align for us. Now we just need to execute on the trades correctly and see if we get the second leg. I mean, it's 1 o'clock now. At what point? There it is. So we're in this, Sharif. At what point, if there is going to be another wave of participants step in and take Bitcoin a little bit higher, when are they going to? I mean, there's definitely no definitive answer. Slightly already out of the money on this bad boy, but we'll give it a little bit more space here. 38.70s, we're at a dodge.
All right, man. CDTG above that $6 area. It's 625 limit up now on this monster. 17s, 20s. Look for that big break above the $0.25. It doesn't give you that quite yet. 425. There it goes into the high. 634 limit up on this one now. We got 08s. I got in below as well. And then I added into the position. So we did get in at 60s, and then we added on the break of 6. So we're continuing to hold the position here. Let's see if this holds up above 6. So 634 is limit up. There's 28. Big move into the high. We'll just take it out here because I don't really want to trade. But they're good trade here on CDTG. We got cut up on it a couple of times trying to get in, but there it goes, 628 high. 642 limit up right now on CDTG. 25. It's having trouble with the $0.25 though. Like you can see it move above 25 and then it'll immediately sell. That feels like it might give way sooner rather than later, and we'll be talking about the $0.50 as opposed to the $0.25. Perhaps you should be looking on dips into the single digits or low double digits. I'm thinking 12, 13, 14, whatever there. And there's a move right back into 628. So this one I don't think is done quite yet. It's now 650 limit up. Keep your eye out here. 88%, 89%. We could see this one at triple digits sooner rather than later. There's your dip into single digits. I'm not going to add here, but there's your dip into single digits. Look for a hold up of 6. Maybe give it a little room. Risk 10, 15 pennies, maybe into the 580s, just so if there is a liquidity grab in the high 5s, you're not getting stopped out prematurely, but it's holding 6 quite well, back into single digits again. It keeps bouncing off that single digit area on CDTG. So look, man, this one feels like it is the best in the market right now. It didn't start off that way, I would say, especially because the spread was super tight. And there goes a new high at day, 643. It's 656 limit up. We're awfully close. I haven't seen this one halt for a while. It halted down. Remember this halt at around 12:30? Now we're caught in a halt parameter, but that was quite fleeting. We come out of it pretty quickly, and now it's 667 limit up. So it's a 656 high a day, 667 limit up. We're dropping back down into the third now. This could be your opportunity here to buy some more. And then you stop out through the flat top break, which I'll submit to you is the 580s. Now that requires you to give it a lot more room, meaning that you'll have to project that you can make at least 1-to-1 here. So are you projecting that you're going to possibly get up to 7 or at least, 690 to risk those 40 to 50 pennies that you have to risk into the 580s? That's really up to you and how you trade. Here we are again into the 6, low double digits. So turning into a bit of a topping tail candle now. Bovin says CDTG, do you think it breaks yesterday's high and gets into 10? I didn't quite look at yesterday's high. Let me have a look here, Bovin. So the high of the day yesterday was $8.48. It certainly can, Bovin. And the thing is about this is it's got a great rounding pattern, right? Now you haven't fully completed the U. You won't until you get into the high of the day yesterday. But based on how this is trading right now, Bovin, I'd say we got a really good shot. Now, I don't like this kind of price action over here. That sucks. It took us from 11:30 to 2:30, pardon me, to get into these highs. But it took us from 3 o'clock to 3:30 to give it all back. So it took like 3 hours to get up there and just half an hour to get all the way down. That is kind of how these bad boys trade, though. So you got to be ready for that. I want to mention as well some other slower ones if you're interested. AZI continuing to hang out here above VWAP, above the 10, but still south of that $0.75 AZI. It's putting in some higher lows, so that could buoy some spirits there for those who are holding. IOVA as well, a bit of a slower mover, but what a rock solid hold of the volume weighted average price right into that kind of 750 level. A clean hold, and here it is at 775. Now the problem with IOVA is you're not really getting much of a big move here. So you're going to have to size in substantially to make the move. Have you looked at Moderna? Dude, it's getting out of hand. So Moderna is back into the 154 area, guys. So now it's about $9 off the high of the day. So it's big. Yeah. It's well above VWAP, Katina, man. Bounced off VWAP, yeah.
Bounce, yeah. I thought there was a bond auction today at 1. Yeah, I believe there is. Yeah, how did that one go, Adara? I heard you just say something.
Yeah, we looks like apparently we trailed by 0.5 basis points. It's nothing massive here as far as I can tell. Actual print coming in at 5.204%. Prior it was 5.199%. So there's that 0.5 basis points.
Thank you. Oh yeah, and I think we have Fed minutes as well coming up at 2 o'clock. We got to send it over to the boys a little early. 15 minutes. No, I'm joking.
What? I was that's cap right there.
I see. Get you.
I don't think he even.
It's minutes. He's tapped.
He's eating
right now.
You heard it, eh?
He heard it. It's just that, so we had the conversation because sometimes things are said to me and I'm told that I have
what were said to you?
Selective hearing, right? But we came to the conclusion that not everything deserves a response, Sharif. So
it depends who's asking.
Well, it doesn't matter who's asking. Not every day. It does. Well, it depends on the question as well.
That's a question.
It holds a little bit more weight, my boy. I don't think you would allow that to go in one ear and out the other.
So
there's something.
I'd be like, it depends who's asking.
Yeah, it depends who's asking, man. Chris Arthur, my guy. Can hockey players wear Lulu shorts?
Oh, do we have to bring in Big Spile?
I don't get it. Why?
It's like saying Beetlejuice. You say his name a few times, you might find a super chat coming in. The reason I say Big Spile is because, there's a running gag here between your friend Joey
but bro, they got the liners in there.
I know, but I don't think the liners was the issue. I think it was the length of the short.
There's nothing wrong with those, my guy. They were wearing those.
Brother, I wasn't the one trolling.
They were wearing those back in the day. What was the 70s?
They're wearing those now.
They're wearing those.
They're wearing those
now. You're always wearing those now.
I wear those too. I just don't wear them out. I wear them at the gym. That was I don't care, brother. You're not gonna find a hater in me. It's just funny how Big Spile makes
catch me at the workout gym. Yeah, in those. I don't know. I don't see any form of issue.
I don't have a problem with it, especially at the gym. Come on, neighbor, man, that's cap. Lulu is for both sexes, baby. There's plenty of great stuff for men on Lulu, man.
Yeah.
Katina, man, you got any Lulu?
He's wearing it right now.
He's wearing Lulu
and
right
he's
now.
And
he's got aloe on, bro. He's doubling up here,
bro,
man. He's got aloe and Lulu on.
This guy is.
Shout out to Katina. There it is.
This guy's profiling right now, man.
I've never owned an aloe.
That's what we were saying,
Lulu?
man. I seen them earlier today.
The Katina man's got the Lulu on. Yes, those are actually quite comfortable. They look quite comfortable, Katina man. Pathic, enjoy your vacation. Which beach you headed to? I'm not headed to a beach, my boy. We're going to watch Arsenal.
Appreciate that. Beware the monkey.
Joe,
Yeah.
Sharif. Joe, Sharif doesn't wear shorts. I do. I got shorts in my bag right now. What is this guy, bro? We're gonna have to block him again, Joe.
Who's that one? Yeah.
What's Ram laughing at?
Probably that.
Yeah. And she's got a smirk from Brendo too, so you know it's funny, right? Because Brendo doesn't smile.
When's her last day?
I don't know. I'm hoping soon. Bro. I'm kidding. She's gonna hear that because she listens to the stream with the phones on, and then she's delayed, right? So then we get like the hate
the response
after
is
we
coming
say it.
in. The response is coming in relatively soon.
All right,
Yeah,
guys.
Pathic. I mean.
There it is. I love Ram. Yeah, it's true to form. Get it,
It's
Ram.
quiet in here today. I feel like it's pretty quiet in here today. How do you feel?
It is. Because, you know.
Well, yeah, because you don't got there goes going on.
I'm tired,
there,
brother. I
down
didn't
and
get the
thing.
sleep yesterday.
What were you doing?
It was
last night?
just waking up, man. I
What
had
shenanigans?
allergies.
Oh, did you allergies?
Yeah, they were smashing me yesterday, so it was a bit of a tough one. Guys, but CDTG is back on the move. It's back above 6. If it takes out 6.25, regains structure. This one I would submit to you guys is probably the best one in the market right now. But as I say that, I also see AZI. And there goes AZI above prior area high. It's taking out 175. It's on the move here into 180. It's got a 194 high a day. And before all is said and freaking done, this could be at $2. And there it goes again into 180. AZI, 32 million shares, give or take. Plenty of liquidity here. Also a respectable spread. 1 penny the entire time I've been watching this. Unlike, of course, its uglier cousin, CDTG, which right now is fine, 3 pennies. Now it opens up to 10, so you're going to have to deal with that as it comes. But keep your eye on that. And I want to mention as well, I mentioned this on the black charts, but I didn't put it on the white charts. IOVA, it's not the biggest mover in the market, but it's got a gnarly trend off the volume weighted average price. That 7.5 hold was clutch. And now you're putting in higher lows and higher highs, and you could be on the move here, possibly an 8. It is a 785 high. Danny Patel, if you want, oh my God. I can't. Okay, I'm not reading that out loud, bro. Danny, you're killing me, bro. What in the hell? All right, TNON. That's crazy. If Joey was here, he'd be laughing. All right, TNON, let's look at this one. Who called out TNON? Amir. Yes, my man Amir. I did have TNON essentially all day on the side chart, but number one, it was a bit more expensive. Number two, it held structure initially, Amir, right? With that dip into about 12.5. And then, you know, that was kind of the breakout area there in the pre. So I did like that. But it's holding structure again, but this time in a negative way. Take a gander at what that 1450 was like. That was an area of support. I'm talking about 1035. To the breakdown at 1150. That 14.5 was a technical area of support. Now it is very clearly acting as a resistance. You've got 2 topping tail candles, Amir, that reject 1450. However, I want to kind of comment about the fact that it's putting in higher lows into that 1450. That's what we call an ascending wedge pattern. You could get a nice flat top break through that 14.5 and possibly, you know, squeeze, I don't know, 1784 is the high of the day. I don't know if you make it all the way up there. But hey, you're at 1413 again, Amir. And this one, if it takes out 1450, which it hasn't done since we lost trend at about 1150, you could be on the move here. Perhaps build a position, right, in the high 13s with a view of taking that 14.5. And then I personally would give it a stop below area low. That is a 1255 candle on the 5, the low of which is 1310. So if you can't give it to that level, then maybe this one isn't for you because you could get out prematurely, right? You could get stopped out, even if it does hold trend. Now, for those who hate getting stopped out prematurely, I made a suggestion last week. Perhaps you can execute your trades on the entry side on the 5, but you may want to look to the 15 or whatever other wider time frame, you know, kind of floats your boat for your stop losses, with a view here to kind of filtering out the noise with respect to your stop loss. And I think that if you look at TNON here, at least on the 15, ever since we got into VWAP, you don't have a trend break. All the prior area lows held up. And that's the example I gave last week, and it was well received. I think, something that I may be employing myself. So again, I'm seeing the flat top ascending wedge pattern even more clearly, quite frankly, on the 15. So just to give you the levels, we're on the 1 o'clock bar right now on the 15. So prior bar would be 1245. 1245 bar low is 1310. Basically the same price that I mentioned over here, which is the 1255 candle on the 5, 1310. I would put my stop at 1310. You're getting topping tail candles, but that's nothing new here on TNON. It's been doing that basically the entire time. BTCT is moving, says Grenfeld. Let's take off here YJ, put BT. CDTG is taking off, guys. Be on the lookout for that. BTCT, 620. Good call out, brother. Good call out. This might be down your alley here. This is Bitcoin. 69 penny high breakout here on. Look at that recent volume. Play? Let me find out for you, brother.
Bitcoin's on a down.
Oh, that could be a great. No, brother. It is. It's a holding company engaged in Bitcoin mining. It's like $10 million market cap. It's breaking out 38%. Who could hate?
All right, who could hate that, man? Nice little look ski over there. I mean, we've been trying. Jamam, or sorry if I mispronounce your name. Yeah, nice little look. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily call this a falling knife, but it is heading to the south side. I mean, I'm probably in the same camp too. I mean, we had a couple of nice scalps on the NASDAQ, dug ourselves out, and then I decided to go a little heavier on the share size here, and it didn't pan out how we were wanting to, and we don't want to get shut down here today. Still some time. I mean, that 3 o'clock to 4 o'clock hour is some time for me to shine, and we'll be patient and we'll wait till then. I know it's now 1:16. So we'll hop into the news here momentarily. As soon as Sharif gets back, we'll get the first story started up. See, I know you're ready to, you're locked and loaded, ready to go. So we'll fire that up, some retail names that we get to look to. Speaking, we'll do a little sneak preview here of what we got going on. A couple of the names, Target. We know Katina Man likes Target. As Obi would like to say, a nice bull flag on this bad boy. 161, what is even going on here? As we're not too far from some of these levels. I mean, I thought this was all-time high. Sorry, I correct myself. But hey, a dividend. I know Katina Man's involved with this one. We're still a ways off of that. Still 41% off of the all-time high. Katina Man, November of 21, obviously it peaks in COVID, down 70%, but it's on its way to recovery. And then TJX as well is another name that reported. Okay, now we're all... What? This is the ideal investment month after month. What's our dividend paying us, ladies and gentlemen? 48 cents? Oh my, are these guys, what is this, a split? Ooh, 2-to-1 there. So, I mean, things are looking really, really good. Let's zoom out some more on TJX as, I mean, here it is from $1.80 back in 09. 09 here, you get 2,000%. So if you've held, let's see, I wonder if we're going to have it be, sorry to jump all over the place, but if we're going to be having the same conversation in regards to SpaceX, what is SpaceX going to look like a decade from now? I will be Sharif's age in 10 years, so his current age, that is. So let's see if we get, what do we need from where we're currently trading at to get that 1,000, that 10 bagger on SpaceX. Oh yeah, this is not looking too good, man. We're just having some fun here today. I know Katina Man's forever going to be holding this name. Gonna possibly hand that over to Miss Gia Katina. So let's see what we got here. Sorry for the lackluster. 1,000%, $1,500. All right, let's see if we get any form of a split. Let's see. Hey man, it's over under 9,722 days. What is that? Oh, that's 2053. No, let's go 10 years. What am I doing? I'm not even really paying attention to exactly what I'm doing. What is 10 years from now? 36. All right, let's see if we can get to there by 36, my boy. Do you guys ever do this on your own? Yeah. Well, I'm seeing if we can catch 1,000% return in SpaceX by 2036. Yeah.
I love this guy's already counting his money, bro. This is what I used to do, bro. Back in my bad money management days, man, I'd spend the money before I even had it.
Okay, I never did any of that garbage. You had it before it was in the account? That's crazy.
Yeah, no, those days are done. CDTG, new high of day, ladies and gentlemen, 683, above 6.5 now. It's holding structure. So it is going to bamboozle you at times vis-a-vis the spread and honestly the pullbacks. But when you look at this on a wider time frame, which I would suggest you do so that you can kind of weed out a little bit of the noise, this is looking real good. And there's a good possibility here now that we're almost at 7 that we see 10. It's still not even up 100%, knocking on the door, of course, 98 and change. But CDTG is him at the moment. As I see AZI put in a couple of topping tail candles, so that one could be trouble. So now let's focus on the one that is actually moving, and it is certainly this one. 15 million shares of volume, so it's really improved since when we first started watching this one. It was sub 1 million, if you recall. I like here the following levels: 6.25. 6.25, a very obvious level on the 5. You had multiple rejections there, both on the wicks and closing prints. So if there is a 6 1/3, oh, what a move up here. We're about to take out the high of the day. So there it is, another high of day, 689 now. On the way to 7, CDTG, almost up 110%. Here we go, limit up is 1717. So if it does come back at some point into 6 1/3, 6 1/4, that would be an interesting buy area. Now, what often happens is buyers are exuberant and they do not allow it to dip down into a key area of technical support, so they buy it a little bit above. Why I'm mentioning that is here, if you do see 6.5 support, it likely may have something to do with that. So I'll give you a range, 1/4 to 1/2 here on CDTG as a possible area of technical support to defend. There it goes again into 88, 724 limit up, new high a day, 98, keep going, 715 limit up, 715 high a day, 724 limit up. The breakout is on now on CDTG. Get it, Bovin. 724, 723, there's a halt parameter. False halt, 2 false halts so far on this one. I haven't seen it halt that many times. I know it has. 739 now limit up. The timer keeps resetting. This one feels like it is going to 10. And here we are trying to get caught in a halt parameter again. Not quite yet, though, as the shorts get involved. It just put it 739 there and then dropped again. So CDTG, guys, the move is on. Be careful with this one now, up 125%. As this one breaks out more aggressively, the pullbacks will be equally as aggressive, but you can use that to your advantage if you pick it up off key technical levels. So on the lookout here, CDTG, Joey, looking good.
Good stuff, good stuff. Just reading some things up here on Target. Don't want to give away too much. Yeah, I mean, you see what we got going on. Katina Man says, I can't retire for 15 years. So we'll clap that one, see if we can hold on to that, man. We got to pay some homage now, Jesse. You see what I replied to you. There goes Bitcoin. I don't know where that drama individual is in the chat.
I want to know what the Katina Man is going to do when he's retired, because I think that's going to be a change for you, brother, because you're always action-packed with these small caps, man. Like, that's going to be a major change.
Yeah. Well, that's a good conversation to have. What is it?
Retiring from the show, he's not going to retire.
He's not going to retire. He's going to be trading at home.
That's a beautiful thing about being
He's going to be
trader,
trading
right?
at home.
Like,
what happens when all the birds leave the nest, Katina Man, too, and it's just you and the wife at home? But this guy is...
I don't know. I beg to differ on that, Katina Man, because when they leave the nest, the expenses increase, don't they?
How would they increase, though?
University's already,
it's already paid for by a bank.
What is that called? The Registered Education Savings Plan?
Is that what they got going on there?
They got, yes, it is. Katina Man gave me
so everything's already paid for. Thanks to what underlying asset can we say? NVDA maybe potentially for.
You know what? Are you allowed to buy stocks in the Yes, very interesting.
just stock market, every form of savings.
My guy, you have a cap.
Yeah.
The amount of money you can deposit.
Yeah.
For externally.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean that deposit can't grow infinitely if you're a fantastic
I'm
trader.
not saying that.
There's no cap on
Well, my buddy, I'm pretty sure my buddy in his first home savings account.
Same crap.
Same thing. He's like, okay, yeah.
Did he trade in it?
Yeah, he invested.
You can't short though, right?
I don't know.
He's
not, dude. He's pure concentration risk. Let's see
fair.
How he's been performing as of late. Oh no, we just froze the whole platform. But yeah, I mean, if it's any form of a savings account, I'm sure you can opening up an investing vehicle and put some money to work without any question. So there goes Bitcoin starting to break down that bull flag, ladies and gentlemen. Break it down. We don't have anything along those lines for that animation, so we'll just hit on the Bitcoin trade here, see if we can get any form of continuation, but it doesn't seem to be the narrative. Volume weighted average price is going to be that key level where you can look to engage on it one more time as it's broken down. Yeah, so this is what I remember I showed you this here, Sharif.
Yes, sir.
Guy was almost a millionaire, more than halfway, and then
I know you told me that.
Yeah, and then bang. That was my buddy. That was my buddy that I went to Chicago with.
Is he good? Like, cause that
mentally?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know, but like we talk about. That's a great question.
Yeah.
I mean, he jokes around because he's a funny.
So he does joke around.
But you don't know how someone's truly feeling inside.
Yeah. Guys, right? I do want to mention this. I mentioned it again yesterday. I do want to mention it again because I do believe it is awfully noble. He's gone for the day, so he won't be able to make a cameo. But Fabian, you guys know him as Fabian or the Chilean Nightmare, really depending on how I say it that day. He's got really long hair, 28 inches, in fact, says this headline. And he's donating it to children who are going through chemotherapy. He's, I think, 5 kids, I think it was, or something, 12 ponytails. It takes 10 inches, 10 to 12 inches. I'm just trying to read here for that. I don't know how many kids exactly, but 4 kids. It's 4 kids, right? So it's 4 children that he's kind of raising money for. So we want to raise about $10,000, but our first goal here is $5K, and we're awfully close. We're up to $3,600 or thereabouts. So about 72% of that first level. We would be like forever in your debt, you know, figuratively speaking, of course. If you did help us with this cause, you know, I think it's one of the more noble causes. We've done this before. We did it with Feifei, who is this guy right here. Where is he at, Joey?
If you don't like the video right now and subscribe to the channel, I might dunk on you.
I do love that. I do like his aggressive attitude because he's actually a great guy. He cut his hair, as you saw there. His hair was very long. We did it for the earthquake in Turkey at the time for the relief there for children. So we're doing it again. We're doing it in a bit of a different way. This time we're focusing on cancer. So we would really like if you guys, Assassino, if we could show that again. Just mosey on over there. The link is in the chat. It's literally at the bottom. It's called Chop for Charity. If you could help us out with that, we'd be really indebted to you guys. So thank you for everybody who's done it so far. A lot of great, look at this, bro. Look at all these. Brian Shannon threw his hat into the ring, man. $138 from Brian Shannon. We know who 526 is. That ain't a shock there. We know who she is, even though she put anonymous, but you know, great lady, obviously. So thank you guys for everybody who's donated, and thank you for everybody again.
All right, yeah, good stuff. All right, man.
What did she say, bro?
You have access to it as well too. But
Ram?
Yeah.
What did she say, bro? I don't even see where she said.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Oh, really? All right, that's cool. But yeah, I mean, but why would you want to do that though? Why
want to go and do that?
Why you want to go and do that? Those be to get the hands on that Tommy. Yeah, all right, Jesse. Why would you want to go and do that? No, Loon, I don't even. Yeah, Tori, Brandon, you guys are crazy.
I constantly have to unblock his comments because they're so.
I don't know.
Streamlabs blocks most of the stuff he says, and I think it's okay.
Yeah, you wanna should we do the news here?
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's fire this stuff up, man. I want to talk a little Target. See ya. Ready to fire it up.
Let's take a look at analog devices here and earnings that they reported numbers. Revenue is coming at $4.02 billion, beating estimates of the range of $3.91 billion to $3.92 billion. Adjusted EPS has come in at $3.45 per share, topping the estimates of $3.33 to $3.34 per share. GAAP net income is coming at $1.34 billion compared to $518.5 million compared to a year ago. And revenue outlook approx at $4.3 billion, and adjusted EPS expectations to be between the range of $3.71 to $4.01.
All right. Let's have a look at this. Yeah, so great look for them. Apparently, over the last 4 quarters, they've passed consensus EPS estimates 4 times. So profitability, very good for them here. They're an analog, obviously, and a mixed industry. $4 billion of revenue ending in the July quarter. What else is there to speak about here? No easy answers to this question. What's next for them? Empirical research shows strong correlation between near-term stock movements and trends. So this tells me nothing. This is a waste of time to read. So, do you have any comments about
No, I don't.
prices?
No, I do not. No, we'll send it over to see it for our next story. Okay.
Well, let's talk about TGT. Net sales are up 5.3% from a year ago quarter. Comparable sales up 3.8%, topping Wall Street's expectations of 2.4%. EPS at $4.11 and revenue at $26.54 billion versus $26.14 billion that was expected. Net income now currently stands at $1.88 billion versus $935 million a year ago, and digital comparable sales have jumped 8.7%, and CMD delivery is now up more than 25%. So as per the company, all of its 6 categories have seen immense growth. However, there has been a category that has lagged, and company executives have said that they are keen on fixing these things, that is apparel and home categories. The company has said that it has lowered costs of 10,000 products and is working on putting more costs to be lowered in the pipeline. And it has also attracted more customers into stores by doing this, that is lower the cost. So additionally, Target has introduced and opened 17 new stores.
Great one. Let's talk about this one here. So big variance between their GAAP EPS, as we spoke about in the morning. There was one major one-line item, and that was a tariff refund that fundamentally distorted earnings per share to the tune of $1.65. So they printed $4.11, but when you remove that one-line item, we're looking more at $2.46, so a distortion of about 20%. And also, let's talk about the comps, because their comps were quite good. 3.8% bump year over year, but completely opposite of the comp increase that we spoke about yesterday for Home Depot, which was boosted by average ticket price going up. The comp sales here are almost all foot traffic and very little in the way of price increases. Now, the problem is the basket size, the cart size or whatever, only grew 0.2%. So they're bringing more people in, but those people are not necessarily buying more. It's a good problem to have more people coming in there, because at least they're coming in. Perhaps you can monetize them, right? Whereas you're relying on less people coming in with price increases, that isn't sustainable. That's why I juxtapose it to the Home Depot model. Going on, it looks like here that their non-merchandise monetization outgrew retail. What am I talking about? I'm talking about their ad network. I'm talking about their Circle 360 paid subscription. I'm also talking about Target Plus, which is their third-party resellers service, kind of like Walmart and Amazon. They're making good money off that, and it grew at 20% year over year. And I'll submit to you that is a higher margin business than retail, which is notoriously low. Just ask somebody who knows. Digital comps growth led by 25%. This is a huge deal here. Whereas we saw foot traffic increase 3.8% for actual stores, digital, which is way higher margins because you don't have to keep the products in store, grew at 25%. Digital comp, 8.7%. The growth was heavily led by the same day fulfillment, which is, basically their Target Circle 360. That part grew by 25%. Digital comps grew by 8.7%. I misspoke there. Let's send it to Adair.
Nice pop in SNAP here. So basically, this account by the name of Z Contrarian and X have got roughly 48,000 followers. They just posted a couple minutes ago. They've initiated a 3% position in Snap. Now, the important part here is they mentioned that based on, I guess, a filing by this group called Arenic Capital, they believe that Arenic is trying to make activist change here in Snapchat. So there's a pretty small potatoes investor here on X initiating a position, and B, that person is speculating there could be activist interest. Either way, doesn't matter how you slice it. SNAP did pop a little bit higher here with volume. Back to you.
Perfect. Thank you very much, and thank you for that, Sharif. Just to add to a couple of your points there, you're saying more traffic. The CEO also stated that the company has seen the most transactions this quarter that it has in the past couple of decades. So a nice, strong base there, delivering broad-based sales growth and improved profitability despite the impact from price cuts on more than 10,000 frequently purchased items. I think is huge. Now we're seeing the company also realize a 28% in ad revenue, which is pretty good. But some things that stood out to me here, guys, a couple of the things here. Even excluding the benefit of tariff refunds, Target still beat expectations with 5.3% increase in sales growth, contributing to a profit of $4.11 per share. I mean, those numbers aren't horrible. We've seen the stock up over 55% in the past couple of months since the beginning of the year, I guess I should say. And especially within a company whose first couple of stints in this country did not go over well. I remember it was back in 2013 when Target first came to Canada, I believe, and then they had another stint as well that was unsuccessful.
I just want to mention, with respect to Snap, Evan Spiegel has super voting shares, so he essentially has absolute power over the business. So the Class A common shares that are traded on the stock exchange have 0 voting rights. Class B common stock, that's held primarily by early investors, and that confers 1 vote per share. And then Class C, that's exclusively held by Evan Spiegel and Bobby Murphy, who's the CTO. Those carry 10 votes per share. So a board fight or a proxy fight cannot ensue unless they acquire Class B and Class C common shares to outvote Bobby Murphy and Evan Spiegel. I just wanted to make that point. Let's send it back to Sia.
TJX here. So TJX earnings now, EPS came in at $1.22. That is up 11% versus the prior year and a beat of 3 cents when compared to analyst expectations of $1.19. Net sales for the quarter at $15.2 billion versus $15.919 billion estimated. Consolidated comparable sales are also up 4% for the company. That is above its plan according to the release, and net income has come in at $1.52 billion compared to $1.24 billion as of last year. And for the guidance, TJX is seeing EPS for first year 2027 to come between the range of $5.15 to $5.20.
Some good information here. Let's talk about foot traffic, because the comps, again, great comps year over year, 4% bump for TJX. I think a lot of this company, they execute quite well, and apparently their management has been together and they're quite closely knit, if you believe some of the reports, which makes sense given the cohesiveness of this company. You rarely hear anything bad from them. But unlike traditional department stores that rely on price hikes to drive the top line number, TJX's 4% increase in comparable sales year over year was driven almost entirely by higher customer transactions. Not just foot traffic, not just price increases, but higher customers. So the basket size here bigger. That means people are spending more in the store. I love that headline. I get that it sold off quite aggressively. I'm just speaking with respect to this headline. Now, apparently, how they're operating in the United States is widely different than how they're operating internationally. They grew at 14.1% in the US, but when you look at some pre-tax profits, this and that, it's more like 11.4, but that was really brought down specifically by Europe and Australia, according to this report, which didn't perform well at all. So a bit of a different drag there. And they also have a huge inventory pipeline build. They're increasing their inventory about 7% year over year. Typically, you don't do that. You don't take on more capital costs unless you think that you're going to be able to move the inventory. To me, that's a bullish projection. They see sales possibly increasing in the full year into 27. As a result, they're taking on more inventory. So I do like that. Obviously, that does deplete free cash flow in the short term. Something to think about there.
So there's a couple of positive things here. Some modest growth, though, 1% as price sensitivity consumers slow their discretionary spending that you're seeing in, obviously, United States. But Canada not looking too bad. While sales at Miramax were well below our expectations, Home Goods, TJX Canada, and TJX International all delivered traffic comp sales increase to 6 to 7%, which underscores the strength of our global diversified business. Now, I mean, that's not too bad. It's a name that got hit off of their earnings report report in. And when you kind of lower your guidance and you come in a little bit lower than expectations, then sure enough, the stock is going to get hit. But 6 to 7%, I mean, mid-single-digit growth, I don't think there's too much to complain about there.
Let's take a look at EL here. Estee Lauder reporting EPS of 39 cents, beating analyst estimates of 32 cents, revenue at $3.63 billion versus the expectations of the company that were at $3.55 billion. Organic net sales growth of 5% this quarter, and now for guidance, EPS in the range of $3.10 to $3.35, adjusted operating margin between 12.7% and 13.5%. And CEO of the company, Stephanie De La Fave, has said, we are raising our outlook for an even stronger adjusted operating margin as we double on our own strengths to further diversify growth across product categories and geographies, including accelerating growth in North America.
Yeah. Just reading this part here. Interesting look. Okay, so let's talk about their fragrance division, because for the first time it joined the $1 billion club. I'm talking about Joe Malone and Tom Ford crossing $1 billion in annual sales. That is important here. It grew 10% year over year, and the reason fragrance is an important division for them, it is markedly higher margins than skincare and makeup. So something they try to focus on. But I also like the shift in the direct to consumer, and they're doing it via Amazon and TikTok. I really like that, because if you want to get in with the younger generation, you're going to have to go where they are. And TikTok, will submit to you, is definitely one of those places. So I do like that. It looks also their full year 27 is going to be front loaded. They expect more money to come in the earlier part of 27 than they do in the latter half. So that may affect, how you hold this position. So think about that. And their U.S. market share gain kind of was offset by mainland China volatility. So as one area of one of their geographic areas does well, the other one gets hurt. And we've been talking a lot about, consumer weakness in China, whether it's in the EV sector or other sectors, real estate as well. So that kind of makes sense a little bit here.
For sure. So, and for sure. Now, there's something that I find interesting. Estee Lauder is bearing the fruits of some of these efforts. They're doing a pivotal change within the company. Joe Malone, I can see why it's hitting $1 billion in sales.
Joe Malone.
It's extremely expensive. Yeah, it's ridiculously expensive for such small milliliter bottles as well too. Anyways, the company, I would want one, already has them. Anyways.
Oh, that's why you know.
That's why I know, my boy. It's already pretty expensive. No, but in all seriousness, this is key, right? The company narrowed its fiscal fourth quarter loss as sales rose 6.3% to $3.6 billion ahead of Wall Street estimates, and driven by broad-based strength across geographies and categories. Like De La Favre said on a call with reporters. I have no idea what any of this stuff is, to be honest with you, but I am familiar with this. Looking ahead, the owners of brands such as Max, Smashbox, and Joe Malone is focused on maintaining its momentum. The company continues to expect organic net sales growth of 3 to 5% in the coming year, and it has additionally lifted its adjusted operating margin outlook. Now, the CEO also stating, we're going to double down on what is working, which means continuing to strengthen the desirable of our brands and bringing bigger and bolder innovations to the market faster, said the CEO. So a couple of segments working out really well. Max, Smashbox, and Joe Malone really driving this train.
Oh, I spoke already.
No, yeah, we were saying it, yeah.
Oh,
okay.
Let's take a look at Lowe's earnings. Adjusted EPS at $4.40, which is up 1.6% year over year. Total sales standing at $25.96 billion, and comparable sales are now up 0.2%, marginally less, but these have been driven by pro and home services, and a 15.7% hike in online sales. Net earnings stand at $2.4 billion. Now let's take a look at the full year. Sales have been reduced to approximately $92 billion. Comparable sales are expected to be roughly flat, and adjusted diluted EPS is expected to be approximately $12.25. And Lowe is currently up 2.5% on the day.
All right, so as we always, let's talk about the EPS here and some distortions that could have taken place based on one-line items that may not reoccur. And in this case, we'll see. But 11 pennies per share of the 440 reported, was essentially the refund of the AAPL tariff. So including those one-time items, we're looking at $4.29 rather than $4.40, but I'll submit to you that that's a really good EPS as well. But that's where some of the good news ends. They cut guidance, guys. Management lowered full-year guide across the board. They're saying about 92 billion now. Prior guide was 92 to 94. They're also adjusting their EPS down to approximately $12.25. Prior to that, they were saying $12.25 to $12.75. So very much lower, towards the lower end of the guide there. And then this is something that, you know, doesn't surprise me, but we're seeing this a lot more in the retail reports, which is digital outperformance relative to in-store traffic. Get it, Joey? 15.7% increase there for them year over year. All the while, their foot traffic continued to suffer. Now, we've talked a lot about, you know, how Home Depot and the like have started taking their business to the pros, right? They're getting away from the do-it-yourselfers because they feel like maybe they're not showing up as much. You know, a lot of people did all that during COVID and it hasn't really come time. So they're focusing on the professionals, which obviously are a higher margin business as well. So I do like that, but I don't like the fact that, you know, the guide was cut. I want to say one thing though. Apparently they have this new AI tool called Milo AI. And my curiosity was struck here, so I got to do this. Let's put this up, Assassino. Let's see if we can get this, or they're going to block me. So meet Milo, our new AI assistant. So what the hell is this thing going to do? Get inspiration, how to help, and the right product recommendations for your next project. Should we get started? Let's go have a look at this. So what is it going to do for me here? Am I going to be able to just kind of like put pictures in my living room, different setups and
You can do
whatever?
that now.
Right? Upload images, get the right advice faster, upload inspiration photos or a picture of what you're fixing for help and product recommendations. I like that. And then you can use voice commands apparently, hands full, ask questions, hands free. Do they have anything else other than that? That's pretty basic stuff, brother. Project help, product recommendations, inspiration. I guess that could move the needle a little bit.
It has been, I feel like, right? Some of these tools. And I want to add to your point as you were talking about the online space. We're seeing that in Home Depot as well, too, to the tune of where they're actually having a feature where they're having delivery, right? So you can order off of the app, you order off of the website, and then within 3 hours, specific items within the store itself get delivered to your home, right? So I mean, that's really good. And it's been the narrative for both of these companies, Home Depot and Lowe's, respectively. You're seeing the decrease in the do-it-yourselfer and the increase within the pro. All right, so 15% increase when it comes to pro and home services. Online sales also growing 15% as well too. So I mean, a lot of people, you see that home improvement really start to cool down, but the pro is the one who's been driving the trend for the past 5 consecutive quarters. What's the one with the guy with the neighbor? Yeah, with the
Tim Allen.
Tim Allen.
Tim Allen. And like
and then his 3 boys.
Yeah, his 3 boys.
One of them who I think is going to.
Yeah,
Wilson, is it? Wilson, yeah, Wilson.
We never saw his face.
This is Wilson.
Heidi, neighbor.
Yeah.
Heidi, neighbor. I like that show, man. Tool Time.
Yeah, Tim.
Remember Tool Time?
Tool Time with his boy.
Yeah, Al Borland.
Yeah,
right? Oh my days.
That's crazy, man.
All right, man. Those are like, that's some 90s way back playback right there.
It's like early, like Young and the Restless time, man. Like, like Victor Newman.
Yeah, Victor. Oh my days, that brings back.
I always wanted to be like Victor Newman, man.
Tool Time was that show, yes.
Yeah, it was.
Apparently SOC is blasting, so let's just take a quick look before we send it back up to Sia. Shout out to Benton, thank you for that call out, brother. Yes, SOC is Rip City, Rip City. I mean, what the hell is this? This is on volume 2. This 1 minute candle has 3.5 million shares. Almost 3.5 million shares of volume. Now the subsequent candle is not as much, 465, and this one's got about 288. But guess what? Trend is still intact. 477 high, showing 72s now. This could see 5 sooner rather than later. And I don't see a headline, at least on my blotter, to account for this latest bump. But just give you an idea, this closed out at about $4 yesterday. So before the breakout, it was up like 3%. Now it's up 18. SOC. Sable Offshore. It is a $906 million market cap, independent oil and gas company, guys. So thank you, Benton, for calling that out. Very interesting breakout there midday, Sia.
Let's take a look at Moderna and Merck here. So an experimental personalized cancer vaccine, like I did briefly mentioned, we talked about this earlier in the show, but just important to touch on. Personalized cancer vaccine from Merck and Moderna has shown positive initial results in its first ever late-stage trial, which brings the companies one step closer to file for approval of the treatment option. So the MRNA-based shot in combination with Merck's immunotherapy Keytruda have met key goals in the phase 3 trial in more than 1,100 patients with higher risk or advanced melanoma whose detectable cancer had been completely removed through surgery. Merck shares had climbed, last that I checked, more than 11%, and currently MRNA is up 143%.
This is a historic industry milestone. Let's be honest about it, right? It's the first successful phase 3 readout, both for a cancer-based vaccine therapy. So that is, to me anyway, can't come soon enough. But they did, as I mentioned in the morning, they did pass this by the FDA. They tried to get early clearance back in 24 when it was a phase 2 trial. The FDA rebuffed them, so they went to phase 3. It was an equally, if not more successful phase 3 than phase 2. And here we are. They've resubmitted the application. Something tells me it may get approved this time around. But as Adara and I were talking about in the morning, this is a hyper-personalized vaccine, meaning it's not going to come off the production line ready to go and ready to go into your arm. It is going to be customized for the individual patient, depending on the type of cancer that they have. To me, that means a couple of things: probably slower off the production line and probably a bit more costly. Let's be honest about personalized service, usually costs more money. And then apparently, sorry about that. The immune-related adverse effects remained essentially flat between it being used alone and in conjunction with Keytruda as well. It had a better acceptance profile per patient than Keytruda did. So I'm not saying it's individually better than Keytruda. I'm just saying it's more well tolerated. Something to think about.
Yeah, I don't have much to say on the vaccine itself, but just the fact that, I mean, the street's pricing in that this could be potentially worth $30 billion. And where am I getting at with that? Well, that's what it added in market cap, and which is absolutely insane. I think a lot of people are saying that's somewhat of a stretch. So $30 billion in market cap added to this name. I mean, listen, it's starting to pull back a little bit, but that could be a little risky too. I wouldn't be surprised if we see some form of a pullback, because pricing that much in that quick is pretty dangerous.
Katina Min short 155.
Short, well, I mean, what's it printing right now?
Where's it at?
How many dollars? That's it.
4.
4.
We do it? Should we do it?
Yeah.
Should we do it?
Pull it up, my boy. Sounds like the one of the shows that I know you watch quite often. Like
taking shots at me. I barely watch anything. What are you talking about?
Let me finish. Bruh. Are you ready?
Yes.
Hit it one more time. Sounds like one of those transition songs in Love Island.
Bro, I watch Love Island? What the hell are you talking about, bro? Oh my days. I'm sitting there waiting. I'm like, this guy's going to tell me a show apparently that I watch. I didn't know that I was watching
Obviously, I'm messing with you. Obviously, I know. Well, you thought I was serious when I started the conversation with like one of the shows that you watch quite often.
I thought you were talking about a historical one, like
no,
Big Bang
man.
Theory or something like that, man. Yes, yeah, I get it. All right, let's send it back to see it because we got more news to talk about.
Final story, yes, indeed, for the day. According to a securities filing regarding Marvel and Google, Marvel shares have rallied over now 8%. They were 8.5% earlier, so Marvel's over 8% on a deal that would allow Google to buy up to $12.2 billion in shares of this company. So this deal will allow Google to purchase up to 58,970,907 shares at a $206.58 a piece. Marvel has said in a filing that the expanded agreement will include products that, quote unquote, attach to the tensor processing unit ecosystem, such as AI inference accelerators and storage and network interface controllers. Marvel up 8% on the day.
Great. I like how you pointed out, Sia, that the full tranche here could be about 58 and change. I'm just trying to look for it here. sorry, where is it? Where is it? 58 and change. I thought there. I don't know where it is. Anyway, so here's what I was going to talk about. 1.36 million shares are going to vest in year one. The remaining amount, dollar-wise, which is about $57.6 billion, that's going to vest across 240 tranches. Each tranche will require $500 million in cumulative purchases. So to fully earn all the shares that is allotted in this deal, Google actually has to generate $120 billion in custom product revenue for Marvell through 2033. That's not a small amount here for them. Just look at their history. How many, what's the order size they've had in their entire history, and then juxtapose that to what Google has to generate them in a matter of about 5.5 years, 6 years, whatever. Let's also talk about the strike price for those vesting shares. I think this was quite clever by Marvell to make it at above market. It was $206.58. That's what the warrant exercise price is fixed at. That will require Google to pay, in addition to the money or that they're going to pay for products, they're going to pay Marvell about $12.18 billion. You gotta imagine that's going to really help with free cash flow. And I want to kind of bring it to the side a sec. So about a few months ago, we started talking about Marvell throwing their hat into the optics rings, right? We saw that deal that they made with NVIDIA. And our assumption at the time was that NVIDIA was going into the ASICs route via their acquisition of Grok, right? So the deal that Marvell and NVIDIA struck was an optics one. And our philosophy at the time, or at least mine, was that maybe they were looking at not really competing with NVIDIA, but being more complementary to NVIDIA by getting out of ASICs, right? Which is a direct competitor both to Grok and NVIDIA's GPUs. But that's not really happening here. They're throwing their hat right back into the ASICs ring. That's what TPUs are, man, right? So you're going to have AI inference accelerators as part of this deal. You're going to have storage controllers, network interface, and near memory compute. So very much still within that, the remote is ASICs, application-specific integrated circuits. But when you give this kind of share size, especially even if it's to a company as robust as Google, there is share dilution in play here. And if all the shares are eventually vested, it would dilute the share pool by about 6.7%. It would also make Google one of the largest institutional shareholders of the outstanding common stock. And last but not least, they had a deal like this, as Adair and I were talking about in the morning, with AWS back in 24. So this is not the first time they've done that. And they did dilute the share pool at that time as well.
So again, I'm not going to say it's necessarily an issue, but I think it's just a picture. It just deepens the picture of the kind of the circularity of things right now, Sharif. The way that I'm looking at this deal is it's almost identical to what AMD has got going on with OpenAI and Meta. Right, so
OpenAI and Meta. Okay.
How they're giving the shares in tranches, right?
Exactly.
So I'm not saying it's
and dilution.
Exactly, and dilution.
Yeah.
So I'm not saying that I'm overly worried about it. There's another way that we can look at it is that all of these companies are really optimistic about each other, right? It's not just NVDA partnering up with everybody, but see, we had the $2 billion investment in Marvell earlier in the year, and so on CoreWeave as well with NVDA. Now we're starting to see Google do the exact same thing. So, I mean, the circularity is broadening, that's for sure, but I don't necessarily say it's the end all to be all to this.
Can I say something?
Yeah, absolutely.
And here's what I'm thinking. Why is this company, Marvell, giving up possibly some of itself, ownership, to Google? Like, what could be the reason? Well, obviously, the first one is they're going to sell them stuff, right?
Yeah.
But why would they need the money up front? They need the money up front because they can't buy the chip-making equipment. They can't produce it with the own money that they have now. So either they go into the debt market to JP, whomever, Morgan, and then pay through the nose in the interest rate, or they do it this way.
Yeah, which is smart.
Which is smart in the short term.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm trying to get at. There's not a silver lining, but there is kind of that catch-22 in that, yes, okay.
Will they forever hold stake?
That I wasn't going to talk about that. What I was going to say is you either incur interest costs now by going into the debt market to finance the capital build-out, or you give up part of the company, possibly, to an entity like Google. So which one is the better long-term investment? That's kind of what I'm trying to put here. And I don't know the answer to that.
Well, I don't know if see, the issue being is obviously you can't, I don't know if you can have the ability to buy your stake back from the company. I highly doubt that's going to be
I don't think so.
No, there's no chance.
Yeah.
So it's the exact same thing, almost kind of like what AMD is doing. So do you pay those interest fees now, or do you have other individuals, other entities take stake within your company in order for you to pay for that build out as you just mentioned? So.
Good point. Let's send it to Adair.
Be aware here, guys. We do have in watch here ADBE, Adobe. Seeing apparently they debuted a new product, specifically Adobe Firefly, debuting an all-in-one AI creative studio that combines image and video generation with editing. So that could be a good look here for ADBE, given that sometimes AI-related video editing development send the stock to the downside. Right now, though, not reacting. Back to you.
Yeah. All right. All right, let's go through a quick check here. Let's see exactly how it all went on the day. Let's just start with QTEX. That was not a successful trade, and we got out of that one super quick. AZI was quite good to us. It's still good right now. So I do want to mention AZI for all the small cap traders going to go into the afternoon. 207 high, just put that in. It's still holding structure, holding prior bar low. 10 EMA on the 5 is $1.80. Prior bar low is 176. Look for a hold up of that. It certainly didn't hold up at 2, but it's, or is it halting down? I don't know. I can't, no. So AZI in focus as well. I do want to mention as well the big winner though, CDTG, right? For everybody, that was a monster through the highs. This one was a bamboozler initially, and then we got profitable on it, so good look. I was of the opinion when this one went to 750 that we would likely be on the way to 10. I'm not saying it's basically out of the game now, but we'd have to reclaim $7 before we can look at that. We're not that far away from it. So a lot going on today, guys. It wasn't the most aggressive small cap day, but we also had ZSTK as well, and this one is well below now the moving averages as well as the volume weighted average price. So this one feels like it's being caught up by the shorts here. Trying to hold that $6 VWAP on this one for $8.75. Anybody looking for a reversion trade? Time for me to go, baby.
Are you excited?
Time for me to go.
Are you excited?
I'm going straight home. We're going to start packing the bags.
Yeah. Are you excited yet or what?
Yeah, I am excited. I'm
gonna get
getting
that
some sleep on the airplane.
Oh, okay. You got the second wave of energy, the airport.
the airport energy. Yeah, there you go.
All right,
so Obe in with Joey tomorrow and on Friday as well. He'll be covering for me until next Thursday. I will be back Friday next week, guys. We'll see everybody then. Stay green, baby.
Peace. All right, yeah. Safe travels to Sharif.
Yeah,
I didn't even realize
enjoy
it was that was happening. Like it's middle of the week already. This is just amazing how
time
fast
flies.
time flies.
The Fed meeting minutes just out.
Yeah. So watching these futures here, what's going on? I think there was some notes there. We'll get it from Adair or C or whoever's covering that.
she'll get it.
But I'm gonna. So I just went short again. Like I was basically back and forth with Moderna again off this 25 period moving average. Once we broke back down below, we went short. So we're short Moderna. All right, Adair, what do those sound like, those minutes?
There's nothing, I wouldn't say that's super shocking here. One thing that I'm seeing highlighted is that no decisions were made on the number of Fed meetings that are going to happen going forward. Fed Chair Warsh indicated there's not going to be any change to the 2026 schedule. Now, that could be a good look because that indicates at least some sense of stability in a Fed that has seen tons of changes, including a whole bunch of task force announcements. So to me, that would be the reason that we might get, as you can see here, this market bounce. But it is worth noting that other than that, it seems pretty hawkish here. A few participants who favored raising rates at the meeting, I'm assuming including the 3 that voted in favor of a hike, judged that doing so would likely help stall the need for further hikes. Now, this actually echoes comments made by the 3 Feds that voted in favor of the hike. That would be Logan, Kashkari, and Hammock. So this totally tracks. There's nothing shocking there. Yeah, guys, honestly, I'm not seeing too much here other than, I guess, the idea that the number of rates isn't going to be, or number of meetings isn't going to be changed right away, though Warsh does say he favors 6 meetings rather than 8 meetings. Yeah, guys, it's a little bit hawkish out here. That's the best summary I have. Back to you.
Well, let me just. I mean, we're long, so we'll take that as it continues to go higher. There, we just get long 72 again for a couple times today, and bring it all the way back up into long, not at this price, but at that at these levels there, 72 bucks. So up a little bit now to 72.60. So yeah, not so bad there on the first little take of these cues. Yeah, almost back. We'll see if the Nasdaq. Oh, there it goes. Just went green right now.
Most backed holding rates in July, several favor to hike. You know what? It's not a crazy update out of the minutes, but at least we're getting some updates out of Origenics, everybody. That's ticker OGN. They're on the NYSE American. The company's activated their phase 2A clinical trial in Australia with its first site fully operational and with patient dosing expected next. They're developing ONP-002, an intranasal treatment targeting concussion and mild traumatic brain injury, an area where there are currently no FDA-approved therapies. Alongside that, Origenics has spent the past year strengthening its balance sheet, raising capital, resolving liabilities, and restoring exchange compliance. The focus now shifts to execution with clinical progress underway and additional CNS assets under evaluation. That's OGN on the NYSE American. Maybe we can get something to help Vladdy out as he sits on the concussion protocol, although it's helped the team a little bit here. You know what? There's a few things that stood out today. If you happen to be looking at anything crypto related, it's not a chart of Moderna. This is what was going on in BMNR, in ETH, today up 9 points. IBIT, which obviously, who's going to know it's going to go that ridiculous to see 68,000, which we're above right now, which is absolute insanity. So yeah, they're not Moderna charts, but that's what it is. A name that was in sympathy. I was in this one when I left you guys, but this is a different trade in Novavax. That one busted VWAP, and then something, I don't know, I was on my walk. I had my trailing stop in, which did get tagged. And then you look at this, it goes right up. Not when Moderna made its move higher, but Moderna was bouncing off VWAP from about 11 o'clock, and I guess it was this higher low that just pushed it in, and then it double topped. So once the double top was in, I've shorted it, kind of confirming the high, and we'll look for the VWAP retrace on Novavax. But just strong moves. Obviously, I'm gonna say led by Moderna if we're being real about it. I don't think Novavax is doing anything today if it's not for Moderna. So a sympathy play nonetheless. Still want to have a look at some of the metals. It wasn't crazy, as crazy as what you saw in Bitcoin, but gold and silver have been pretty spectacular here today. I feel like we're making some lower highs and there could be some reversion plays. Like there's gold triple top on GLD and silver's been lagging. So my first thought is, if we get a shot, we're long early, but I'm looking for like a fail off the high in SLV if we're able to catch it. So yeah, that's what we got to keep an eye on this morning. I guess the theme was like, with what the Treasury did, you're like, okay, well, risk assets back on. But then the market sold and just kind of kept selling. And then all of a sudden, like you saw, like the move in Bitcoin, okay, that fits the theme of risk on, but then why weren't a bunch of other things going? It's almost as if there was some benefit to like, oh, that's a desperation move by the Treasury. Here's what you can't just print to prop up and be and scare everybody more. Bitcoin is only 21 million. All of a sudden, we're going to consider it a good store value and a risk asset, and it gets better. I don't know if that's the case. Maybe it was a bunch of shorts saying, you know what, we're not going to mess around with this. Let's just get out of all the crypto shorts. Whatever it was, it's not something that on the surface made obvious sense as it was rallying like much more than the overall market. I don't think there was anybody that saw that coming. And if you did, hey, if anybody saw that coming on Bitcoin, like let me know what your thesis was as to why you thought that Treasury move was going to cause today's action. Let's go back up to the desk, Adara.
Yeah, I'm still parsing through. There's meeting minutes here. There's nothing, again, I would say that's too shocking, just that if they do change the number of meetings, it's not going to happen until later. There was some hawkishness, and those who are hawkish feel that it makes sense to hike rates now so that we don't have to hike more later. Again, this is what we heard from the three feds that voted in favor of the hike in the first place, but I just want to let you guys know I'm keeping an eye on that, and I'm still reading through the minutes. Also want to let you guys know at 2:30 p.m., so exactly 23 minutes from now, if he's on time, President Trump will be holding a meeting with tech leaders. Now, which tech leaders? I don't know yet. Once we get a look of who's going to be there, I'll keep you guys posted. I personally have some bets here just based on who he usually speaks with. I suspect that Dina McCormick Powell of Meta will be there. She was actually formerly a member of the Trump administration, I believe, back in 1.0, 2016 to 2020. So it will make sense if she's there. She's been at a couple other events with him as well. You've also got Michael Dell of Dell Technologies. He's very likely to be present too. I don't know who else is going to be there, and I can't even confirm those two will be there, but I would say keep an eye potentially on Dell and Meta when that event begins. The second I get any sense of who's going to be there, I'll keep you posted. I'm also seeing comments from U.S. CENTCOM, so Central Command, saying that as of August 19th, forces in the U.S. have redirected 65 commercial vessels, disabled 3 vessels, and boarded 2 vessels to ensure compliance. I see that drop in the market. I'm not seeing anything yet as to why, but before I let you guys go, I'll check on Truth Social, and last time we posted was an hour ago. Back to you.
Thanks, Sarah. Yeah, we're just looking. We've missed now. Like I was at 152. It keeps on stopping at 152.50. So I'm back at 152.50, trying to take about $3 on the last little bit of this Moderna trade. And then I was still bidding 151s. So I don't know if that's how you like your rum or whatever, but
that's how Sharif's gonna be having.
Yeah, 151 proof over there. So we'll see what that winds up happening to the downside. And then there we go. We just take it out. Like we get long at 04s. We got out on the way up. We were holding a little bit, and it just falls right back into our lap there for the NASDAQ and getting punched out of that one, which is completely fine. We will watch for this market to bleed through. It's now $3 in the money on Moderna. And again, I think I'm not even going to bid. Actually, I cancel my 151s. So now let's wait to see how low can we go on this one. I mean, we ran it high side. We marked down earlier today, VWAP. We like that as a potential hold area. So that's 140. So I'm going to go, what is the 200 period? 148. All right, let's put a bid right now at 148.50. Maybe we can sit there and see if we can capture that again. So right now we're in the money $7-8. And, you know, we talked about, you want to trade names that have liquidity. You want to trade names that have news. You want to trade names that are moving around. Well, check, and more checks. Sirens up. It's Moderna today. Hits all of those metrics. So watch out now. The slippage is not even bad on Moderna. So, lots of, there it goes, man. Now $5 in the money. Like this has just been a dream to trade, especially if your style is a little more aggressive. And there it goes to the downside right now. There it is, 149. Did we get that? No, 148.50 right now. We're $5. We're $5 in the, I get it. Right there. We'll see if it goes down to the downside now and how far it does go. We just wick-tailed that down to 149. No, that does, 149.20. Maybe we'll just sit there. Let's go to 149.25. We'll put a bid there. We'll see if that fills. I mean, I'm only giving up 75 cents against what I thought maybe it would go to. So, yeah, man, so far so good there. We'll just sit back and relax and watch this go through now and look for some other opportunities as this day goes on. But, yeah, welcome to the wild side right now of trading. That is Moderna.
The danger zone.
Yeah,
the way it's going
feels like that.
Like it feels like there hasn't been anything, like even remotely. Like yesterday, all afternoon, it was that halting stock hour, PF something, whatever. It doesn't even matter. But the locator hasn't even been a thing. Like you're able to sort of piggyback on whether it's Moderna. Like the reason I like Novavax is, I just feel it's been a little bit easier to read. Like it gives you these obvious consolidative tops. Like it just makes the high, and then to the extent to see Moderna start to go down, it just sort of falls along. So if Moderna bounces off VWAP, which is like $9 away, it's almost halfway there. This might already be there, and then we can judge from that. So the next time I see Moderna make a right turn, I'd probably be more aggressive to jump out. But there's just a problem with like the futures. I just saw Matt Murs in the chat said every rip is being sold. I don't know if you're talking about the futures or maybe you're looking at something else, but like it feels right about that. Like every single time, like you're catching a bid in the market, and when we say the market, we could be talking about the S&P. It's the same thing. It doesn't make a difference. It's like they're just selling it off. There just has not been that much strength. I'm going to put some of the blame squarely on the chips. Like look at NVIDIA. That's a huge reversal at 22. Now it's just chilling underneath VWAP. DRAM, which my first trade of the day was long on DRAM. And because I like the long, that was my last trade on the day on DRAM. It made one bounce to VWAP. It's been failing it ever since. So obviously this is one where the memory names are not coming back. If it's supposed to be about the treasury and risk on, then where is it? Because it ain't here, not at all, not even a little bit. So at the end of the day, I think these are probably shorts going into the close. It's still a lot of time. If every single rib is being sold, then I got to be flipping and looking for the short in here. So as much as I like this Novavax, I'm going to try to get into DRAM on the next available pop. There's other places you could look for that kind of weakness. Intel would be an example. This is not a halt down on Intel. It's just probably a wick that hasn't cleaned up. But that goes right into, guess what? The volume weighted average price at lunch and comes right back in. I'm telling you, these chip names are not having a good day at all. As much as we were able to recover in other places, if they don't get on board, I don't see how we're supposed to break out this afternoon. It just doesn't seem all that likely. NVIDIA, somebody's got to pick up the slack, unfortunately. And it doesn't seem like it's going to be memory. It doesn't seem like it's going to be NVIDIA. Apple can only ever do so much. We should always, though. Oh, not yet.
It's been.
I was about to throw because I heard they were moving. But as you guys can probably tell behind me, we have to wait to get to the window to the wall. Not yet.
Oh, yeah, going to the window of the wall. I was going to say one thing that could be saving this market a little bit is some of the retail plays. I mean, there's Target up 6% today off their report. So that's really trying to work itself out. I recorded just a small little video here on the way back from the gym. If you guys want to check it out, I'll put it in the chat, just talking about getting away from the desk and grabbing some screen time. So go check that out as well on Instagram. But if you're interested, if not, that's all good. But we are ready at the wall now. So let's go over and see what graphic Adara wants us to have a look at.
Whether we're in a bull market or a bear market, I can promise you we're going to be in a wee bull market or a BULL market, however you want to slice it, tonight after the bell. This is our TTV Research earnings preview for Webull, and this is today's segment of To the Window, to the Wall, where I pull up an infographic window and we talk about it on the wall. So last quarter, in line, EPS, sales, looks like we had a slight beat here, 90% increase year over year in customer assets. Looks like a 15% increase year over year in registered users. Funded accounts grew by a little bit, but then you've got equity notional volume. It's up 104% year over year. So some decent growth in certain metrics for Webull. I do have a Webull infographic that I'll be posting tomorrow once we get that Q2 data to show how we fared in the 6 quarters that Webull has reported as a public company. But for now, here is our earnings preview. Now you might ask, Adara, Walmart's reporting tomorrow. Why don't you have a preview for that? I do. It's on X at TTV Research. I also have a John Deere earnings preview on X at TTV Research. And I've got a preview for Alibaba. So all that stuff's there. Just check us out on X. That's today's segment of To the Window, to the Wall. We'll see you here at this wall tomorrow for a very special infographic. But in the meantime, we'll send you back up to the guys.
All right. Thanks, Adara. Yeah, go check that out. Webull reporting tonight. $8. I mean, this is starting to go. And we talked about this earlier on where we broke through, and we've been watching this 25 period moving average there. And, we're trying to short out, got stopped out there, long out, stopped out, short. So, yeah, man, here we go again, down to 148. And, yeah, I know Joe was bleeding a little bit today on Moderna. But, this name, let's just see how far it goes down right now. I mean, that's the thing. If you're going to go long and take a $1 hit, have an $8 winner every once in a while. So there it goes now. Nice move down for Moderna. We'll just continue to watch it. But I do have, a new position here. Let's just see what happens with Google. I mean, flat on the day. I don't know. I just want to see if it's what's going on down here. All right, you have your 5-minute chart coming through, a little bit of a bounce off here on your 200 period moving average. I mean, it might not be anything. I'm going to give about 25 cents off that break. So just the starting of a quarter position right now. We'll look to get more at 50. I actually just put a bit at 60s actually. So if we come down in right into here, we'll take it against that bottom, which is 44s. So we'll stop out. I put 25, but that's going to be too low. So 344. What did I say that was? 44. Yeah, we'll give it. Yeah, I mean, whatever, man. We'll give it 29 cents. We'll go to 343. Oops, that's a mistake. 343.29 will be the stop out here on Google. So we'll give this a couple seconds. Let it come back in. Hopefully we do get some 343s, 50s. If we do, that's great. If not, we have a quarter of a unit to try to run this name to the high side there. So yeah, we're just going to sit down and watch some Google trade a little bit. If it drips down, then that's my long 343.60. Otherwise, we'll just run this quarter unit and figure out what's going on there. What's up, Adara?
Keep an eye here on Robinhood. Now, Rothera, which I guess is a crypto or prediction exchange story backed by Robinhood, they're in talks for more or with more retail brokerages in order to route orders. So that would capture a third of Robinhood's prediction volume. So again, a prediction exchange backed by Robinhood, according to the information, is in talks with more brokerages in the retail space to route orders. That captures apparently a third of Robinhood's prediction volume. If I get more of a sense of what this means for Robinhood or more context for this, I'll keep you guys posted. But Hood headline, back to you.
Ooh, oh, come on, Robinhood. Such a strong day for crypto and you're about to lose VWAP. Like that's how it's going to be.
Yeah.
This was the chance to break 100 on Robinhood. More importantly, potentially get back above the 50-period moving average, right into resistance. Hey, if you're looking at Robinhood, the bear should have had. If you were bearish on Robinhood, that's such a great level to have shorted. Well, wasn't looking at that. Just going back, where's my bid? Because I am not filled on Novavax, and really, I'm kind of asking why. Well, that's why. Because I am a little tight to VWAP there. Just want to make sure we're getting, yeah, okay, well, I'll get on the bid there. If we come back down into the volume weighted average price. So this is the point. If it starts to bounce, I don't want to still be in it if it does one of these crazy, like hammer engulfing candles up. So I'm going to put the trail, just tighten the trailing stop up, look for the next opportunity. And someone in the chat was just like, hey, market reaction to news. Well, if you're talking about the market reaction to the Fed meeting minutes, I mean, the minutes don't typically, this is not like the Fed rate decision or when Powell's on the podium or anything. Oh, not Powell. See, I'm still saying Powell. It doesn't, you know what I mean, it doesn't really matter. When the Fed chair, Warsh, Bernanke, it doesn't matter who we're talking about, Greenspan, Yellen, all of them. No, it's not the same thing. The meeting minutes aren't typically the same type of market mover. It can move the market, but you're not really expecting the same kind of fireworks as you would on a rate decision type of day. So I don't think it's going to be that big of a deal. But let us know. Grunfeld says, look at Webull doing a golden cross on the daily. Yeah? Well, the problem, it's right before earnings, so guess what? If you like it, they better produce, because if the numbers aren't any good, and heck, if they even are good, we saw what happened with SoFi. They have a good quarter, and then they don't care. They'll dump the stock anyways. But yeah, this looks like it's breaking out on Webull. It's just, if you're taking a trade here, technically because it made a golden cross, what do you think earnings care about your technicals? Not a whole lot. You know, the numbers are going to come out how they are, and I don't have any inside info as to how it's going to go. And I've seen way too many times in the space where even if it's good, you're just better off buying the dip after the fact. Like, have a look at SoFi. Like, this is the example I would use, is simply, instead of trying to chase a move, like, let something sell off after earnings, get into maybe a support level, and then pick it up again, because like that's looked fantastic on SoFi. Instead of trying to anticipate a breakout, let it dip. If that's what they want to do, if they want to sell things on good earnings, then just wait a little bit, wait a week or whenever, when it gets to a support, buy that sucker. And SoFi at 15 has looked a heck of a lot better than trying to play this breakout. I still can't get past 19 bucks.
Well,
one day,
look at SoFi, yeah.
The 20 break on SoFi is going to be great. The problem with the 20 break on SoFi is I'm willing to bet there will be no intraday $20 breakout trade on SoFi. Because the day that we break this level, it's gapping over. Something in the market, earning, whatever, it's going to gap over and you're just not going to get a chance to trade it. But that's just how it goes.
What's up, Roth KO here? Just saying that this market is pretty garbage. Pack your bags and come back. I think that that's probably right. I mean, a lot of people, the last couple of days of the summer, and shout out to everybody that's in the chat. Last couple of days of summer, last couple of weeks, market volume does die down. We just had an amazing earnings season. Obviously, we finished it off basically with retail. We still have NVIDIA to come and Broadcom and a few other names that, should give you, reason to stick around. And I think, Trader TV Live should be reason enough. We'll help you through everything that we see here on the markets again. And just an update, I'm going to go short 153.50 against 154 if Moderna does come back out. Otherwise, 154 is my stop. If we're going to go short at 156 break right there, 150, that was 155, 155.50. So, we'll take it all out. I do have about 20% left of this trade. So, good outs. And we should have, I was hoping we were going to break there, and I was just doing something else. I mean, this is not a problem, but we're on the show, so can't look at everything. But we should have focused, and normally the 200 period, I mean, those of you that watch the show, thank you so much, and make sure you do hit the like and the subscribe. But the 200 period is generally a spot where I should be having a bid, so, my bad on that one, but it's a good thing we have a little small piece left. So I'm waiting to get some more at 153.50, so about $1 away, and then we'll give that one just 50 cents because, when the boosters get going on Moderna. And the thing is like, let's think about this. Where is it going to open up tomorrow? I think you're going to have upgrades overnight. You're going to have price weightings. You're going to have just everything, man. New analysts, maybe new coverage.
There'll be lots of new coverage.
Analysts that maybe weren't on the stock before that, now see reason to be there. So obviously there's been a lot of hatred recently through the current administration, not hatred, but they've gone back, saying that measles and some of these sort of vaccines are not as necessary, whether or not you believe in that. It has had obviously a negative effect on Moderna. I mean, Moderna was $80 back July 1st, and it fell all the way to 50. So like it fell 40% there, pretty easily. So this move up is great, and it's, a big one, but obviously this is not the same kind of vaccine that the administration was talking about. So this is I'm not even sure how they're going to classify this because it's a treatment, right? So, okay, we'll go back over to Adara, who's got some more news. We're still short Moderna, and we're long Google.
Uber pushing here into new highs of day. Uber, Vern, and Pony AI reportedly planning to expand autonomous ride offerings to more European cities. Here is PONY, and you guys already saw Uber. Nice look for Uber. I believe this is just a report. If I get any confirmation or more context, I'll keep you posted. Back to you.
All right, just keep going up Uber a little bit more. We get out, and then we don't have to worry about it.
Simultaneously, the stock seems like it's always up, but also never breaking $80.
Well, that's what we have to wait for. That's why I don't want to get out.
Because if it breaks, if the stock breaks 80, like let's go. Ed, sweet Christmas. Sweet Christmas, Ed. Get it, Ed. 20. Hey, appreciate you.
That's
you know
a year.
What? 37 grand up in the day, you'll lead the way. But at the end of the day, I mean, like just, I would make an educated guess. There's only two places that you could be trading. You either trading something related to crypto, or you're trading in Moderna. Would be my guess. Those are the two things that went ape parabolic.
Yeah.
Here today. But it doesn't really. At the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. I'm guessing, but you guys.
I would think it could be Moderna. I would say. I mean, probably an options play there.
That would be the obvious guess.
You can't spell bread without Ed. Yep, that is right.
Oh, I like that.
Pokemon 22 there. Pokemon, that's a good one there. We like
Ed and the
that. Wow, 37,600. Whether or not you're at a prop and you're getting 70%, 80% of that, or it's all yours. Is that nice? Thank you so much for the super chat at the end of the day, man. I mean, we're here to provide some entertainment and hopefully provide you guys with some winning trade ideas. And yeah, I mean, there's Google. It's too bad. Like, it only went to 75. I got a little bit more there. We were waiting for 60s. Man, that would have been sweet. We were going to try to basically 5x our position or so down there just because we had that low. Most of the time I taking stock a little too early, even though the idea could work out, and then I get stopped out. So I didn't really want to do that. So we put on a little bit more down there to grab about a little bit more than a third of a unit at one point there. But take a little bit out as we climb into VWAP. It's not a huge move. I want this thing to get going just a little bit more. We'll see if the Nasdaq wants that as well. I think the ES still positive. Yeah, ES up 0.2 for where is C is over there. I don't think we're going to do it. I don't know what C is up to, but normally we have the recap of the, what do we call this thing again? Sector watch. Oh, cheese in a chair. Yeah. Is that Nucor? I own Nucor. I love Nucor.
Hey.
It's been a fantastic short. Oh, wow.
That'd be
don't love it that much. This is the tariff news, and I think it keeps on going in the not so long. Keeps on going to the not so long Cheech and Chong. That's Brockton 4 down. Okay, so the Cheech and Chong stuff, a little bit before. I mean, I'm old. It's a little bit before my time, but I do like Cheech and Chong, so I don't know if that's what the Brockton reference is there. But yeah, NUE.
No, it got hit. Like it was just hit. Like
yeah. Okay. I was gonna say I like Nucor. Yeah.
Yeah. Like it's obviously been bleeding a little bit here. No, it's a good look. They're a good company that was coming off the highs, and when they get smacked like that, the profit taking has been fast and furious on Nucor. Probably worth at least looking for some kind of like a panic bottom on that, because I think that's still a good name. Cheech and Chong, that's a good one. For sure. Hey, you know what? We didn't even talk about the weed news.
I mean, of course, it's retracing off its S&P.
In 2 days, we never once said that ACB is getting bought by Curleaf, which is happening. Is a hostile takeover, apparently. Olympic Monkey. Thank you for the super chat. Reddit not trading with IGV and erasing S&P 500 gains.
Wow. Well, Reddit is. It's not a pure IGV play. I mean, I understand that it is software. Yeah. It is an app, and there is something there, but there's social media, there's news, there's the LLM attachment to it as well, right? All that controversy with Google and whatnot.
But even the second part of that, erasing the S&P 500 gains, it's not abnormal. Like, this is kind of the deal with the addition to the S&P 500. Oftentimes, like it's not a secret who's going to be added next. Like, usually there's like there's heavy favorites. And nowadays with like, Kalshi and Poly market, instead of like everyone just speculating and making very good educated guesses as to who's going in next, now all of a sudden you just see the betting markets and Reddit's been the leader for like 6 months. And so everyone kind of knows. And so much of it's priced in that they just sell the news after the fact. Heck, they sold the news remember the day it got added in the afternoon? If you were trying to go long, thankfully we didn't try to front run that into the close. You got destroyed, and then it came out of sell, and if you tried to go long, you got destroyed some more. And if you thought it was going to flip to a buy and you went long at 55, you got destroyed some more. So often, it's just a pure sell the news type of play. If you still like Reddit, maybe let it settle down a bit. Anonymous, thank you for the donation. What are we sitting at here? I haven't checked all day I haven't checked since the morning. I know we're over 35. We've hit 3,600. I want to thank everybody for donating to Angel Hair for Kids. If you're just tuning in now,
getting close.
Obviously, I'm not donating my hair. Fabian is.
Neil already did.
Yeah, you can have
That's
the
why
little.
we did it last week. You used to have a huge set. Oh.
Well, it was. I had the fro was like this, and now we're making a bit of a change. No, Fabian's going to be cutting off 28 inches of the coif on the 28th. The goal is to get to 5, but who cares about that goal? We'll get to 10, I think. And thank you for everybody who's donated, not just the recent one from Anonymous. Juan Padilla rightfully also said Neil and Sean and Joe already did. We're just all trying to do our part. That's the thing. You don't say anything. We're just like, yeah, let's go ahead and do this first. I just shaved mine last night. Gotta get the cue ball look. I don't want to blind you guys with that shine. Maybe we should put something on the top of the head there. But
yeah, man.
Yeah, anyways. It doesn't really matter at the end of the day.
Embrace that Jewish side. We can wear a yarmulke over there.
Gotta do something.
And then I get a nice little black one. It might look nice. Right there. Yeah. So we had mentioned Sia there, but we're gonna do the sector recap right here. I just want to have a quick little look at what's been going on because the ES is positive for sector recap. Yeah, Sia's working on some socials over there. Eli Lilly, J&J. So here we go. The healthcare technology and biotech space, right? I mean, this space, of course, is going to be hot fire. We've talked about that a little bit, and why we think it's going to be hot fire was, the introduction today of Moderna and Merck, right? And so there's Merck up 12 and Eli Lilly and Repitutride's coming through. I think peptides are going to be huge, obviously, and it just goes to show, you sleep over here and there's a problem. XBI has been well talked about on this show many, many times. And, that's one of the ETFs that I've really stuck with, XBI. So I do really like that one there. This is what's the dragging, right? Is like basically this whole little sector down into here, including Dell down 7%, not great. Corning down, ooh, that's nice. Qualcomm, another one of those ones that I was looking at. Marvell up with the deal off Google there, but it's Intel downside. It's AMD downside. We want to know what this one is? Motorola. Wow, man, those flip phones now catching a lot of fire back there. Those are hot fire, the flip phones, up to 1.3%. Of course, Motorola, not all about that anymore. Apple, NVIDIA, good little look there. If you're looking at the financials, I still really like them. I don't know what's going on with Citigroup. Maybe downgraded, I have no idea. But Citigroup should be doing, in my opinion, a little bit better than that. Down 3%, Goldman Sachs down 2%, Morgan, BAC, JP Morgan there. And maybe that has to go with, I heard Joe talking about, the financing that Marvell and Google did. Maybe the bank's feeling some kind of ways, not included over there. All right, consumer durables. Yeah, go Tesla. And this is by market cap. So, all these Ford and GM can definitely, look how much Ford of a market cap is, basically, of Tesla. Up 2%, looking pretty good there for Ford. So we say shout out to Ford Nation as we go. And many people in Toronto that are out of sight of Toronto will not get the Ford Nation reference, but we like some Ford. All right, so there it goes, man. Let's go. Again, right there, sirens up as Google finally starting to go upside a little bit. We just got VWAP, looking for a little more upside there in Google. What's up, Miss A?
Sean, you mentioned the bank names. I looked into it. Looks like they're all to the downside on that Treasury Department announcement of more than doubling the size of liquidity support buyback operations for longer dated bonds. That's why C is down. That's why JPM is down. I could not find any individual catalysts on any of them. Back to you.
That makes some sense. Also, hey, VWAP here. I know there's that CDTG that's moving around. It is on the radar. I actually just paid for locates on it. I'll show you why in a second. But BMNR is just hanging right here at the volume weighted average price. On the way up, there was one dip into 19.9, right in front of $20. and then we take that second step up. So a little bit of a test here, VWAP, reversal, trend reverse. I'm going to look for the long. And then the other thing outside of, obviously, Novavax, CDTG, which, this is just a regular Chinese ADR that's running. So we're back to normal here. A 2.8 million flow, probably not even a story. I don't see a story. There was something yesterday. Nope, that's not yesterday. That's Tuesday, July 28th. I'm assuming there was something yesterday because it did this crazy move yesterday, but I don't see any news on it. So you just have another Chinese ADR going day 2. This is how it dumped at this price yesterday. At $8, it dumped in 1 hour all the way to 3. So suffice to say, if it fails $8 again, I want to see some kind of there you go, topping tail, hammer down, and then look for short. At the end of the day, I don't want to chase it up here on CDTG. Not a Chinese ADR today. There's too much moving around. I feel like the money might come out of these a little bit faster than normal, just given the environment that we happen to be in. So this looks a little strong for short now. We're just going to look for BMNR. It hasn't moved off VWAP yet, so I'm not just going to sit here. But once it breaks the trend, we're going to try to join it, throw the stop under VWAP, and then move on. And one of the reasons I like this is because, hey, ETH went parabolic. And 9%. I want to see some, 9%. But look how it's holding the highs here. It's holding the highs pretty well, yet BMNR decided to pull all the way back in. So I feel like if it just breaks a little off of VWAP, it's certainly got some relative room to run. And crypto's been in play all day long. Grunfeld asking, is it time to load the Bitcoin boat? I don't know that I'd overreact that far. Going from 65 to 68 looks really good. But if I pull up the daily chart and then you remember the halving cycle, it's like how much. I mean, it's a great breakout, but load the boat under the 200 period. I just feel when Bitcoin is in an up move, you don't have to be too picky about where you're in. When you're when it's bearish, that's a different story. So I'm not there yet. Like I'd rather be 10, 20% late. 25% late and catching an upswing, because my thought has been to wait till next year, or at least like the final quarter, like end of the year, and start trying to, get back into this space because I've sold all my ETH in next year. But it looks fantastic on the daily chart for like a short term, like a swing or something like that.
All right. So Google upside there. I just want to say Moderna just took us out. So. It went all the way back up. We were going to use 154 as our out. Got a little lazy because we were always going to use our 200 period moving average, but I still wanted to give it to 154. I thought there was a chance that maybe, it does break off of here, and it may still come back in, but I don't know about shorting this thing the rest of the day. Moderna just continues to work upside. That bounce off the 200 was something pretty nice right there. What's up, Jack? A stock that, again, do not indicate this to my wife because she thinks that we're multimillionaires down here because of ELF, but that's a double now. So ELF has now doubled since the beginning of June. What a move. And yeah, it does look pretty good, Jack. I mean, breaking through this $100 mark, why not? This goes all the way back to February, goes all the way back into August of last year, goes all the way there where it was a gap. This is just looking like quite a nice opportunity here for those of you trading ELF Cosmetics. This is looking like a great little long take there of $100. I just don't know if there's going to be enough sort of volume in this name to really, get me too excited about it. But yeah, ELF Cosmetics, definitely a winner in your portfolio if you've got it. Absolutely huge. And, the minute that the wife and daughter are like telling me that they've got the products, I need to just buy it. Up 8%, Canaccord Genuity with an upgrade today. ELF working out, that is for sure. It has not fallen off any kind of a shelf right now, but it's at one. So the ELF on a shelf, we could figure that if that's a break, then you got your short rate here, because $100. Let's see if it does take it off. Snoop on a stoop as well.
Snoop on a stoop.
Yeah, Snoop.
That's where it's really at.
Yeah, that's one of the good ones there as well. You can get one. I'm gonna have to get one of those for this Christmas. We do have a couple ELF on the shelves, but. I feel
like everybody.
They're pretty fun.
It's kind of one of those like everybody does it, so you got to do it kind of deal.
Yeah. We've had Marissa does the. My kids are getting older, so it's more fun now. But she'll do like little things that they're doing overnight. So.
Oh yeah, they get
themselves in trouble.
Yeah,
like you just
we
put
have
down a
to-
bunch of flour and then leave the guys lying there, and it looks like they just snorted a bunch of, you know what? So yeah, no,
Or like
my elves are
or
my
like a
elves-
zip line down like the
reckless.
hall or something.
My elves on a shelf because they like to party, boy. Yeah, unbelievable elves on a shelf, the ones I have. All right, so
They smoke rocks.
Yeah. No, they more prefer the powder, but it's just absolutely ridiculous, the elves on the
Well, I mean, that's the thing. Like the elves are classy.
Yeah, they must get unlimited supply up there. I wonder. But anyways, yeah, just trying to break. SpaceX, I mean, it's been really doing nothing all day. I saw some people in the chat ask about it. It's a nice move down of $1 right there pretty quickly there for SpaceX. So, yeah,
Hey, what's going
I don't know. It's just kind of at VWAP. Like, I don't really want to short it. I mean, it does look like all these lines are favored. They get the 25 pushing down. You know, definitely something there to the downside on SpaceX. So, you know, we could have a look. I don't know. I mean, I'm long Google. That's now 25 cents in the money. So, you know, really liking that as a trade idea. We took a shot on Moderna, made some money, and gave it back a little bit on the move back up. But yeah, that's what we're looking for. C-Rob, recent halter, that's doing nothing. KWM, recent halter, not doing anything there either.
The one moving, the one that's
SKK.
actually moving is CDTG.
Yeah.
All the other ones that are on the
this
whole
one
board are
was
all
moving.
dead.
This RDA.
That was that SPAC.
Yeah, okay, so it is it's faulted a couple of times and near the lows right now. This
Under
looks like a
10 bucks.
break. Yeah, this is probably a break low whenever SPACs can under $10, right?
Yeah, they either bounce off 10 or
Could be
the 10.
something.
I just, you know what, the funny
Feel a
thing
bit more out of
is,
Google
I
there.
never actually checked to see if it was a SPAC. We just made the assumption based on the name with that one. And
RDAC, we can ask Adara, RDAC. Okay, still, yeah, she remembers that one. Does
usually there'd be a combination, but if we're gonna fail VWAP on the future, or the NASDAQ, I should say, then lower high on DRAM. I just put an offer in here under 55 and we'll give it to this stop. If it doesn't get to VWAP, fine. I think shorting the pops was something I wanted to do this afternoon, so we'll try to get picked up here, sitting like in mid 90s, and then give it to that wick high, look for the bottom. You just can't seem to get healthy at all. And Eclectic Passions, a SPAC is a special purpose acquisition company. So what's one? I don't know one off the top of my head to pull up a ticker, and I don't know if RDAC is for one. But effectively, think of this. You have a company that does an IPO, but they don't have a business. Their business is to make an acquisition of something else to take it public. So they all come out for $10, and the way the deal works is this. You invest in it for $10, and it's essentially an investment vehicle. If they find a company that they want to combine with to take public, then at that point, they're like, hey, we're going to combine with, I don't know, like widget maker Maximum. And this is the combination. Now we're going to own this business. We're going to take them public. And if you like that deal, then you now own shares of that. Or you can take your $10 back. And that could take like a year. So you could sit in it for a year when you bought it at $10, and then decide you don't like the company they're combining with. You get your $10 back, but then time value money, so you lose. And oftentimes, I'm just telling it like it is. It's not my opinion, but SPACs were very popular a few years ago, and overall, they didn't work out too well most of the time if you got involved in SPAC combinations. There were some big-time success stories out there, I'm sure, but most of them didn't work out very well. So it's like a different way for companies to come to market.
Yeah,
They offer.
DWAC was.
DWAC's an
True
example.
Social.
True Social and
But their
DWAC.
CCIV was Lucid. There was
Clover Health was a
Nicola
SPAC.
had one. I mean,
Nicola.
pretty much that was the thing to do.
There was a few.
Back in the day. Maybe even Open Door.
They're coming back a little. Like there's been, you guys, nobody usually cares, but I promise you, I could pull up the.
There's a name right there, Skamoth. Yeah.
Yeah, like here's one right here. Like there's one. There was one on Monday. Whatever, North Strive Acquisition Corp. So they went public at $10, and they probably don't have a combination. They would have just started, so they just raised like 115 mil. So good for them. Chamath had a bunch of them. He has a new one, I think, this year as well.
Short.
So we'll see.
Yeah. Anything that Chamath
I don't remember
pumps,
what it's
I just want to
called.
go short. So let me know anything Chamath pumps.
It was the best performing day one SPAC
Yeah, exactly.
that I saw this year. It was the only one that opened well above the $10. All of them usually.
Of course
suck.
it did. Right there. This guy just suckers in all these retail, and then it's like dump city on that one. But okay, so that's RDAC. So a good little cover on that. We'll have a look. Clover has been actually really nice. Clover's a name that I was in on near not on the SPAC, but near some of those lows. I mean, I bought Oscar Health. I bought a little bit of Clover as well. The problem with this one, I think I sold this at 230, something like that. Oh, it must have been in this area here on the way. Oh, it wasn't. I mean, when was this? April? Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. So I think we got involved in this one maybe around here. 220, 230, something like that. That would make sense where we got in. And then once it broke up into here, 280s or so out. But we didn't. It was very, very small play. We didn't do much on Clover. But another one of those names. A name that I'm in for at least a little bit of cash is Oscar. And you guys have heard me talk about that one. I have too many holdings, but Oscar has been a nice move as well. Oscar Health, and just when UNH was doing its thing, this was one of those new names. It's like that ZETA. It was like one of the new names that was out there that people were talking about. I'm not into Zeta, but this has been Zeta. This has been a great move. Like, you guys have nailed this one. I saw social media all over this name, and it's been great. So Zeta. Absolutely monster there. These guys are doing online advertising, I believe, and that's whatever models they have, obviously based off AI, I would assume, has really worked out well for them. So Zeta, a good one, and I think it's running into a little bit of problem. Let me see. No, this might be, yeah, so I guess 25 was maybe the level that I was thinking about earlier when I was talking about running in. Oh no, here it is. Yeah, so we had zoomed back out. I thought maybe 25 has been the top. Those were good break levels, but then this is kind of the stuff that we're talking about now, between 30 to 35 right now for Zeta. So, have a look there. It's had a nice run for sure. And as many stocks go up, there is possibilities for stocks to actually go down at some point, so don't forget about that.
Not allowed.
So watch out for Zeta. Possibly. Watch out for Google. It's actually come right back. I still want to wait for 60s. I feel like the market's fine. The market's bouncing off VWAP right now. That's cool. Our best out was moments ago at 32s, and then here's the drop down in. I'm still going to try to be a little bit stubborn and wait for those 60s to come in for Google right now. So it looks like it is doing that move right now, coming back in. I'll cancel a little bit of, okay, there it is. I'll cancel a little bit and just buy some 63s right there. So we push forward, get 63 and change. We'll take a little bit more here at 60, and there it is. Now we'll just bye-bye Google. It looks like we'll get stopped out of this one pretty quickly right now. A breakdown below some of these levels, and we want to get out. Google just got, why is it doing that? The market's not really doing anything right now, and Google's taking a dump. So, yeah, we'll stop out of it. I have exactly one unit right now.
Oh, shoot, I turned my...
Not the end of the world on it, but looks like it is going to the downside here. I have a break of 29s as being my out. So that would give me that's a 30 cents. So about 35, what am I doing? That's 70s, or a break. What did I say? A break of 30. So 40 cents. So we need to try to see if this can get back to O's before this makes any real sense. So let's just sit on it for a little bit, Google, and see what winds up happening there. Decent bid at 60s, but we almost got flushed out of that trade. That touched down to 32s. We were pretty close, or 35s. We were pretty close to getting knocked out of that one, as it goes right back, of course, into the money. I say of course just because it's more like a funny thing. We almost get stopped out, then it just bumps right back up. That's how wild these markets are. 10 more cents and I'm stopped out, and then this move happens. So count our blessings. On that note, I'm going to get a 10% at 79. All right, just so we can reload it if it does come back down in. That's Google, and that's what I'm working with now. Neil's got the DRAM.
We just got into DRAM, which is trying to make its way back up. But I did pop out of Novavax at the break even. Originally the stop was at the prior bar wick, but it bounced off VWAP, so we left some on for the breakdown. A little bit different. Like the first time through, I actually left more than half on for the break underneath the volume weighted average price. This time, because it was a breakout play, it's like play back into VWAP and then just take it into there. I don't know if I'll have, the only way I short this again is if this is such a distinct lower, like if I get wicked out and something like this ends up being true, where these wicks end up being the same high, then maybe I jump back in with a really tight stop to try to play it. And then I don't know if someone was asking about maybe you could have been asking about the stop in either one, but I just showed you one, so it doesn't matter. But we go right up to that prior bar wick on DRAM, and then it's starting to pull back in. The other, the context too, is this is the NASDAQ. Look at VWAP on the NASDAQ. I guess I should zoom in there. Look at VWAP on the NASDAQ. We just keep getting there, wicks, and then pulling back. So I still feel like, overall, if something is underneath the volume weighted average price, then I think it's, and it should be, loosely following the market, then I think it's a bit of a short. So I'm going to stick with that until we find some other things. There was that CDTG that's on the radar, but unfortunately, I did not go short. It is now halted down. So if you're trading this, just for anybody can zoom out and see that yesterday it rejected $8 and fell $5 to 3. I'm not saying it's going to fall to 3, but it's already halted down with a flat tap 642. If it bounces off VWAP, great. But if this loses VWAP, this is probably worth a look to short it for the rest of the day. And they were super cheap on CDTG. Oh, and just one thing about Moderna, we said this in the morning, but it's worth mentioning. Sometimes when like the most parabolic stock out there is free for locates, it can help the move because day traders can short it for free. And if day traders can short it for free, I promise you this, there are more of them trying to short it. And when that happens, short covering leads to more of a rally. It just seems like a correlation. I know Luis has said it's true. We didn't get a chance to hear his opinion on that one because he didn't show up today. It would have been a really good day because I would have been curious to ask. He trades gappers and runners. Moderna is obviously not some small cap gapper, legitimate news, but a lot of its characteristics were similar. So I would have been curious to see whether, like, do some of the things that you look for on other ones apply to Moderna? We'll be able to ask him that next week, I guess.
Yeah, I wanted to look at Moderna, but just real quickly here. This is now up, so you guys can go get it on Instagram. I'll post it right there. Go check the reel out. If you don't have X, you may have Y, and that would be Instagram. So go check it out right there. Here's me and my daughter. Poor girl broke her. You can't see the thumb there, but she fractured her thumb. So we've got it's so hilarious because one of the notes from one of the dads they're having their training camp next week for hockey at U of T. So they're going to be on the ice at U of T. There's a couple girls that have made scholarships and whatnot that are now at U of T. The captain of the U of T hockey team is one of the assistants on Gia's team. And listen to this. This is one of the coaches that's going to be there next week. Hey guys, Friday looks like, this is how you know it's hockey. Friday is looking like it's going to be a parking lot tailgate day with only 3 hours in between games. So this is for our tournament this Friday. I was thinking of bringing my Blackstone and making pea-meal, egg, and cheese breakfast sandwiches for anyone who's interested. Please DM me with the number of sandwiches that you want. So because Gia's hurt, I'm going to be here Friday. And will not be tailgating with the rest of the dads and the parents. Boo. They're crushing these pea-meal, egg, and cheese breakfast sandwiches. So sounds like a lot of fun, and obviously I'm just giving some content for the show. We'll be here.
Watch us have the breakfast sandwiches.
Yeah, that'd be good.
On Friday, because our caterer does. They're not going to be as good as them.
Yeah.
But they've done the pea-meal bacon before.
They do good.
They've done it. You never know. We might get lucky. We might get very lucky.
So then I just responded. I said, I knew I liked you to the coach. So he's good. He also wants to get team-colored Air Force Ones for when they do their driving. Very smart. Yeah. All right. KY is out of the office. Yeah, me too soon. What's up, Tiffany? How's everything going?
Yeah, it's a perfectly normal name.
Thanks for asking, Tiffany.
There's nothing to read into with that one.
Yeah, right now, thank you for your donation. So yeah, another $69.
Appreciate it. No ditty.
Thank you for all of that one. As we go live right now on Instagram, we're all over the place. Check it out. We are Trader TV Live, having a lot of fun here again today on a Wednesday, trading some Moderna, trading some Google, and watching out for our social media over there. So thanks, Tiffany, for doing everything. And I just heard Adara's locked and loaded, but just real quick, we did buy a little bit more. Google going back up to the upside, so we're going to take a little bit more out of this one. It's only 25 cents, but it's a winner. A winner's a winner, and we like those on Trader TV Live. Adara, what you got for us?
Okay, guys, keep an eye on crypto. The Trump stream is just been opened here for this meeting with tech executives, except here's the thing. It's not tech leadership. It's crypto leadership. I spy of Vlad Tenev. I spy Brian Armstrong. I spy Winklevoss, the Winklevoss twins. So just be aware, guys. I think this is going to be that crypto summit we thought was going to happen today. If I get any other details, I'll keep you posted. I'll be listening to this entire thing. But yeah, off the top of my head, recognize for, if you include, the Winklevoss separate people, for crypto execs here. And as we see and hear more, I will certainly let you all know. Back to you.
Well, we'll let you know when crypto actually starts moving based on that. Like I was looking at BMR off VWAP, and what is it doing? It's falling right back to sleep. Obviously, you're going to want to watch whether it's ETH, whether it's Bitcoin, IBIT. I guess it's what you look at for the ETF. BMNR, MSTR, they've all got to be in play. Coinbase could be something here. I haven't really looked at that one today. look, I mean, they're all the same. Parabolic move up, they're retracing and pulling back here on coin. The strongest feels like it's ETH. ETH is holding the gain so much better than everything else, which is also a reason to look a little bit at that, to look a little bit at BMNR. Circle, I mean, this one, yeah, it's the same thing, not as strong. 9 points, that's fine, it's not bad whatsoever, but I don't know, it doesn't look too crazy for crypto. Obviously, anytime the president is speaking, it's a big deal. He could say anything, but on topic, we're expecting it to be a crypto.
That's not true. Judkins just tore his ACL, is that true?
No. Who's the backup?
Isn't that Sampson? Isn't Judkins is the guy?
Simpson or Samson?
Yeah. Samp.
Samson?
Sampson. We're talking about
Who
Cleveland,
has him?
right? Same Jeff, it's fine.
Oh, he's got his own handcuff?
Yeah, but he's not really a true handcuff because I think he's just a
I thought
receiving
they had
back.
somebody else.
There was that Higgins guy tore his ACL today, I think, as well.
Yeah, on the Texans.
And then I just saw Judkins, but that's from our friend Pash. So I don't know.
Hutchinson's the wide receiver 3 there. We have our fantasy draft on Saturday. It's a dynasty league. So.
Google with a nice move higher right here. Let's get a little bit more out, man. There it is.
Money.
So there we go, man. Money. Printing now for Google. We bought those dips, ladies and gentlemen, and there it goes right back up to view up, and there goes Google. What's up, Adair?
Keep an eye here on IONS, this name pushing higher. They do, I guess, RNA-related interventions. So Elon Musk posted 22 minutes ago that, quote, synthetic RNA will cure many diseases. This is being circulated now on social media. Nice move up for IONS. MRNA is not moving on this, but I mean, it's already up more than 100% on the day. What more can you really ask for? Back to you.
MRNA, never heard of it.
Never heard of that stock.
Over there, I've traded hundreds of shares of Moderna.
There goes CDT. It's gonna die.
And there it goes. But anyways, Google right now, 70 cents now in the money. So yeah, let's go. That's enough 50. All right, nice move now, breaking higher. We almost got that 50 bid down there to reload it, but it just didn't come in. So it went to 60 again, which is where we're long, but didn't want to put it all in. That's 80 cents now in the money. Remember where our stop was? 30 cents. So about a 2 to 1 or 40 cents. So exactly 2 to 1 right now for Google. So we like it. We like it a lot as we go long right now on Google. And we talked about sort of why I like that stock. It was kind of going opposite of the market there. Long over here, short on DRAM. And, what are you guys doing in the chat, right? That should be a little fun to see what's going on there.
Well, CDTG, well, I'll get it right eventually with this stock, but it's annoying me, that ticker name. It just opened up after the halt under VWAP. It hasn't closed the candle underneath, so this will probably be 2 attempts, not 1. If it breaks out, literally the high is 6/4. If it breaks 6/4, I'm out, and I'll wait for like a close underneath VWAP. I'm just looking at what happened yesterday on this thing.
Do you want me to do anything?
Yesterday, this thing absolutely died. And if it goes into another down halt, then I'm going to take my exit right in front. Where's the halt band? Right there at 530. So I'll take the out. Why? Because it's going to try to false halt. So it hasn't closed underneath VWAP, but the second it lost VWAP, quick in, quick out, grab the 50 cents. Now, if it...
Yeah, let's go.
I don't understand these halt bands. You know what? I just realized something. I'm sitting there like getting out because I think it's going to hit the halt band. But yesterday, it made the same move and didn't halt once all the way down. You know what? The market's crooked.
Yeah.
The market is crooked, and we saw this with Moderna this morning. Like, Moderna made a move. We saw the halt bands to the upside, and like 10 minutes before, it had a bigger move in the same amount of time, and the halt bands were nowhere to be seen. So it makes no sense. This stock probably shouldn't have it should have been halting yesterday. But anyways, I didn't want to get trapped because if it halts, you can gap up, and then your risk reward is gone. But we'll take another shot at it. If it closes under VWAP, shows a little something else. But CDTG, whatever this is, oh, remember, it's a Chinese ADR, and we know what they do. They go up a little bit, and then they go right back into the
gates of hell.
And it's nothing personal against Chinese ADRs. It's just the pattern. Everything is about patterns, and this is not Moderna. There was no news on this that I saw today. I didn't even see a news story yesterday for what this thing is doing. What's Moderna doing?
No, I mean, it's just what you were just talking about there. It's just bouncing off some of those levels.
Yeah.
Coming back in. We do have Hala at $1 right there. As there it goes, man. Google just really blasting through some of those levels, man. So, like, again, we gave it to you. We gave you the stop. We gave you the in. Traders got to trade. There's Google. We love it. We love going over to Sia, and she's locked and loaded over there with some happening now.
take a look at the markets before we dive into what's happening now. The SPY is currently up 0.29%. The triple Qs are down 0.12%, and the Dow is up 0.20%. Let's take a look at just one thing that I want to talk to you about, and then I will send you over to the guys. So GLD, gold miners, surging after the announcement by the Treasury Department to sharply increase the government debt repurchases, which did send yields lower, but gold's benefiting. It is higher. It's given gold a boost. The Van Eck Gold Miners ETF, that is I'm just going to check GDX here. GDX, that is jumping now over 7%, on track for its best day since November 4, 2022, when it had jumped over 10%. It's currently above almost 7.5%. That is close to 8%. I just also want to check GLD and what it's doing at the moment. Also up 3.5% on the day.
Thank you, as always, Sia. Ooh, the market's continuing that little bit of a turn, so just an update. We'll get back to some of the other things that are moving. It's pretty consolidated on DRAM, but if we get back upside, we're just going to scalp the inside of the range here. So we'll call it 55, tens to teens, down to the eights, and then every time it bounces off the eighth, we'll try to scalp inside of the range, because support here, obviously, you can see support there before, and then we'll look at the double bottom low of the day on DRAM. The mistake with DRAM today is obvious. I don't think I have to tell anybody. Should have been short this thing. I came in thinking long breakout, and sometimes you get anchored to your initial thought. I was like, oh, break of this high, that's my play on DRAM today. So when it didn't break the high, I was still in long mode, and it should have been, it didn't break the high, short the stupid thing, Neil, and shorted at VWAP all day long would have been a deal. But that's the thing. Anchoring is something that is difficult for anybody to get away from. That's why some fantasy managers will do it. They'll try to get you to make the first offer so that you can be anchored to your price. You can tell I'm excited about our draft.
Yeah, it should be a good one there. Do you have any spicy wings you're supposed to eat? I don't.
Oh, I'm doing 5 Armageddon wings.
I want to do them just for fun. I think I'm going to come in there and.
I've had the Armageddon wings like 4 or 5 times.
Yeah, I've had them before.
Like, so there's a dude as you challenged a bunch of people.
You do not.
No, Adara? No, Adara.
We will need to call an ambulance.
No, Adara.
No, of course not. But I'm just saying those are. So there's something there. I don't know if we're getting them from Duff's. That's where the original place was. They've closed a couple locations, but I think there's still one open. We have football bets where, like my team will beat yours, or this guy will beat that guy, or whatever the situation is. And some, very not smart people in our pool will sometimes make these bets, and then it'll be like, oh, I'll bet you like 5 Armageddon wings. And the Scoville unit, we could actually look it up.
It's 6.
I think it's in the millions, right? Armageddon.
Duff's might only be in the millions.
No.
The Packy chip is like 2.5, I think.
Wings,
but I feel like I thought Duff's was 650.
Because there's I'm going to find it right
I thought it was 650.
There.
But the
no.
Packy chip is in the millions for sure. I thought the Packy chip was 2.5 million, which we idiotically did live on the show. That was one of the
I just got.
We love the show, but hands down, the dumbest thing that ever happened on this show was agreeing to do the one chip challenge live.
Of Scoville, right?
There's no need for that ever, everybody.
Okay.
Oh, BTCP halted up.
Yeah.
No.
Okay, so they have it.
It is halted up.
Yeah, you're right. It's 800 here. Let me see if I can.
Is it 800? I thought it was 650.
No, it's 8. Well, this just shows this. Now, I don't know if this is true or not right here, but this is what it's showing here. Oh, can you guys see that? Yeah. So there it is. The Armageddon is 850.
Okay.
Scoville unit. This is according to.
It's under a million, man.
Yeah, whatever this is. Shut the FU cup pancakes? What the heck is this? Dr. PP? This is just a crazy website here. But anyways, this is what we're doing. So some of our friends, I just searched for Duff's.
How did you?
But some of our friends there are going to be doing that. And one person I think has to do 8 of them.
So what? Well, that one dude called out everybody that was in the playoffs last year, and he just starts making the challenges. So we're all like, yeah, whatever. Like,
oh, did he?
No, because 2 of us.
I made the playoffs.
Amar and myself. No. I think it was everyone that's had Dust before.
Oh, okay.
Because I've done it before.
I'm definitely doing. I'm going to do 2.
I actually like the wings. If you
no,
do
you
their,
don't.
No, not the Armageddon.
Oh, okay.
The Death wings are like that's about as hot as I would like enjoying it because it's like 400,000. Everything after that's like, it's a bit much.
400,000.
I wouldn't order them myself.
So, Adara, is Frank's Red Hot pretty spicy for you, or?
Oh.
I can have Frank's now. It's a really big development. I can have Frank's. I wasn't supposed to eat it. Apparently, but I ate it and I was actually completely fine. Like a spicy piece of lime that was pickled, totally lived. That was just this weekend. I now order spicy wings rather than mild. Well, spicy's like the lowest level.
Wow, welcome to
And it takes
Toronto.
me forever to eat them. Like I can't do it in one sitting, but I can do it. So yeah, the spice tolerance has grown.
There we go.
And I mean, no, it's not comfortable, nor do I think that we're at a point physically, because I still have a physical reaction, that I can expand it much more than this. But right now, I'm happy as a clam.
What do you think your friends back home would think, like if you told them that you're now eating spicy food? Like, because I imagine...
I had a lot weirder habits when I
okay.
was a kid. Like I had a thing where I could not eat if a baby was in my presence. I've gotten over that too. So I think that...
What was that last
Sorry,
one?
say that again?
Yeah, so if a baby was in my presence, I just couldn't eat. It was a
baby?
really big problem at like family events. My friend has a kid now, and she always makes fun of me because I can do it now. President Trump also just showed up at this crypto event, so I guess Vlad can stop moving his hair like this.
All right, well...
Which is what he was doing.
But that doesn't happen to you anymore, so we can't just...
So you can't bring any babies around when Adara's eating. Now you can.
Now you can.
Now you can. We've dealt with that.
I've never heard that. Oh, goodness. So
course you never heard of that.
BTCT just reopened and just broke $1 here. So there is a mover. BTC, obviously, look, BTC Digital making a big move upside. Obviously, anyone can see it was, wow, what a VWAP hold. It's probably going to hold up here because 115 is the halt band. So it looks like it's going to halt again. That's a bit of a chase. You want the first halt, not the second halt, in my opinion. But man, look at it go off VWAP. That was nasty. What else is happening?
I want one more weird quirk about Adara before the show ends. Because this whole no eating in front of babies is kind of funny.
But I've
like
never heard of
one.
that before. That's interesting.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. No, I just want to know if there's anything else there.
There's someone out there, maybe.
I'm trying to think about what.
Not power walk.
Let me think about
race walking.
Race walking.
Race walking is, you know how disciplined you have to be.
It's
race
not called
walker?
race walking, is it? What's it called?
It is. It's race walking.
Oh, it is called race walking.
Because you can't have both feet have to be constantly in contact with the ground. Try walking. I can't walk that way.
Yeah, you need to have your.
And you're trying to go fast.
I guess
And they stand, when you do competitively, they stand at the edge of like the track. I'm tired. And they look at your feet. And
Yeah,
you're
of
like,
course.
please don't lift your feet. Don't lift your feet. Yeah, it's really intense.
I would get disqualified instantly because I just don't have the discipline. I'd be like, I need to go faster. Like, no, this is not working. And then I just start running.
Yeah,
because you're trying to, if someone passes you, you're race walking. If someone's passing me, I'm like, I need to speed up.
Shout out to Mr. Duckett's there. I think you're right. It's like those two things are combined. Baby eating, race walking away fast, you know? You don't want to run in the restaurant. You want to race walk away from those eating babies. But you never know. I was trying to think of something like that was a little quirky when I was growing up or something that I used to do. I don't know. I'd have to ask. I can ask my wife if I told her some stories, or ask my mother. She's on chat right here and see what's going on over there. But that's fun. Thanks, Adara, for sharing
a good one.
that. Okay. So, oh man, now I'm going to sneeze. Oh, a little quirky thing that sometimes when I sneeze, I'll do like 10 sneezes in a row. Like you can't even stop. Thankfully on the show, it seems better. But
do you
when I'm
remember
at
the
home,
trader?
it's like I cannot stop myself from sneezing sometimes.
There was a trader on the floor. Remember, he always sneezed in threes. We had a guy on the floor a
sneezed
few
in
years back.
threes?
He always sneezed exactly 3 times. Precisely. It was on point. And it would freak you out too because you'd hear it. You're like, you know what's coming. And then boom, 2.
That's called diarrhea walk?
3.
No, I don't think so.
Let's go back up to Adara because Trump is still talking.
Yeah, I'm just making this face because there's a massive conflict of interest that just happened at this meeting that was not addressed, but I'll address it in a second. Coinbase in focus here. We just have Trump announcing all these CEOs. One of these CEOs is Brian Armstrong, who he said, oh, you look good. You look quite a bit younger. Awesome CEO. So he said nice things about Brian Armstrong. Watch Coinbase. But the face I made had to do with ICE. He just announced the CEO of Intercontinental Exchange, Jeff Sprecher. Now, I made that face because what Trump didn't mention, which is true, is that Jeff Sprecher is married to a member of Trump's cabinet, specifically Kelly Loeffler, small business administrator. So yeah, lots of different people here. I'm not quite sure how ICE fits in with the overall crypto strategy, but I guess we'll find out. Again, the Winklevi are here. Vlad Tenev of Robinhood is also here. So keep an eye on all of these stocks and more. As I get more details, I'll keep you posted. I'm listening to this whole thing. I guess it's like the first of what they're saying will be several CFTC meetings.
Double check the calendar because we do have ICE coming to take us out middle of September.
Yeah, in like a month.
I just got to make sure what ICE it is. You know, I don't need to be.
We know.
But here in the States, here in Canada,
Yeah,
we
we're
don't.
good.
We don't have to worry about that. Okay, was that a throw again? See ya this
but
time.
Just quickly
Okay.
before we go, BTCT is a tap of $1.20. It's worth remembering, like this stock, like a lot of other Bitcoin plays, like they went into AI compute. So as to why this one's particularly is squeezing right now, they were supposed to be transitioning to AI compute like a bunch of others, but for whatever reason, they're the one that's running. $1.20 tap. It'll probably open up while we're talking to Sia.
Yeah.
The SPY currently up 0.28%. Let's take a look at the sectors and what is going on here. You have electric tech, NVIDIA flat, and Apple is still up 1.8%, which is equivalent to almost 2%. Broadcom is now still down 4% with AMD, INTC continuing. Now, MU not flat anymore. It's slid towards the downside by 1%, and Cisco is flat. Marvell holding on to that steady gains from earlier in the day. It was up 7% when I reported on it during the news segment. Now it's up 8%. Not a bad look. Dell, however, is down 7.5%. Tech services, you have Google that is still flat, but Microsoft and Meta, Netflix, Palantir, Oracle, IBM in the green, followed by Accenture and CRM, all in the green. CRWD is down almost 6% on the day, and PA&W also down 4% on the day. Finance, you have BRKB and MasterCard that are flat on the day, but JPM, BAC, and Citi, which has continued to extend its losses, is down 3.5%. Robinhood currently up over 4.5%. And another name that I did check earlier in the day, yeah, Coin. It has reversed a bit of its gains, but it's still holding steady momentum. It's up almost 9.5% on the day. Retail trade, we have Amazon that's up close to 2%. TJX still continuing to slide towards the downside. You have Costco and Walmart that are flat. Home Depot that's up close to 2%. CVS down 1%, and Carvana is up over 8.5%. But I did read it would be its 10th losing streak in the week if it closed at a certain point. So Carvana, CVNA, it is up 8.5%, but CNBC was reporting the same, what I just mentioned. TGT right now up over 5%. CPRT is up almost 7% on the day as well. Producer manufacturing, we have LRCX, AMAT, and CAT, GEV as well, all in the red. The sector has a bit of a mixed sentiment, followed by energy minerals for today. XOM, which was in the green earlier in the day, has now turned flat. So you have XOM, CVX, both flat on the day. Consumer durables, you're seeing a little bit of strength in PM, PEP, KO, and PG, as well as the rest of the sector, except names like CL, CHD, and RL that are flat on the day. Consumer durables, Tesla is up almost 3.5% on the day. Health tech is one of the bulls for today on the sector board. Lilly is up close to 5%, as we do know it. MRK is up over 13%, and MRNA having a great day today, up over 148%. Process industries, you have Lin that is up 0.80%, and SHW up 2.5%. And finally, in transportation is up over 4.5%. Dash up 2.7%, and DAL still down 2.5%.
All right, a lot of percentages going on over there.
Yeah. The problem with diversification is I look at my biggest non-tech holdings, and it's like Eli Lilly and AbbVie are up nicely, but GE Vernova and Caterpillar are down. Okay. So it's a complete. It's almost exactly a wash. It's like nothing is even happening. But that's the thing. Every now and then, diversification will look like that. But a lot of other things are moving for sure. So that BTCT, if I say it wrong, you know what I'm talking about. It did open up, make a new high at $1.32. It's right back underneath. It is worth mentioning absolutely nothing else in crypto is moving right now. Like that's IBIT. I've shown you guys ETH is doing nothing. BMNR, and these are all like they're all crazy. These charts are insanity. Like BMNR is barely moving off of VWAP. We could look at, and again, just to show you, I don't know what's going on. Like Coinbase is kind of moving to the upside. Like nothing is really happening in these names. So it does make you wonder about this BTCT, whether it's gonna, how much staying power is it gonna have?
These are these peelers things?
Oh, these are awesome.
Yeah, my kids are all about these.
I love these, bro.
Chester, Chester's such a nice guy. He bought all that Hawaiian pizza for everybody. Thanks. These peelers are good, man. These peelers are good.
They did Chester wrong with that.
Of course they did. Right now we're $1 in the money here on Google. Just trying to get some more out. Right there. So, missed it. Missed 75s. Okay, we're there. Nice move there. SpaceX tried to acquire AI startup Cognition. Tried to?
Yeah, it was a past tense story, which is why I didn't mention it. If I hear anything else on it, but all I heard was that headline, and again, not an acquisition that they're currently doing anymore. I didn't see a stock reaction either.
I mean, sometimes if you're not doing an acquisition, you might get a bump, but obviously they don't think that here.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, is what it is at this point. I mean, if they acquire somebody, they acquire somebody, obviously. So yeah, shout out to SpaceX if they're gonna do anything. Hopefully they get the deal done. Well, whatever company you want to see if they can acquire somebody. SpaceX, probably Elon, man, just offer them like a few hundred million shares. I mean, and maybe they'll accept whatever the buyout is. But yeah, so just watching out for this trade. Again, this is now $1. We talked about it was 30 cents, so 3-1 right there. And we still have a third on. So that's pretty good. The fact that we're holding this much throughout the rest of the day. Alibaba, I really like Alibaba. Like, I don't want to get that twisted there for anybody. Like, I think Alibaba does have a huge opportunity here, especially if China-US tensions sort of ease back a little bit. We do know that Kimi just has been a pretty successful large language model, and I could see some companies, if allowed to, using some of this technology rather than some of the best stuff that's being built here, stateside or countryside here in the United States. I feel like there's going to be a lot of opportunities with Alibaba and the Chinese as well. There's more to talk about, but Adara's got President Trump in her ear, so.
Yeah, there's some hyper-liquid strategies is trading higher, PURR. So I looked into hyper-liquid. I guess it provides underlying liquidity and execution and infrastructure for finance. It's not available in the U.S. or Canada. But President Trump just said, quote, he's looking to bring hyper-liquid into the U.S. So nice look here for PURR continuing to make new intraday highs. Back to you.
I feel like can they all rally? Like at some point, I feel like there's going to be a bit of a pullback. And just for this BTCT, we didn't do this, which usually is something we'll do with any small capper that's gapping, running, halting. You got to look at the daily chart. The 200 period, to the extent that it's been respected, that's why it matters here.
Look at that run.
$1.50, but this is a crazy run. It's now gone up 170%. It's the only thing moving right now in the space, or at least the only one that hit my radar. So $1.50 looks like a turnaround spot. If it doesn't fail here, or pull back here, I shouldn't say fail, I should say pull back. Just because it makes the top and maybe falls to view up wouldn't mean it had failed. Oh, thank you so much for another donation, Rakesh Kumar. And that's a donation to our charity. Well, not our charity, to Angel Hair. It's not our charity, but it's Angel Hair for kids. For anyone that doesn't know, we'll let you know again. Fabian's cutting the coif, 28 inches, donating it to charity. It's all happening. Well, the cutting of the hair is going to happen live. The donation probably not. That'll be done after the fact. But
it's GoFundMe.
Our goal is 5,000. We're already at 3,700, and thank you everybody for contributing. And if you want to pay it forward, just remember you can click the link. It's in the chat. It's in the description. The QR code is right up there that you can just jump right to the site. So if you're in a giving mood, then it's a fantastic one. And again, if you donate there, everything goes directly to. We got a bunch of. We're really appreciative of all the super chats in the afternoon. But just remember, with the super chats, obviously Google's gonna take their piece. If you donate directly here, you know it's going right. All of it, 100% is going to the charity. So that's the bigger deal. So here's this BTCT. It looks like it might reject at that 200 SMA on the daily. It has yet to truly close losing one of these bars, but that could be a nice turnaround spot. I don't think it's the same thing as CDTG, because that was falling apart under VWAP. That's at $4 now, by the way. But if it can close underneath $1.20, that would be a sign of weakness there. I'm not feeling a reload in DRAM another time. Just like it's the right lower high level, but no follow through. Goes to first risk support and starts catching a bit of a bid. So if it breaks out now, I'll just jump out of it. Now, DRAM's one of those, like I said, not really happy with looking at this as a long instead of a short, but that's just how the day goes sometimes. And if it holds here, then my bid's down to 54.6, and we'll wait for it at this point. And Tilly, how many derivatives of BTC can we create?
And that's
never, ever question the ability of the sell side to come up with different things they can sell in the market.
Like, is Chamath still alive?
That is the one guarantee, is they're always thinking of some other way. And whether it's the double, triple leverage ETFs out the wazoo, now they want to create compute as an asset class that you can invest in. That's the new one, and that's courtesy of Jensen and the bankers as well. They're always, literally, that's what they do. They come up with ways to make a little bit of money and get some capital flow. That's what the sell side does. So it'll never stop. And if it stops, we got bigger fish to fry. Like when they stop doing that, it probably means something really bad overall has happened, and we're thinking about other things.
What a nice move back here for BBAI. In the chat, Love to Trade was asking me about BBAI, and I was like, you know what, like in a rising interest rate environment like we currently have, right? I mean, we know interest rates are going higher; they're not going lower. You need to have stocks that have some sort of free cash flow and/or earnings. And BBAI has neither of those. You know, they don't need to borrow money. That's not necessarily a problem for them, I don't think. They don't have any planned raises or anything, so they're going to be fine for their cash flow situation. But we'd like to see that earnings per share get a little higher I think they're still minus 4 cents. So that's going to be a little bit of a problem for Big Bear AI. It is such a small part of the story. Like I don't even think it's 0.01 of my holdings, and it's just in the TFSA. And we've already made our money on Big Bear AI. So, look, I wish it would help, and I wish it would happen for everybody here. But I like the stock. I do think that there's a lot of potential in this name, but just hasn't really gone. And I guess you always hate to say it, but I guess you just got to wait for the next earnings season, and hopefully it gets that bump up, right? This still does have a 30% short float or so. So on good earnings, Big Bear AI will be back, but for right now, I mean, they have government contracts and all that kind of stuff. So you got to just sort of ease back and wait for that kind of a play. I mean, I'm basically not in it, but I still do hold what I hold, and I have never bought anything else in this name. I haven't bought anything since we even talked about this in January when it was up here when we made those plays. So I would say just looking at it though, like this 250 is held. So if you're gonna wait for something, maybe that's a level that you're happy with, and you might be wanting to average in on that. But then there's also the flat bottom break. If it does break through that, that's also a problem. So I would say if you're in it, you can nibble a little bit more down there. Stocks aren't going anywhere. They're not going to go bankrupt or anything like that. But at the end of the day, everybody trades your own book, but BBAI and just not. It's like when I bought Bitcoin at 66,000. I think I'm the last person to buy anything I've heard. So that had to go against me to 61 or 62. So the fact that it's up to 68 now, it's like I'm not, getting out of it. We're trying to hold this for long term. And even somebody, and I put in the chat, like, when's time to load the boat on crypto? I don't think anybody around here,
I've been saying all year.
No one's actually going to load the boat on crypto.
Don't load the boat. No. But I've been saying all year, been trying to wait till the end of the year or next year or 50,000. Like, that's what I was saying at the beginning of the year, so I'm trying to hold true to it. We were talking about not logging into our Coinbase account.
What's the most you would ever hold on Bitcoin? Like, let's just say percentage of it.
I do not want to have more. I've had more than 5% of my portfolio be in crypto. Right. And when it was at the high, it was like 7.5, and I dumped all of my ETH.
Moderna.
Effectively. I probably dumped 95% of my ETH, because I probably lock into Coinbase, and I know I'll still have a little bit. But then everything in my Coinbase went into stable, and I've just sort of been waiting around for a time that it looks better, and I'm not feeling it. Should have been feeling the short on BTCT. That's now halted down, and it's going to lose. If it opens where it says it's going to, it's going to lose the dollar. So it lost 120. That was that 200 period on the daily. It's in a down. Volatility halt, obviously. The tap is 91 cents, so that's somewhere in here, still above VWAP. Something there. If you happen to like it, but that one does not look very good. So just be careful. It seems like all of these want to head to the downside. Like, I even saw the president's talking with that group. Oh, BMNR, this might go. It was underneath VWAP and looking like it was going to fall, but now it's starting to come back. And that other one, CDTG, that didn't really offer an obvious re-entry point that I liked. So yeah, that dumped a little, and it never halted. That's the dirty thing. I got out at the halt band. It drops another $1.02. And has not halted once on the way down. Like, it was even a bigger candle that it still didn't halt on. But as I said before, I'm not going to reload DRAM. Like, I feel like I've gotten away with it on DRAM, where I've been able to be in a kind of like cheeky spot and not lose. Like, it's the one stock that I can say that I'm not necessarily happy. Like, every stock has worked today, but it's probably the one that I'm the least happy with the performance, because I've missed the best opportunities. Short there. Short instead of long, obviously. I mean, that goes without saying. You couldn't short at the top, all that kind of stuff. But on my radar is going to be this BTCT, because I don't think if it's going to fall apart, I'm not sure it's done just yet. It just halted. It opened and halted up. I'd like to see it underneath the dollar. It couldn't hold under $1, so it might not be a trade just yet. Oh, and one more thing. It's 320. There's a couple of big ones on the early look imbalances. FXI is already 1.6 million to the buy side. SOXL is already 1.2 million to the buy side. If you want GPUS is just a penny stock. It's always there. It never means anything. SGov is like I forget. It's like not a treasury thing, but it's a bond. It's like a bond thing. WBS is a buyout that is closing. So the fact that it is a buy is a bad thing. It's supposed to be a sell. So if you happen to be looking at the imbalance on this, just know this thing is like $1 billion worth of WBS is coming out because they're being bought for cash and stock by somebody else. So this one I would not like unless it's a sell imbalance. But SOXL gets interesting at that 1.2 million. You know this should move, at least a little bit. Adara?
Keep an eye on USO. USO dropping. Yeah, this is actually session lows here. Axios reporting that the U.S. is conducting stealth operations to transport oil through the Strait of Hormuz. If I get any more details on this, I'll let you know. But a little bit of a drop here in oil. S&P 500 holding steady where it was.
You talked about the S&P there because, yeah, nothing's happening. So the market, nice story there, but the market just is puff, puff, pass on that one there. What's up, KG? KG, yeah, thank you so much for
the big ticket.
There, the big ticket on Fabian's hairs. We want to say thank you to everybody for that. Check the link in description. Should be up in your chat right now as well. We're getting closer and closer. I think it's now 80%, close to $4,000 now. There it is. Yeah, 3,700. So, I want to thank everybody else. 74% of that goal now being hit. Maybe we can hit the goal just ourselves right here and watch out to see what happens with Moderna. I mean, if this thing breaks, we've now bounced off a couple times. I have a bunch of executions around 60 because I did think it was going to break and then get going. It has not broke from what I can see so far today. 160. So, that's going to be a level there. I have the high of 163. Oh, maybe it did in the morning. Sorry. There, yes. So it did. Sorry. It has broken. My bad. I was gonna say I thought I was looking at it and it broke. But right there, yeah, 164 is the high. But I was just sort of, and if I take off all these trades that I've had, you could just see recently there that top right there was 159.77. So it's come up into 160 before and dropped $12 off of there. So again, Moderna is a NASDAQ name, so we won't see those imbalances until 10 to the hour. So we still got 30 minutes before they come out. But I don't think that's going to matter. The imbalance. This is on 162 million shares today. I mean, even if it's a couple million shares on imbalance, I feel like you could just punch long a million shares right now. I don't even think it would move the stock 50 cents. So, but 158.50 right now, that looks like a nice little high. I just want to say it's been respecting, this little break area. That's the break long on your 50 period. That's the break short on your 50 period. That's the break long again. Here's the hold. Right? Now, the thing is, you don't know if it's going to hold or break. So the hold is tougher because you might have been playing this as a short. But then when it does not continue down, you can get out on prior bar candle or a 5-minute candle and go up here. So that would have been about maybe a 50 or 60 cent hit right there if you waited 5 minutes before you got out on that break. But at the end of the day, we've really respected that level here to the upside. So I think if we're going to go long Moderna now, it would have to be this 156 area down where the 50 period lies. So that would be something there.
Oh, snap. This is now
a name that could go right here is Marvell. It's had its ups and downs today, but it's just bouncing now off VWAP. So, again, VWAP is just a line in the sand. It's not necessarily, this has to bounce off of VWAP or do whatever. It's just an area that you want to look at and make sense. It's volume weighted average price. So if you add up sort of all the prices here today and then use volume, this is where, the bulls will win if it gets over that. The bears will win if it's under. So today we'll wait to see who winds up winning this one. I would say I wouldn't go necessarily long at 135.50 break right there. What about a break right here, 137.75 coming out soon? So that could be a level there. 246 is the high. So maybe a break if it eventually goes 237.80 maybe for Marvell. So just looking for that. We do have, of course, coming to market sooner rather than later is going to be Anthropic. So Amazon, a big holder there of Anthropic shares. So is Google. So when those names come, probably September, October, you'll probably get a little bit of a bump up in Amazon shares. And look at these guys, up 2% today. The market's not that bad. It's flat, so you got a nice little bump there for Amazon today. Watch out for 265, late day break on Amazon. That could get going. Google's come back in. We did get out another little piece there, so we have 20% left. We're taking out at 60s there. Thinking about getting an out here as we're trying to break a little bit lower. We'll offer some 33s. Join our friend on ARCA and get a 33 fill there as well. So let's go back over to the desk and see what SIA is up to. We'll come back to some trading with just a half hour left. There goes Moderna breaking through 160 right now. It just did. So it broke 161.50, then right back in again.
Wow,
so yeah, dangerous trade, trying to trade that long through 160. We tried it already, and you saw we had to flip over into the short. But there it goes again, back up through 161. So Moderna working to the long side, and it's SIA working in the back.
Let's take a look at the money markets right now. Very close to the close. The DXY currently down on the day, 0.85%. It has increased its gains, losses a little bit here. It's almost down 1% on the day. Here we have the DXY that's trading around the $98.7 region. We're also going to take a look at two pairs as of right now. I want to take a look at USD/EUR, that is the dollar. So German 10 and 30-year borrowing costs have also hit a fresh 15-year high as of today in today's session. So doesn't say a lot on the chart over here, but the USD/EUR also down very close to 8% as of today. Finally, also do want to take a look at USD/PLN, the Polish zloty. That is the Poland is planning to change parts of its income tax system, and Prime Minister Donald Tusk has said as of today that it will benefit around 3.5 million taxpayers. Here's the USD/PLN pair that is also down almost very, very close to 8% as of today, all the three names down. So for Poland, corporate income tax for the largest companies will now be raised to compensate for the revenue shortfall. Also, the Prime Minister has pledged to keep the country's high budget deficit in check. So you have USD/PLN that is down almost 2% on the day. It is 1%. And then you have USD/EUR that's down 0.87%, and the DXY also continuing to fall.
All right, so Trump has a meeting next week with AI people.
The top people,
That was
not
a
just
quote.
not just anybody. The top people.
Well, I mean, President Trump only meets with the
Of course.
top.
You're the president.
You know, you might as well. Only meet
Nice.
with the best over there. And
No,
then
but the other story was the big
Sam Altman and company there. Everyone in the chat, scam Altman. I like that one. But coming through with an IPO before it said it said no later than or something like 2027.
Yeah.
So
Which
that could be.
I'll confess I was wrong because I didn't think it would be till next year the way they were.
Well, next
pushing
year is
back on it.
2027. It was saying 2027 sooner or sooner.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, obviously it's going to be IPOing in the next 14 months or so. So
I plan to own that stock for 30 seconds to 5 minutes, somewhere in that range. Definitely. Actually, I know ideally in like 10 seconds, like Cerebrus. Although,
yeah. But I think even you are knocked out.
No, but I mucked up
SpaceX.
Yeah, true. Like that wicked me out in SpaceX. But Cerebrus, I mucked up because I held 80% into the halt instead of getting it out on the instant 10 seconds, 10% on Cerebrus, and I stared it in the face and held 80% of the trade instead of getting out of 80% of the trade, which would be my normal standing operating procedure. So that was a lot left on the table. I won't do that again. Novavax. Look, when Moderna did the final. Here, let's go up to Moderna, MRNA. When it did that final rejection of 160, because it battled, as Sean was saying, like it went broke, back underneath, back above, back underneath. When it closed under 160, I just went back to the Novavax short that if it's making a lower high, we'll jump back into it and to see if we can get it into the volume weighted average price. So that's going to be, until the imbalances, maybe this will be the one to ride with. And if it gets to VWAP, I'm just going to respect it a little bit more. Get it all out in front of the volume weighted average price, I think. There. So that's the new one. You're still, okay, FXI still a buy of 1.6 million shares. SOXL still a buy of 1.2 million shares. GDX is there for 800,000 shares. That's not a heck of a lot. But you know what time it is, everybody?
It's one time.
Yeah, the one and
one
only.
Time.
One time for your mind.
I like those one-timers.
Yes. Is that Geo's?
Yeah, great Nas reference there. We're going to take a look here at the Asian market close, which looks like it was pretty red, with one ahead of the Asian overnight session that's coming up.
Thank you, Dara. So overnight Asian markets closed sharply lower, especially on escalating Middle East tensions as well as pressuring regional tech stocks. We see the South Korean Kospi again dropping nearly 6%. Global tech sell-off hitting Korean chip makers such as Samsung, down 7.5%. SK Hynix down nearly 10%. Losses were also recorded in SK Square, down by 11.5%. Hyundai Motors and Kia Motors both were down by nearly 4.5%. Over in Japan, the Nikkei 225 down by 3.16%. Higher global bond yields as well as rising oil prices further weighed on sentiment there in Japan, pushing, of course, the Japan's 10-year yield to a 30-year high this week. Now, there's a lot of sell-off in semis and other tech stocks intensifying in that region as well. Kyokuta Holdings down by 12.5%. Furukawa down by 13.7%, and Advantes down by 2.3%. The only green I see today in Asia would be that of Hong Kong, the Hang Seng, up marginally by 0.09%. Notable movers in Hong Kong included Xiaomi, up by 5.1%. Tencent were up by 1.1%, and Meishuan up by nearly 2%. Among the notable decliners were China Unicom, biggest decliner, down by 12.8%, and that was followed by SMIC, down by 4.6%. Now, as we get into the open for the Asian markets later, keep an eye out on, of course, global rate responses to the FOMC meetings, with long-term U.S. yields currently near multi-decade highs. Any hawkish signal from the Fed will pressure a lot of growth and tech stocks in the open for Asia. Kospi, right now, order flow is going to be crazy at the open. Check the volumes, especially for Samsung and SK Hynix after yesterday's 5.8% drop. See if any stabilization funds can come in to intervene, or if it may trigger some margin calls. And with Brent crude currently trailing $92 per barrel, keep an eye out on your energy sector there. Strait of Hormuz still blockaded. We had some news from Trump about them trying to ship oil a different route, but it will still weigh a lot of Asian logistics timelines, as well as airlines, as well as chemical sectors there. So keep an eye out on that.
Yeah, lots to keep an eye on here in the Asian market segment. You can also keep an eye on this desk here at 11:30 a.m. and 3:30 p.m., where one will cover the European and Asian markets respectively. Back to you.
Like he does a fantastic job of doing so. By the way, Moderna just hit the high of the day. I don't know if it, I mean, I guess I see it breaking. I don't know how clean that break was, but the second it did, it's like punch out. 1 cent before I was probably stopped out, I just punched out anyways. Like Moderna was breaking that high. If the thesis is that I was in because it was pulling back, then that plays both ways, right? The second it starts going, get the heck out of Dodge, because it's worked so far, but it doesn't mean it's going to work every single time that you're going to be able to time it right. And tomorrow, like I'll probably be thinking the same thesis, unless something changes overnight. Like just play one off of the other and see if we can't work it out that way. But ultimately, like there's been nothing crazier than Moderna. And what makes it so interesting is, like I've seen in the chat, oh, this stock is worth X. You know, ridiculous numbers. Like Eli Lilly's this, Moderna can be that. And then you have others that are like, no, this is worth, you know, half of this value. Like it's completely nonsensical. And then you'll probably get a bunch in the middle. And I promise you, the analysts don't have any clue either. But they're going to start making opinions, and this is going to be wild for at least a couple of days. 160% today will not get, it's not going to do that again, but you're probably looking at double digits for a few days in a row on this stock. Trump on Iran, the blockade has been 100% successful. That's good to know.
I guess it depends how you're measuring success. You know,
that's the thing. If you create the measure of success,
I don't say what you want. I got to show everybody this, because there it is, man. You sit at the top of the day and top of the morning till right there we get it. So that's a nice little trade there, as we only have 10% left of Google, and it's been a face slapper right there, a money maker. And we should give a big shout out to Ric Flair, because in order to be the man, you must of course beat the man, and today we beat them on Google. So that was a good one there. Thanks Google for coming out on that one. Yeah, legend for sure, still alive. His daughter is his daughter is just as good. I think she's like maybe 10 times Charlotte Flair, 10 times.
Well, she's a better
WWE champion.
Yeah, she's a great technical wrestler too. Like Ric Flair. Yeah, well, I mean, no one would argue that Ric Flair was the greatest technical wrestler out there. He was a showman. He was the best showman No
Yeah,
question.
he's a great showman there.
But he wasn't like, look, Bret
Not
Hart.
the excellence of execution there, Bret Hart.
No, just by far the
in
best.
Canada.
Easily the greatest technical wrestler.
Yeah, I would say we like him. So, Bret Hart. Okay, there it is, 166. Let's go. If you're long this
My
one,
God.
if you're long on Moderna. All right, get out of here, Fiddy. 50 Cent, I think, has long this name a long time ago. But yeah, there it goes, man. Nice move up, 166. See ya later. As we take out the high of the day, this major market cap name has become even a bigger market cap name today, up 165%. There goes Moderna. And the craziest part of all of this is tomorrow, I'm going to, starting September, maybe even just starting tomorrow, I'm just going to be a different man. This Moderna 115 long. We were saying, and I was like, oh, maybe we're holding the 120 right now in the pre-market. Like, we were long this name for days, man, today. And you know the 115 level? Let's just go back and have a look at where that was. So we wrote this down this morning, 8 o'clock, 115. There it comes in, hits 115. We bought it. We bought a lot of 115s, man. And there it is now, 169er. Kicking out here near the end of the day. So congratulations anybody that had enough gumption to hold that all the way. And since then we've had some longs, some shorts. Back in our last trade was a short. You know, glad that was covered naturally. But you can see there goes Moderna to the upside, man. Check out the sticky note tomorrow for more 115 area type trades. We wrote down 219 for NVIDIA. That's been a great area today. You know, I tried it there, lost it, didn't go back, but it's been holding 219 and enough to go upside. Now it's coming back in, still flat on the day there. And the other name that I wrote down was Intel long, but that didn't, this is going to be my reddest name of the day because we tried. We tried it right into there, didn't hold. So we said, we out of that name almost ASAP. So we do cover that out. And now we have to wait to see if Intel can give us a trade tomorrow. I really like this one. Adair getting excited in the back, boy. But we're still in the dollar club there with Google. Adair just taking a sigh of relief. Let's go back over there and find out what's going on with your president.
So Trump just repeated his regular reprise at this point, which is he likes Kevin Warsh, but, quote, he has a board, and the board's very political. So we know we got the minutes earlier today, which were, I would say, about as what we expected. Hawkish tilt, but I wouldn't say outright hawkish. Certainly not dovish, though. Well, President Trump just basically kind of poo-pooed anybody who voted for rate hikes. He did address there were some votes for rate hikes. He said, I don't know what they're doing over there if they're voting for rate hikes. And he also just said in general, it used to be when the U.S. got good economic data that, you know, everything would go well and we wouldn't have to raise rates. But now when we get good data, we have to raise rates. And he doesn't understand that. He says, quote, interest rates should go down. There's a lot happening here. He's repeating kind of the same reprise. He just said every time I hear the country doing well, he says that's too bad because now we're going to have to raise our rates. Back to you.
Yeah, well, you know, it's supposed to be independent, and we'll see. The Fed's in a tough spot. You just got to keep it as real as that. But if you look at how big the debt is, the most bipartisan thing in any country ever is that the government will continue to spend, and print money, and everybody does it, and that's just the foundation here. So rates going up, no government ever wants to see. Let's be real about that. Mm-hmm. The other thing you got to keep in mind, too, is there's not a heck of a lot. Okay, we're going to go back to Adair. It looks like I can already hear. We're going to go back to her in a second. We'll throw it up on the screen. But right here, didn't actually see this while it was happening, but on volume, Walmart, on biggest volume of the day, dropping from VWAP and actually took out like a 1.5 to the downside. I almost hope we have bad numbers, says the president. Yeah. Well, because it matters more.
Sounds good.
Yeah, well, if the way the debt's going, you need rates lower. So that's how you do it.
Wow.
You inflate things. That's what you do. Moderna's at $171.
Went to
I think every time I look at something else, it's like the eyes just go back up to this chart. This is insane, the squeeze.
Wow, to just have known, yeah.
I wonder if the new shorts on this, it was 15% short, and usually we'd say, oh, the short float's gone down. I feel like they've just created new bag holders because so many people probably bet against it today because it wasn't 30 or 40%. Now, there's some that are probably putting it on, being like, okay, They're just going to dig in and hope. And believe me, well traders will try that stuff too, where they just hope that it gaps down overnight, but nothing can seem to stop this thing.
No, I think it's going to be much higher tomorrow. You might see a 2-handle on Moderna come tomorrow morning. So be careful. Not one halt today. And up 170% goes Moderna, because it makes sense, right? They don't need to, this doesn't need to be news pending. This is not, I mean, we already know what the story is. It started going early when you came in this morning and it was at $97. And you're wondering like, oh man, what the story was, it was 64 yesterday, 97, and now try 170 right now, as it's just blasting. That high of daybreak just at this time of day, man, you know, I've been here 26 years or something like that, and it's like, you know, you still learn every day. Like that high of daybreak on a stock like this, let's go. You know, like that is a perfect situation there with momentum coming in. So just a big trade alert right there. And, you know, forget about that. That's a trade that nobody has. We can talk about that as much as we want, but we actually have this trade. So there goes Google, man. This one, we just got out at 345 right there on the upside. So, and all I can tell everybody is, if you guys were here at 2:30 when I was talking about this trade, the stop was a break of 30. We almost got stopped out. So if you just do, that's 30 cents. So this was a 31 cent worth of a shot there. Now a 3 to 4 to 1 as it goes the upside. It just cranked lower. We only had 10% left. I have 5% left now as we got out some at the top there. But good outs for me on Google today. Maybe we hold a little bit longer tomorrow, but so far so good. Only 6 minutes now. I didn't see what Trump just said there, but only 6 minutes until the imbalance
I didn't think it was.
Oh, no, he's done now. Okay.
Yeah, they're done.
So IBIT, you know, IBIT's been a good hold, obviously. I mean, I just talked about buying the 66s, but I think it's been months. Like, I think we probably bought them back into a year. Goes all the way up, and I don't know, that definitely wasn't in June. So, but let's go. Now it's starting to go break back up to the upside. I didn't sell last time. I'm probably not going to sell now. Last time I opened up my crypto account was ages ago. I think I just got a warning like, yo, I better get back into there, or else I'm going to have to update my, know your customer. But 42 bucks right there, trying to break through the 200 period moving average is IBIT. So still a little bit of room to go on IBIT before it's in a safe zone where I think you might want to start looking at a little bit of a buy zone there for crypto. But yeah, I think safely too, the low 60s if it gets there. Let's see what winds up happening tomorrow. Obviously on the Treasury news today, we already looked at TLT. That's been going upside pretty much all day there. Looks like it will close near the highs of the day, not completely at those highs, but TLT working out for many traders there. Meta, the Qs, everything. Meta just dropped though, by the way. I think the whole market's coming back in, but there's Meta bouncing off VWAP today. So it looks like after all this, the bears will still wind up winning, as the stock could close underneath VWAP is Meta. So even though it's up today, underneath VWAP is a victory for the bears. And we'll wait to see what's going on with this stock that's in the doghouse. I almost used bad terminology to describe.
Well, you could say gates of hell.
Yeah, no, I was going to use a lot worse than.
Oh, it's in the.
Yeah, no, because this is like a name like Uber, where I always say I should be getting out and I'm not doing anything about it. But Uber at 78, I mean, that magical 80. You know what? Tonight I'm going to put an offer out at 79. Just right here. Just whatever, man. Get out. If I can trim my position to half on Uber, getting a little bit of cashish, and then we'll just go from there on Uber. I don't love the name anymore. And we're still in the money. I looked at it the other day and we were still up like 13% or something. So maybe we'll cash out a little bit of Uber there if it continues to go a little higher.
Yeah, I don't like Tesla at these levels yet, but I know I like Tesla better in general. But again, with 4 minutes to go to the imbalances, this one is the one that could be something. It is now. It was an 8 million buy. It's now a 1 million sell, which is the direction that we were telling you it was supposed to be. It's about $1 billion notional, and it's a deal. It's a cash and stock deal that's closing today. So you are expecting a large number from this WBS. Everything else out here, FXI and GDX are still buys, although relatively small, I would say. And just checking back in on MRNA, it did get to 170. It's rejected. I don't think we've looked at this all day long, but why not? Just because for you know what's in giggles, this is what the monthly chart is on Moderna. For what it's worth, when we're joking around about $180, that is kind of a level on, not that levels matter, but it's the only one here other than this on the monthly at 170, which we just broke. So there's 180, there's 225 out here. Like this stock, people can forget about this back in the COVID phase, just how crazy this was. Like it was set to be in textbooks. And if it pulls a Carvana, it definitely will be in textbooks, but for a much, much different reason. So it somehow didn't hold today, which I'm still very, very skeptical of as to why that was true. My brain is telling me that there's like a person with the finger on the trigger that turns the halt bands on and off on stocks. And it felt like multiple times today, the halt bands weren't even on because you couldn't find them in the book. And then 20 minutes later, all of a sudden I could see them again. And you could be looking at them to trade off. But that is what it is. We saw it with penny stocks. We've seen it all the time. But with a couple of minutes to go into the imbalances, it's really just this WS for me. It is a sell, so it is trying to come back in here. But because it's cash in stock, there's like an arbitrage thing. The acquiring company, people could just say they want to flip it. So if it comes out a buy, it's like a very quick, you do not want to be caught short if this comes out the wrong way. I'll leave it at that.
All right. I just want to say that we are now 2 minutes away for those imbalances. So we'll have a quick little look there. I'm just getting out of some Google now. You know, it's falling a little bit. Like I said, we only have 5%, so we'll get out a little bit more now on Google as it's just making its way back into some levels that I like right now. But I'm not buying it. Not with, you know, these are going to populate. And we're going to start to wait to see. So come back in just a couple seconds, and we'll talk about these imbalances. What's up, Adira?
Keep an eye here on RX. This is Recursion Pharmaceuticals. This name just spiked, and I checked the volume on this 3-minute candle was about 200,000 shares, so pretty significant. Citrini of that whole software scare note earlier this year apparently initiated along on the AI drug discovery theme. RX would be part of that theme. This stock, which is a $3.50 stock, is currently at session highs. Back to you.
Okay, there's another runner in there for you. But the other, it was just asked in the chat by Lozo, what would it mean if ETH closes over the 200 SMA? Well, are you talking about on the daily? You can't be talking about on the daily, because if you're talking about on the daily, it can't. So you must be like, I don't use the intraday. I use the 50 and the 200 on the daily chart. That would be nearly impossible for it to get up there. It gets at 16 now, would have to close over 17. But in generally, I like if you're breaking back out above the 200 period. But like Brian said, you much prefer when things flatten out, consolidate, and then go. So you'd almost want this to flatten out and then start upward trending, which would be somewhere in the back half, potentially, of the year. We have 30 seconds till the bounces, so we're waiting for that.
I was going to say I told Marissa that we had, you know, meatballs and pasta for lunch, and of course,
they were okay.
You know, she's making pasta for dinner. So I told her, let me pick up the sausage. So Joe, any recommendations where I should get some sausage from?
Where could it be?
Over there, my guy. So
where could it be?
You'll be seeing me at the local Farm Boy, where I will be getting the El Diablo sausage, the spiciest sausage they make, El Diablo. All right, we're open right now. There goes Ethereum, ETHA going off there with a little bit of a buy. You never expect this to move because it's tied to Ethereum. So, all right, wow. NVIDIA with a decent sell, almost 2 million shares. You just saw that one go down to 217 right there. No, we're not going to see it now. Nebius down right there, down, up, but down on the day. Nebius down 12%, catching a bid, 1.6 million shares. Cisco with a quick little sell-off there as well, down to 111. MSTR, we talked about MicroStrategy and, what they involved with. That's up 12%. Someone wants to come in and buy that one. IBIT, also a quick little buy there as well into the close. That's IBIT. So it looks like the major name. Oh, I didn't see Netflix. Ooh.
Yeah, 1 million.
It's back to 80 now? I like. Nice pricing there for Netflix, finally back up to 80. But I guess it looks like NVIDIA. NVIDIA just grew. It was 1.6. Now it's 2.5.
What the heck is this?
So LBRDK? I don't know what that is.
That is gigantic.
NVIDIA getting bigger on the downside. As Moderna, I don't see it on here, but I do not need to, because Moderna right now at day's high, 173 change right there. Nice move on the upside for the market here into the close. Okay. Downside for the market, but upside for, wow, Moderna's gonna take down 175 like it didn't even exist right there almost. Big size there coming.
It's like there isn't an offer on that stock. LBRDK, there's like a merger between them and Charter. That's why I just forgot about it. So don't pay too much. I wouldn't say don't pay too much attention to, but it's not like Nvidia or the other imbalances. That could go either way. It's like an exchange of shares between the two companies. So Charter's there a buy, and LBRDK is a sell. That kind of offsets each other, so no opportunity there. That WBS is a sell, but yeah, I don't know. That scared me out of it. I thought it came out as a buy because it shot up, and I just punched out, and it looks like it is still a sell. I'll wait till 355 on that bad boy, but that Nvidia growing sell, market heading lower. We started the day thinking, hey, the Treasury has saved everybody by supporting the long end of the curve. They didn't support diddly squat, apparently.
Yeah, they got to buy some. No, sit in there and buy some.
They got to do something else.
Got to buy some more Intel.
Buy something. AMD's probably getting destroyed. It's at 460.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's headed lower. But this never caught a bid.
Finally, I made a right decision selling something or buying something these days. AMD got to that one near that 520, 530. All right, if we're ready, see has prepared something. We can go over to Money Talk. So why don't we just do that right now? We were waiting for that, that little imbalance to dry up a little bit there. So we'll go really quick, man, and we'll go back over to Sia for a little bit of look there at the dollar.
Let's take a look at the crypto markets. You've Bitcoin right off the bat is up over 5.5% on the day, closer to 6%. It's trading around the $68,400 region. Ethereum is up well over 9.5%, into closer to 10%, and Solana is also up 7% on the day. U.S. President Donald Trump was talking with top crypto executives as well. We do know, so we're just going to check levels of Coinbase and Robinhood also with you. Robinhood currently up 4% on the day, trading around the $95 region, and you have Coinbase that is up 9% on the day, trading around the $159 region.
All right, quick as can be. Thanks for that one.
176.
I'm still trying to watch. Yeah, Moderna's gone. I'm just still trying to watch out for this NVIDIA trade. It's now a minute away from the major pairing event that happens at 255 or 355, where we get, basically the last major update, and then it will just float around into the close, where it can still grow or, be decreased. But generally speaking, big blocks coming in there at 355. So we'll be able to watch it. Part of me is saying I need to be punching into the long now, but you're not really. If it was a little lower down into 217 and change, then I think the long might be part of the story. But let's just give it a little. We can give it a little bit of a look here. Let's sort it. Make sure we sort it by size there, so we have it the right way, and we'll highlight some NVIDIA. So 2.26 million with only 30 seconds left. I mean, there wasn't a whole heck of a lot out there. We saw the Netflix trade coming through. Oh, Palantir. I'll go back to NVIDIA in a minute. 800,000. Palantir at 175 has been pretty good. That's been a good level there. Yeah, MSTR is up 12% today. It was on that list as well. Okay. Here we go. Just stay with me for 12 more seconds. We'll go over to Neil. I just want to see what winds up happening here. If this does pair off, we'll highlight NVIDIA. We can look 2 million. Watch the price action. You'll know even before the algos get it first, and then they'll be able to tell. There it goes. So it does not pair off. It must go lower there. Yeah, so there's NVIDIA. See? So it pairs off a little bit, but still 1.4. So there's the decrease there. If that shot up, then you knew that that number had switched over to a buy or had been paired. So the reason why it continues to go down is you still have 1.4 million shares that are going to go to the sell side at the close. So they're just bringing it down so you can get a better equilibrium price where the buyers and sellers will meet and execute a roughly 11 million share print as of right now at close for NVIDIA. It'll do 11 million, this plus this, at the close. So it'll do about just over 10%.
Now Ether.
Actually 15%. Yeah, Ethereum was always there. It was the biggest one. Yeah, I don't know. But it wasn't moving because it was Ethereum, right? Yeah. So we'll wait to see, but there goes NVIDIA right now, 4 minutes left. Still more downside pressure.
Yeah, I mean, look, obviously everything in crypto's had a fantastic day today. TLT is going to be in there.
Get out of Google.
But this is something you're going to have to watch, but it was a head fake on TLT. Because when TLT was bouncing, the market didn't bounce with it. But obviously the treasuries are going to be a big time mover. Yeah, it's completely insane. We're gonna that 180 level that we were joking about because it was on the monthly chart of Moderna. It's so close to it right there. Easy peasy. Thank you for the donation. Obviously, we have the best. We know we have the best community out there, but you guys continue to be more and more generous every single day. Whether or not you're donating via Moderna funds from any longs that you might had or whatever it might be. Thank you so much for contributing. Man. Chop for charity. And if you don't know what it is, scan the QR code. You can click the link. It's in the description. It's in the chat. pretty easy to find there. So we want to thank Fabian for coming up with that notion. I mean, someone's got to step up and do it. Like we don't have the hair to pull it off, and it's a fantastic cause. And we appreciate everybody that's donated to the cause. And we're gonna get to that goal, and then we're gonna reset it at 10,000. Like I think we've already determined the goal is really 10K, not the 5K. And we do feel we can get there. And again, it's going to a great cause. Moderna doesn't want 180. The high is 176.66 because that's not ominous enough. Why not? 176.66. That would be pretty poetic if that ends up actually being.
I think this is gonna.
You think it?
I think by
aftermarket-
405 it's 180.
I was gonna say aftermarket, yes. Current market, because the problem with 180 is there'll be too many closed sellers at the even dollar. So what'll happen is at a big obvious price like that, there'll be sellers at the close that usually just hold.
There's a chance it gets there, man. And there's still 2.5 minutes left, and Moderna only needs $4. Like this name could get to 180 pronto. This is not going to be the closing price. It's going to be much higher. I think it's going to be higher than 176.66. But I'm not willing to put my money down. I'm not buying this right here into close. But other people are, and that's all that matters. There it goes, 176.20s. Ooh, stops there. Look, see that? Like it was just 176.20 right back down $2. This is not in my world. In our world, these are bigger moves because it's $2, $3, $4, $5. But
on the stock,
the stock, it's nothing. Like it's not. So it's just, this is why it's a very risky trade if you're on a prop floor or using other people's money, because you got to make sure about where your stops are and what you're looking at there for Moderna. But all right, Dave has a trade of the day.
Dave's got his goldfish trades of the day. Moderna put, but we're talking about November 20th, $90. And also you've got December as well at 100. What goes up must you know. You know what? Most stocks, look, 99 times out of 100, if there is a stock that we're talking about in the show that's up 177%, I'm saying the exact same thing with you. The difference in Moderna is this is actually a real story with real actual consequences and an addressable market and an amount of revenue that I don't know that anyone can wrap their head around, because what if this is just the beginning of then other possible treatments? Like, there's a there that you can't quantify. This is not some random Chinese ADR that came out of nowhere. It's up 180%. I tell you all day it's going down. And we believe that. Like whatever the one was that we were talking about earlier, that Chinese ADR, I bet you it's at the lows right now. I'm sure it is. But Moderna, just play the momentum. But good luck to you, Dave. I'll hope it works out. Generally speaking, you always want stocks to go up for people, but if you're betting short, why not? But yeah, this is unique. It's not the same thing as these other gappers, right? This is a real story. I thought it's gone too far the entirety of the day. I'm just glad I didn't try to short it.
Yeah, we just took one trade here and this afternoon. This Google long worked out, so happy with that one as we get ready. I'm pretty tired here. It's Hump Day. We want to thank everybody for watching us there as we get our voice. Losing our voice at the end is always a good thing, better than at the beginning. 2 and 1 as we wrap that up on what is better known as Moderna Wednesdays, not Monday. It would be nice if it was Monday. It would be Moderna Monday, but there it goes. So yeah, that looks like that is the closing high, 176.66. So as Neil said, pairs of sixes in there. We don't like to look at that, but we'll see what winds up happening with Moderna overnight. And good luck to anybody that's holding any kind of a position on this one. I mean, I'd like to see both win. I don't know how that's going to be possible, but we'll see tomorrow for Moderna. I still think it is very possible that this will be over $200 by the time tomorrow hits. You just need, someone in the space to say something positive about this name. I think it shoots up. Hey, maybe your boy.
I wonder what the Blue Ocean traders will be trading today.
Yeah, who knows?
If you're on Blue Ocean, it's probably going to be that was Shkreli.
Yeah, let's see what Martin Shkreli has to say. Pharma boy.
I got a dollar somewhere. Well, there's a quarter right here that's probably one of ours. So the quarter says that if he says anything, it's that he's short.
If he's long,
that's obvious.
I don't think he's going to say anything, but
no, he probably doesn't. But if he does say something, he'll say short.
Yeah. Or of course he's long from $60 or something. But anyways, there goes Moderna upside. Not too many earnings to report on today. We did have Target, which really led the way. Tomorrow we have Walmart off in the morning. So Walmart's up 5. Target's up 4 or 5%. It was during the highs, maybe 6% there. So we'll check tomorrow with Walmart. Thank you, Mr. Joseph. Options as my top of my cap goes flying off there. We'll say a big shout out to Sharif, and hopefully he travels well. He's going to be. You do have the one and the only, and Obi can tell you all about his trade in Moderna tomorrow, where you'll find out you will find out that the reversion did not work out for him. But he'll talk about that there tomorrow, I'm sure, as he's always an honest guy. So we'll hear about that tomorrow. You did not want to try to revert too much today on Moderna, but there was opportunities for it. So we'll see if that can be traded tomorrow. Moderna's right up his alley. So tomorrow, get ready for that one. Joe and Obi on the midday should be a lot of fun trading over there as well. Thanks to the one and the only. He came through today again for those agent updates. We saw Tiffany doing his thing. Always a thanks to Fabian.
A great interview in the middle of the day as well.
Yes, we want to thank our friends there.
Great job, Adara.
Yeah, great job by Adara, of course. Ramin is here as we count down the days till we don't see her for a while. That'd be sad.
That's right. Well, it's happy sad.
We got to figure out. I'm still waiting.
Sad.
We got to find out the exact date. So we got to do something on that day for her.
I'm trying to give away some. I told Ramin, I'm like, hey, we have a bunch of old baby stuff we ain't using. Like, I'm gonna take pictures.
Bring it in.
You want it, you can have it. Exactly. You might not like it, but trust me, it's free. So, all you have to do
free 99.
Free 99.
All right, Joe, Sharif, Adara, Sia, everybody. I don't think we missed maybe Andre. I think we got everybody. I think.
Brendo.
Brendan, Brendan's doing something over there anyways. No one really knows what.
He's typing away.
All right, we want to say a big shout out to Brendan, producing this wonderful show of ours.
Just picture Brendan, he's got the headset on, talking to someone on the phone or typing an email.
Yeah, he's doing something. He's chewing some gum over there. He's got it going. I know sometimes we have the Brendan camera, but I don't think that's available yet today. All right, we'll see you guys. It's a lovely day here in Toronto. I hope it is wherever you guys are as well. We'll catch you tomorrow on Thursday when who knows
Moderna
what stock will be trading.
Or 140.
Probably Moderna's probably a good guess. We'll see you tomorrow. SpaceX maybe?